in Leicestershire. You're most welcome to join us for commentary and of course pictures if you're watching on the stream as well on the Metrobank One Day Cup group match between Leicestershire and Essex. BBC Radio Essex and BBC Radio Leicester. Your commentators for the game, Dick Davis and Richard Ray, for the former and the latter respectively. And I'm pleased to be able to tell you it is a beautiful day here in Leicestershire, and the Kibworth ground, surrounded by people who've all brought their own chairs, looks an absolute picture. It can get quite cool and windy and damp up here, but today is not one of those days. The news from the middle is that Essex have won the toss and are going to bat first. Neither side, understandably in the case of Essex, perhaps less so in the case of Leicestershire, whose second 11 use this ground quite regularly, have ever played their first team fixture on this ground. And Dick, delighted to see you again. A very good morning to you, and you'll be able to give us the Essex side to start with.
And yeah, I always like coming to outgrounds, and I put my hand up to come here, and boy am I glad it did. But yes, I'd been warned, it needs good weather, and I can imagine it on a windy day it would be less hospitable. But yeah, and good morning listeners as well, and viewers. Right, the Essex side comprises Noah Thane, Robin Dass, Tom Wesley the captain, Bo Webster, Luke Benkenstein, Simon Harmer, Charlie Allison, Will Buttleman behind the stumps, Jamal Richards, Aaron Beard and Aaron Nijar. I hesitate with that because one has two A's at the front of his name and the other has one. I think it's Aaron Beard and Aaron Nijar.
Leicestershire have made one change from the side which won well at the Ageas Bowl against Hampshire a couple of days ago. The leg spinner Uttam Ramji drops out, understandably perhaps on an outground pitch, and Roman Walker comes in. So Leicestershire are going in with essentially an all-seam attack. Obviously Colin Ackerman might get through a few overs of occasional off-spin, otherwise, as I say, they're unchanged. So Rishi Patel, formerly of Essex of course, Sol Budinger, Lewis Hill, Peter Hanscom, Colin Ackerman, Vian Mulder, Louis Kimber, Tom Scriven, Chris Wright, Roman Walker and Josh Hull. And it's going to be Chris Wright who's going to be opening the bowling from, well, we're going to call it the pavilion end here at Kibworth. And we're going to have to get people to stop walking across in front of us if we possibly can at some stage, certainly during play. However, in the meantime, fingers crossed.
You mentioned Rishi Patel, formerly of Essex, and of course Chris Wright is as well.
Indeed, Wright is in, bowls, and is allowed to go through outside off stump by, and got to get which end is which of the Essex openers. It looks like Das is at this end, so he hasn't taken first strike. And is it Luke Benkenstein who's just taken the first strike? I believe it is.
99. Yes,
it
I
is.
think it is.
Wright is in two. Benkenstein goes past the outside edge with a ball that just bounces, and a little bit of shape. Looked to be decent pace about that from Wright. I shall switch off the volume on my computer. Grin from Wright. There's a little bit there for him already. Well, the Leicestershire faithful have taken this fixture to their hearts, judging by the crowd. They were hoping for around about 1,500, but I'd say we have at least that in already. Wright is in to Benkenstein, who is turning the delivery through mid-wicket towards us. It's a long chase back to the boundary for Tom Scriven. Tom is not going to get there. You can hear his feet in the effects mic. Nice shot by Benkenstein. Didn't try and overhit it, just turned his wrists on it nicely. And
yeah, this is where Essex have gone wrong. Their inexperience has come to the fore in this competition. I'm fully in favour of this competition because for sides like Essex, it's forced them to play the young up-and-coming players because they've lost so many to another competition. And but their problem has been shot selection rather than execution.
Right is in. Straighter this time. Benkenstein just leans forward and blocks it out in the offside.
And they've seemed too frequently in the matches they played this season, and that was shown, exemplified against Yorkshire a couple of days ago. And it's 50 overs. It's longer than you think.
Extraordinary performance.
It's not a 20 over competition, and they sometimes try and get out of the blocks too quickly.
Right is in, down the leg side, pulled by Benkenstein down to long leg. There is a long leg in the shape of Rishi Patel, so just the single. Right, not quite getting a consistent line and length going in his opening over. It's a lovely flat ground.
It is, isn't it? Yes.
Kibworth. There's no discernible sort of slopes anywhere, really, that I can pick out.
No.
Arguably, the pavilion end might just be slightly higher than the far end. I'm going to have to work out which direction that is so we can give it a name. In goes right and bowls straight, and Benkenstein goes back, blocks it out into the offside, and that is the end of Wright's first over. Not Benkenstein, of course, that would have been Das at that end because they took the single off the previous delivery. So 5 off the first over. Scoreboard away to our right. Electronic scoreboard at Kibworth Cricket Click. Here comes an update for BBC Radio Leicester. It looks like it's going to be Vian Mulder who'll be opening the bowling from the country end. What shall we call it, Dick? We shall have to find out if it actually has an official name.
I'll look it up.
I'll get my compass out and we'll work out what direction we're looking in.
Well, I was just looking, the shadow of your mug was shining straight at us, and it's 10 o'clock by the sun.
Mulder is in, bowls, defends on the back foot, Benkenstein. And it's a glorious day here at Kibworth, and the Leicestershire faithful have taken this fixture to their hearts. The ground is already looking absolutely full. Chairs all round. You had to bring your own, but everybody has, and ground is an absolute picture. Essex won the toss. They decided to bat first. Neither side have ever played a game here before, and Essex have already picked up a 4 in the first over. We're into the second, being bowled by Vian Mulder, and Essex are 5 without loss.
Yes, I would say from where the sun is now, the pitch runs sort of northeast to southwest, with the pavilion at the northeast corner, as I say, where the sun is more or less shining directly into us. So we're looking, and it's 10 o'clock by the sun.
Well, I've got a compass app, so I'll tell you if you're absolutely right. In goes Mulder and bowls. That one comes back in. There's a peel for leg before. Looked a little bit high from where we are, sort of, which is at wide third man. We'll have a look on the replay, but either way, umpire Bailey turned the appeal down. The other umpire is Anthony Harris, who's standing at square leg. Right. Now, where did you reckon we were looking?
I reckon the pavilion is at the north-east end of the ground.
Mulder is in, bowls forward a little tentatively.
Which is more or less directly behind the stumps. So I reckon
I
reckon it runs northeast southwest.
There you go. Well, we are looking southeast almost directly.
Yes.
So we're looking back towards Chelmsford.
Does
that make sense?
Yes, my heart yearns. No, it doesn't. Not at grounds like this.
That's something that's not been said often, is it? Apologies, Essex listeners. Of course
No.
it has. In goes Mulder and bowls. Benkenstein looks to force on the offside. Might just have shaped back into him a little bit, so it doesn't time it. Bounces out towards Walker at extra cover. So south is almost. It's essentially a north-south ground. So shall we call that the south end?
Oh yeah, yes, okay. I'll look it up on Cricket Archive. It might have an official name, but
the club grounds, are they on there?
Yes, they are.
Oh right.
In fact, I was looking at it only yesterday to confirm the postcode.
In goes Mulder forward. Again, not a big stride from Benkenstein, pushing it out into the offside, and there is no run. So a maiden over from Vian Mulder to start proceedings from that south end, and Essex after 2 overs are 5 without loss.
Do you want to do? Do you prefer to do an over each?
An over each is
Yeah,
better,
okay,
isn't it?
so
Just while I was doing the update.
Oh yes, I
had
realise
to
that. Yeah,
apologies
so
about that.
I'll do Chris Wright's over then. With Essex after 2 overs, 5 without loss.
Stream pictures are super. The camera directly behind the bowler's arm,
Yes.
but about 2 or 3 seconds behind us, so we have to commentate.
Now, ball that's outside the off stump, and it gets a bit of lift there. It goes through the wicketkeeper. No addition to the score. A few Essex supporters wander by. I wandered round the ground because we have to park exactly 180 degrees away, and yeah, there's a heck of a lot of Essex supporters here for the day. They enjoy outground cricket. They've been spoilt this year because a month or so ago we went to Blackpool for a week. So, not that Blackpool and Kibworth have much in common, I hasten to add,
No.
except they both have good cricket grounds, and that's played hard into the ground, then bounces up into the hands of the man at cover. No addition to the score.
I haven't been to Blackpool cricket ground. Is it a ground where you can, during the interval, wander toward the beach, or is it well back from? Is it in the town?
Well,
somewhere?
you can because you're a walker. I could have done once upon a time, but not now because I'm getting old. I would say it's getting on for 3 miles from the front.
Ah, okay.
As Wright moves in, bowls. You can. Oh, that's a super shot. Just backward of square on the offside. Goes down to the boundary. Yeah, you can actually see, and many people take pictures thereof, including yours truly. You can see the tower from the ground, but obviously you can see the tower from many a mile, so that doesn't really give any indication as to how close it is. But,
Looking at the replay, it was a super shot from
it
Robin
was.
Does. Had to reach for it a bit, but he got
and he
all
hit
of it.
Down. I would imagine or hope that the coaches have said, just take your time. It's not 20 over. It goes for a repeat, but doesn't time it properly. It wasn't quite there for the same shot. Got a thick lower half of the bat on it, and therefore played it hard into the ground before it bounced up into the hands of the man at backward point. No addition to the score of 9 without loss.
Power plays are important, though, aren't they? So.
Yes. Right, in again, bowls. That's pulled away and holes out. And, well, just as I was beginning to say there, I didn't use the word headstrong, but I was thinking it just as I was saying they're playing in a less headstrong manner. What happens? But holds out. Yeah, holds out to mid-wicket. And never really in control of the shot. And yeah, the simplest of catches to
Josh Hull.
To Josh Hall. Thank you. So Essex 9 for 1.
May not just quite. I'm having a look at the replay. Did it quite come on to him as quickly as he thought it was going to? It wasn't that short. It was a bit ambitious.
It was.
It was a little bit ambitious, I'm afraid.
It was ambitious. That's the sort of, yeah, I mean, yeah. Richard, being a gentleman, uses the word ambition. Ambitious, I've been using the word headstrong, but it's how you look at it. And yeah, it was ambitious at this stage of the innings, both the individual innings and the team innings. It's yeah, just a little bit not exactly impatient, but
well, the thing is, it picked up that really nice 4 just a couple of balls
yes.
earlier, so it didn't need to.
No, exactly. Just be content at this stage of the innings.
But that's the way they play. So
is,
many of these youngsters.
Oh, well, that's
youngsters tell us.
That was the phrase of Peterson, wasn't it? When he would get out to a shot which could at best be described as imprudent, he'd say, "Oh, that's what I do." As Wright bowls to the Essex captain Tom Wesley, who will bring a little bit of, in fact, more than a little bit of. I don't like to use the word common sense because that's there's an implication there that the others haven't got it, but it's serenity almost to the innings. The end of the over, during which White took Dassey's wicket, and Essex a 9 for 1.
Brunty's here, and we'll catch up in due course during the game. And the dogs, of course, and the boys. Bertie, Freddie and Norman. In goes Mulder from the south end, leaning forward again, not entirely convincingly. Benkenstein's thickish outside part of the bat steers it out towards a point just in front thereof, and Sol Budinger scrambles away to his right. I hesitate because Budinger seems to put on some extra sort of thick sun cream on his face, so as ever, he's a man of extreme, Sol Budinger, as you will see later. In goes Mulder and bowls, turned off his legs, or attempted to be turned off his legs by Benkenstein. I think whether he got anything on it, I'm not sure. No, he didn't, says umpire Bailey, raising his right knee to the score as it trickled out towards backward square, thumped into the pad. The leg bye is taken. 10 for 1. Mulder mixed with the ball. He's been brilliant with the bat in this competition. Last season's most valuable player in the competition. In he goes and bowls straighter. And Tom Wesley leans forward very correctly. Drops the ball out into the offside. Mulder with the ball. 5 wickets at 47 apiece. And he's actually been quite expensive. He's gone for over 6 and over, 6.18. But that is, in this competition, fairly average. Chris Wright's just gone for 5s. Colin Ackerman 5.37. Josh Hull, as in goes Mulder, again leg side, turned this time successfully by Wesley out to square leg. There is a
create history today. Whatever we call that far end, that could go down as...
well, in which case Southend is a bit unimaginative, isn't it? We ought to have something else.
It is.
Pylon end? There's a huge electricity pylon about
rather
150
prosaic, isn't
yards. It is a little bit, although accurate, but we could do better than that.
I wonder what the nearest village is.
Who's the most famous cricketer Kibworth has produced? I wonder. They must have produced a Leicestershire cricketer or
well, yes,
two.
Leicestershire Cricket Club are in the Premiership of the Leicestershire League, so they must have fed the county a few players.
You would think so, wouldn't you? Vian Mulder is in past umpire Bailey and bowls, looking for the pull. Is Benkenstein not getting anything on it? Almost with a hook, really. It was banged in by Mulder. Benkenstein accepted the invitation, missed it. Again, perhaps that an indication it didn't quite come on. Let's have a look-see. It was a good bouncer, actually. Could easily have edged that behind. Mulder is in again this time. Benkenstein is a bit more circumspect, looking to work the ball off the back foot into the onside. It bounces out into the offside, so Mulder, as Wright did previously. Umpire Bailey, who has a bit of form in this respect, wanders out and suggests to Vian Mulder that it might just need to get off the pitch a little bit sooner in his follow-through than he is currently doing. 13 for 1, Essex after 4 overs.
Well, according to the website, that far end of the ground belongs to Newstead Farm, which is a good plug for Newstead Farm, but...
the Newstead Farm end.
Yeah, Newstead Farm.
That has possibilities.
It does have a rural ring about it, as Wright moves in and bowls. That's outside the off stump, goes through to the wicketkeeper.
We will, at some stage during what could be a long day, we'll ask somebody from Kibworth who is the most famous. There may be a board in the in the splendid pavilion away to our left.
And the nearest little village at that end is called Saddington. Or Smeaton Westerby. Right, I've exhausted all my knowledge of the geography of this ground. That's a flowing shot. It deserves a run, but not when you play it straight to the field or at mid-off. It's a good-looking off-drive from Wesley.
Wesley in this competition this season. 118 runs at 29 and a half. 5 innings, 1 not out. So High score of 80. Most of those then came in one innings.
Yeah. Right again, and that's outside Wesley's off stump. Goes through to the keeper. Yes, when I get an opportunity, I shall go to the car, which is parked 180 degrees away, and where I left all my supporting documents and various other accoutrements that one takes to county matches. But I can survive without. As Chris Wright moves in, bowls. We're playing a miss there outside the off stump, probably moved away off the wicket, we can't really tell. We're watching from mid wicket to the right-handed batsman. I have to say, we've been already club grounds when they have a game coming, and especially this one, it'll be the first time a first team has ever been here, and they really put themselves out. And I always think, if when the day comes, which they've been planning from the day that that's just played defensively. Well, I say defensively, and it was, but it was into a gap because mid-on's set fairly deep, and so they go through for a single. But from the day it's announced that the county club is going to play at a club ground, the club start planning, and planning meticulously. And I'm always so sad when all their efforts come to nothing because it's washed out. Today, I'm so glad that they've been rewarded. Whoever goes on and wins this game, I'm so glad they've been rewarded by a full house, more or less, beautiful weather, and they deserve a day like this, because when a player miss from
that was loose, wasn't it?
From Benkenstein outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper.
They can't help themselves, can they?
No, they can't, you see. That is the whole point. They're drawn like the proverbial moth to a flame. And I was impressed, even before I got into the ground, that there's lots and lots of volunteers from the cricket club, proudly, and they have every right to be proudly sporting their club, Kibworth Cricket Club, and they could not have been more helpful throughout. Everybody I've come in contact with already, and I've only been in the ground about an hour, has been absolutely charming, and thank you.
Leanne Mulder is in from that far end, the south end, the farm end, who knows. And he turns that one calmly. Wesley out off his legs to square leg, where Louis Kimber is the fielder. Sorry, Dick, go on.
No, I was going to say, it's only a trite comment. I was just going to say anything but the electricity pylon end.
The pylon end just doesn't, although it is a huge
it is, isn't it? Yes,
isn't
it does rather. Well, it'd be unfair
it
to
looks
say
like it's carrying most of Leicester's supply there to the city. We played at Merchant Taylor's School a couple of years ago, and the end's there for a well-established sort of first-class or one-day venue anyway, sometimes first class. In goes Mulder and bowls, looking to drive Benkenstein, not really timing it. Runs out fairly slowly to Lewis Hill at mid-off, and there's no run. And the ends there, I think one is called Lake End and School End, something like that. But Boris Karloff was a pupil there, and I began a campaign for the far end to be called the Karloff end or the Frankenstein end. Something, to give it a real identity. But apparently, as Mulder goes in and bowls and thick inside edge from Benkenstein, didn't go too far away from the stumps. It ran down towards wide long leg, bouncing back is a giant figure of Josh Holt, and one is taken. Benkenstein living a little bit dangerously, but he's still there. But apparently when he went to Merchant Taylor's, it was still at that stage based in sort of central London, so he didn't actually attend school at its new site, which is sort of North London, sort of almost Watford really.
Yes, Northwood, isn't it?
Yeah. In goes Mulder and bowls. Wesley is driving, pleasantly on driving, but again, doesn't put his full weight into the shot, and it's a fairly comfortable stop for, I think that's Tom Scriven out there at mid-on. 16 for 1. 6 Benkenstein, 3 Wesley. Getting used to the pitch, what they will need. Well, we have no precedent whatsoever after what a good score is.
No.
It goes Mulder. It's caught or driven off the front foot square, but Budinger falling to his left at backward point makes a good stop. It rather bounces off him a couple of feet to the left, so one is able to be taken and is 17 for one. This is the 6th over coming down. Mulder, the South African, is in and bowls back onto his stumps. Goes Benkenstein and turns it calmly, competently off the back foot down towards the man on the square leg boundary, almost on the square leg. He's just forward of square, in fact, almost mid wicket really. Louis Kimber in front of a house that we can tell you is currently building maybe a garage or possibly a little side extension or a carport or something, which is semi-complete.
Yes, still to have a roof put on it, but apart from that it looks nearing completion. Overlooking the ground, well, from one window overlooks the ground, it would probably be on the corner of the stairs or something like that. As Wright moves in and bowls, and that's, I've lost sight of that. Oh, it's gone high in the air, and it's taken at cover point. And Benkenstein, well,
that was an awful shot, actually.
It was. You see this? Oh dear. I want to support Essex. I do support Essex. I've been watching Essex since my dad first took me when I was about 7 or 8. But that doesn't stop me, you know, being very. In fact, it almost helps me to be very aware of their shortcomings. And you know, still they're making these elementary mistakes. It's a 50-over game, and yeah, not in control of the shot. It went hard, high. Not as much. Either of two fielders could have taken it, and.
I'm not sure what he was trying to do, really, but it was straightish delivery, length, and he looked to be sort of trying to thump it away on the leg side. And there has been a little bit of swing early, as there will be with the new ball from each end, and just skied it up into the air, but most curious shot.
See, Essex know they're not, well, theoretically they could, but in practice they're not going to get further than the zonal stages of this competition. Whereas Leicestershire might, and I must admit, they're everybody's favourite second county. I sincerely hope they do.
That's good to know.
Sorry?
That's nice to know.
Well, I think so. I think everybody likes Leicestershire.
As long as everybody's not sorry for...
Oh, no, it's not patronising. No, they like Leicestershire. And, yeah, they're everybody's favourite second county, apart from Leicestershire fans, and then it's obviously their first favourite as Wright moves in and bowls. And as I say, Essex are highly likely, and in all total honesty, don't deserve to get any further than the zonal round. So therefore, it's an ideal opportunity for the young players to get their head down, learn what it's like, bat for their own futures. You know, it's their job. They're meant to be entertainers, but it's also their future. It's an opportunity to show the management what they can do, succession planning and all that business. As Wright moves in, bowls to Bo Webster, who gets on his toes and just plays it out to mid-off. Yes, almost at this stage, play selfishly. Just show them that you know how to play this game. I mean, I defend Hughes, moving the score on to 18 for 2.
It's a bit slow, so it's 19s.
19 for
now.
2.
Yeah, it'll get there.
And
maybe the scores are operating.
And we're in the 7th over. Chris Wright again moves in, bowls, and that's worked away pleasantly onto the onside by Wesley into a gap. They briefly thought about a second, but it would have been very ill-advised, and discretion being the better part of valour, they decided against it, which as a result means that the Essex skipper will keep the strikes. It's the end of the over with Essex 20 for 2.
Yeah, Bo Webster, 29-year-old Australian all-rounder. 128 runs coming into this game with a highest score of 73 in this competition, obviously. 4 innings he's played. In goes Mulder, and bowls driving pleasantly is Tom Wesley, but checking the shot slightly. He knew he wasn't quite at the pitch of the ball, ended up steering it out into the offside. No run, 20 for 2.
I will. There's a supply of Leicestershire
Bucket hats.
buckets. That's the word I was looking for.
Bucket. In goes Mulder, bowls, goes past the outside edge, and he looked backwards there, and it was taken low by Hanscom behind the stumps. So just for half a moment, I thought, when batsmen do look behind sometimes, it's almost an admission of guilt, isn't it? It's a edge on that. Red or green, you can turn it inside.
Yes, you can. I've just done it. I'm
220 or 1 day cup.
Probably reflects my personality. I've gone more for the green.
The restrained green. Goes Mulder and bowls, driving pleasantly as Wesley's going to have to hurry. If that throw hits, that's gone. He's run out. Oh, what an awful run. He punched it towards mid on. Tom Scriven was the fielder. It was apparent very, very early in the run that if Scriven picked up cleanly and hit the stumps, and he had all 3 to aim at, he was running behind the stumps and he was going to be out. Scriven did hit the stumps, and well, Essex continue to be their own worst enemies. Having won the toss, elected to bat, and they have lost 3 wickets in the power play, which is not yet over, and that arguably is, in a way, the worst of them. The skipper gives it away.
It is.
Awful
because
call.
that they could have built their whole innings around Tom Wesley, and a million innings beforehand has been built around him. But that was, oh dear, very unwise. Unwise at any stage. Extremely unwise in the 8th over.
He was yards short. 20 for 3.
As soon as he played the shot, he must have thought, oh.
I don't know what he was thinking, really, because, yes, Scriven had a yard or 2 to sort of hop to his left, but he's a very fine young fielder, young all-rounder Leicestershire bought a couple of seasons ago from Hampshire, who's really sort of come into his own this season. And straight on that. Well.
So young.
Is it Allison? Does he come ahead?
Yes, Chris Allison. He was only 18 in April, and of all the inexperienced players, he's the least experienced, but so far he's played the most responsibly, and probably the figures reflect that as well. He's got a...
Charlie Allison,
yes.
18-year-old from Colchester. 18.
Yeah,
not but a lad.
18 in March.
Oh, updates time. Got plenty to tell them. Mulder is in, forward, solidly. And will need to be solid for a while.
Yes.
Is Webster. Here comes the update. The Foxes have made a brilliant start. Essex won the toss, chose to bat first here at Kibworth. A first for Leicestershire, bringing a game to Kibworth, south of the city, around about 8-10 miles away. A beautiful day here, and they're delighted, the crowd, because they've seen Essex reduced already to 20 for 3. Robin Das was the first to go. He was caught at mid-on and missed time to pull off Chris Wright for 4. Luke Benkenskine skied a very strange sort of shot off right high to Sol Budinger at cover point for 7. And just a moment ago, the Essex skipper Tom Wesley, suicidal run really. Tom Scriven picked up at mid-on, hit the stumps, and Wesley was run out for 5. So 24-3. Ethan's appeal for a leg before that is turned down on that occasion, but Leicestershire all over Essex at the moment, who after 8 overs are 20 for 3. Reasonable summary?
Oh yes. Who am I to say? But yes. Oh yes, indeed.
There are various stats flying around about the negative effects of losing 3 wickets in the power play, certainly in T20, but I think it's also applicable in the One Day Cup. And
Brilliant. Yes. Cubs.
Right.
Full life stripped out to for musical. There, from Charles City's Astro Public. Yeah, let's get her after a Padre. Well, it's must on the street. The obviously screamed up probably well. Although the address is well.
You possibly could 2-0 you wish.
Sorry, I was previous to
or not all times.
their own
on the back. The 25 to 9 as part of the English forward that continues to start in pro. Whereas pitches down probably
thank you as I'm saying it's 100 feet or so. The last much
within that's
backward of square for 1 and only 1 run. Moves gone to 31. Probably not yet.
no.
During our initial before it trickles into the boundary just towards the left-hand end of the very, very well constructed and so it's got excellent left-handed attitude. Right into Alison. It's very early. He's only played a game, but simply playing. Great, it's played or so. I have on 3-0, rating slightly less, but it's under pressure. Some of that laps in the setting.
Best of the innings, Norfolk Mulder will continue keeping those and balls. There is it doesn't get any movement. He says, but he's become effective in this. Alison.
Oh, particularly out of Project Punk, everything. You're demonstrating behind us. You might do better.
Not the fastest. It's 38 for 3 after 12.
Michael Allison says that. I guess Mike on the Reynolds letter, but Kelly Ackerman seen him.
Yes, as he's very long time.
But he learned he was quite so. Yeah,
Okay. Who was
thank you, Mother.
He's in East.
Oh, correct. John Threatened.
I think that she might be going up. Woman.
Yes.
No more.
Rolls. But now didn't cover the through stop rather than which place today he was 4 runs. Not correct against our control. Look at the weather now. We're starting to weather very well to test of the take up the salt for it. Yes, a little bit. Yeah, but badly on the ground side. Oh, the seal of to be a dreadful one. And put it live from only can have seeds in a day. So
we haven't started a punishing
yes. And oh dear, that was over just and others were played with the foot and
all the hand moving above his head and leaving it kicks the charge down. Made by Walker Legion. Oh, he who like pick on that and how able to hang on. In 54, it is now 4 with his shot. He's concentrating on 14. It is going to be lead Shroud. Switzerland was in Bolton, who got eyes getting on it. Getting on it, I was thinking that through inspired by the umpires and enders in this competition. But two his whole pass on back 4 turns. And Buzz back goes Alice will run for the wood well, it was she previous turn pace. There have been one or two sort of slight wavy wavelengths, but hopefully we've settled down. Now if we don't do it all.
That's not all. So, what for thinks he's a comedian from the college. Something last 20 minutes.
So on that was down into the really stop there coming now. Well, Strew I don't think definitely but that was
it was fairly polished, but it was left for a bit and things against
the shooting down there. Last rate do come in the boundary.
Some of the words. This is an open signal. Sorry, I was going to.
Well done. Oh, his
that's plenty of cups. Ellington and the cat says big drop to the strong too. Billion and listen, key and well, now he's the over and the prince how they know the so that's just 30 to pull up or not only as order but important to give value for money.
It's all quite thing to be in this on holding more, so it's back turn it or run or quicker. But and running just in this and it's it wouldn't usually the 80s is a plenty bad 30 is in balls waiting the outside and by some so
what I remember of his Essex part of it's well accessible to your phone look for you.
Yeah, I enjoy it. Would have liked it. Appeal goals and still played off down through the fucking straight to get across to cover that. An awful lot for Essex depends on Bo Webster, I would suggest, in this innings. Paul?
Absolutely right, yeah, not for the first time this season as well. It was disappointing that before the end of that first power play, Webster and Allison were already at the crease trying to rebuild the innings. 26 for 3, it's just no start at all, is it? But they have got the ability to turn these things around. We have seen it was a wonderful innings from Charlie Allison the other night. Looks the next, if you like, body off the academy, the famed Essex Academy, a real talent. Webster has joined the club for just this tournament. Has played a lot in Aussie.
I think we dropped out briefly there. Apologies if we did, but I think we're back on now. As I say, we just had one or two slight Wi-Fi issues, and we're having to use the Wi-Fi. Now, are we having to have a replacement ball? That was hit so well by Bo Webster, despite the fact that the boundary is surrounded by several sort of rows of chairs. People have all brought their own. I think it went through them, and I don't know what's quite behind there. there's a thickish hedge, obviously impenetrable. A few people are out there, so maybe it'll be found. But I think they had to get a replacement.
I'd like, in the last few years, replacement ball has become quite prolific in all forms of cricket, hasn't it? What happened before? I mean,
Walker
somebody just
is
needs
in outside off stump, allowed to go through by Webster.
Somebody just needs to get hold of a ball that was used in the 70s or 80s, probably 90s, and say, well, this is the quality that we've got to match.
But I think that was because it was lost on this occasion.
Yeah.
So rather than it had, although this season it's been a bit better for replacement balls. The Dukes have been a bit more inclined to keep their shape, haven't they?
Yes, they have. And of course,
Walker
I think
is in again. Webster is crashing it away through the offside, and this time the other side of Kimber. And the result is the same though, for 4 in front of extra. Well, through about extra cover, really, almost wide mid off. No chance for Kimber to get there. And Webster continues to look impressive.
He does, uses his height well as also, doesn't he? Very well organised cricketer. Yeah, I think going back to the replacement balls, I think some of it is tactical as well, isn't it? Or an effort to be tactical.
Webster is in again. I beg your pardon, Walker is in again. Webster is smashing their way through the offside, this time without quite the perfect placement of the previous two deliveries. Kimber can run away to his right to make this stop. Webster picks up a couple, moves on to 26-65 for 3. Beginning to look dangerous as far as Leicestershire is concerned, promising as far as Essex are concerned. I can see Colin Ackerman warming up, so maybe just turning to a little bit of spin. Walker is in, bowls forward is Webster, slightly angled back, pushing the ball to backward point where Budinger is the fielder. Well, Roman Walker went for 10 in that over, and he has been, with the exception of the match against Kent, a little bit expensive in this competition.
The new ball pair of Wright and Mulder did exceptionally well, didn't they? Wright picked up the 2 wickets, but I think Mulder supported him really well with his accuracy. Made things difficult out there for Essex, although the run out of Wesley didn't help their cause at all, did it?
It didn't. It was, yeah. He gave up fairly early, didn't he?
Yeah.
Hull is in, who's maybe a little bit of swing back into, a little bit of movement back in towards Allison, who pushes the ball back up the wicket to his fellow teenager, 2 18-year-olds up against each other here.
Yeah, well, this is what this competition is about, isn't it? How it offers youngsters, young, promising players, the opportunity to showcase their talents, Richard. When they probably otherwise wouldn't have done.
Well, Hull has actually sort of made his way into the first team, really.
Yeah.
He's a real prospect, Leicestershire have decided. In he goes and bowls. Allison drives down into the ground. Running away to his right at point is Budinger. Gets there, but Allison completes his single. Nonetheless, just shakes his right hand off. Just jarred his fingers a bit there against the bottom. The ball against the bottom of the bat.
What encouraged Leicester to come to Kibworth for this game then, Richard?
Yes,
Are they looking to go to an out ground?
Was it Debbie Daniels was once asked, what did you see in the millionaire Paul Daniels? Wasn't she? I think it came. Hull is in and bowls. Back foot defensive shot from Bo Webster. Had a lot of time there, nicely out into the offside. And there's no run. Yes, I think it's a commercial arrangement. I think it's a commercial arrangement. I believe
good,
so.
Good.
The fee has been agreed and paid, and for their initiative, Kibworth deserve this weather in a way. Hopefully, they'll manage to make it work for them financially. And they haven't priced the tickets. I mean, Kibworth have priced the tickets and not particularly highly. In goes Hull and bowls outside off stump. Decent pace, but too wide and allowed to go through by Bo Webster.
There's a vast arena here as well, haven't there? Apart from the playing area that we're looking at, there's another ground immediately behind, isn't there? I saw some of the Leicestershire players practising as I walked round.
It's a nice setup, isn't it?
Yeah.
But I mean, they're a Premier League club, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah. Lovely flat ground. Hull's ready to go, but just hesitates at the start of his run. Takes a couple of paces back. In goes Hull and bowls. Back foot defensive force from Bo Webster. He's got it in front of square on the offside. Sam Evans, Leicestershire's 12th man, has to run away to his right. One is taken.
It would be churlish to offer any sort of criticism of this wonderful setup, and it is a wonderful setup. Everybody's very hospitable, pleased to see you. But although you said it's their first game here, They have learned quickly, because from the press tent, from the media tent, you can't see the scoreboard. Now, that's not the first time on an outground that has happened, so they've learned the lessons quickly.
Hull is in, back foot defensive push from Allison. He got on top of the bounce and it was angled just sufficiently wide of Sam Evans at point to go through for the single. End of the over, the 18th, I think, over. 17th, 18th, I think. 67 for 3 is the score. Anyway, yeah, 18th over. And, well, the rebuild is slow, but at the moment it is reassuringly sure as far as Essex are concerned.
Partnership worth 47 now. Just what the Essex doctor would have ordered. They've eschewed possible demise by playing sensibly, haven't they? No risks. Apart from there was one chance, wasn't there, from when Webster offered to.
It would have
Mulder.
been a great catch by
been.
Mulder, but
yeah, I don't know whether you. Always a moot point whether you actually put those down as a chance or not. I mean, did he make it look as if a chance by a superb effort?
Exactly that. Yeah, exactly that. So, well, I suppose technically it is a drop, but goodness me, it would have been a very special catch.
Yes.
Tom Scriven is going to replace Roman Walker, who has been a little expensive from the pavilion end here at Kibworth. More than a little expensive, in fact. Scriven has been very good in this competition so far. Young all-rounder came to Leicestershire from Hampshire, bustles in and bowls. Allison just leans forward, everything nicely close together, blocks it back down the pitch. Scriven fields and throws it to Ackerman to do the fielding. Tom Scriven with the ball in this competition has 6 wickets, the best in the first game at the Oval. He took 5 for 66 against Surrey. Economy rate of 6.34. Anything under 6 is pretty decent, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
But in he goes, and bowls. Advancing down the pitch is Allison, and then just calmly turning his wrists on that one, pushing it out square. Walker comes running in from the boundary. It's quite a long boundary out there, and by the time he got there, the speedy youngster, Allison, had turned for a second and made his ground.
Yeah, the running between the wickets of these two has been impressive, hasn't it?
Has.
You know, I think a lot of batting pairs would have just settled for the single there, but they've run the two and comfortably.
Scriven in again to Allison, goes back and defends, drops the ball out into the offside. Ackerman picks up. Colchester boy, I understand.
Yes.
Lesson.
Yes.
Played for Colchester?
He played for Colchester. His brother, I think, played for Colchester, but he's now at Brentwood. So I think there must be quite a lot of friendly rivalry between them. One's a batter, one's a bowler. So it's probably good for practice in the garden.
Brentwood, of course, Rishi Patel's old club.
Yes. How well he's done for you
Oh,
since his
me,
move,
yes.
and for himself
In
as well.
goes Scriven, bowls, advancing down the pitch is Allison, looking to crash it away through the offside. Scriven may have seen him coming and just dragged his length back a little bit, and as a consequence wasn't quite able to hit it cleanly, and Ackerman made the stop in the covers.
Yeah, you've turned him into a very successful opening batsman, haven't you? Tended to bat at 4 or 5 when he was playing for us.
Well, 6 centuries already this season, and he's become the first Leicestershire batsman to score a century in all 3 formats in the same season.
Is he really? Tremendous.
The very first.
Yeah.
Has been, obviously, plenty have got them in all 3 formats at various times, but none in the same season. Not many batsmen have, actually. Gordon Greenwich did it a couple of times. That's not bad company.
No.
As Scriven is in. Standing up to the wicket now is Hanscom. Allison is looking to drive, and driving he does very, very straight, successfully. And it gets it between Scriven and Hill at mid-off. All Lewis Hill can do is jog back to the long off boundary. Allison beginning to play really well here, has moved on to 27. Same score as Bo Webster. The score now 74 for 3. And that is the,
50
well, they
partnership.
had reached the 50
Yeah.
partnership, hadn't they?
Yeah.
One before. Apologies for not getting that exactly at the right time.
We'll blame the scoreboard for not keeping up. It's never us.
Scriven bustles in and bowls. Allison goes back. Good stop by Hanscom, but that hurt. He didn't take it cleanly. It came off his sort of wrist of his gauntlet, and he immediately shook his left hand. Hanscom, but he did get something on it, otherwise would have raced to the finest of fine leg boundaries for 4 byes. End of the over. The 19th of the Essex innings, and as I say, the scoreboard looking rather better from their point of view. Still plenty of work to do, but 74 for 3 after 19 is a lot better than 20 for 3 after 8.
Yeah, and they will be mindful that a number of games in this competition this season, once the 5th wicket has fallen, we've really imploded. And yet, you know, you'd look at the card and think that it's not a particularly long tail. Players that are playing have scored runs for the 2s.
Hull is in, bowls onto the legs of Webster, who goes back, turns it out through the vacant square leg area. Kimber is the sweeper out there. 1 is taken. It was a really curious affair against Yorkshire, wasn't it? Sort of
Yes.
extraordinary innings.
Yes.
35 overs. Haven't been sort of 200 for 3 or something.
Well, we had an amazing game against Notts. I think their openers put on 170 for the first wicket. And I think the other 19 wickets only realised about 130 between them, of which we contributed 69.
Hull is in. Allison is playing on the back foot. Wistily out as far as mid-on. No run.
I suppose a lot of it is anxiety from some players to showcase their talents. This whole competition is a great opportunity for them, isn't it?
It is. Van Mulder claps his hands at extra cover as Hull comes bounding in and bowls. Allison defends solidly. Not much foot movement, just weight such as it was on the back foot.
And we had obviously a relatively successful T20 campaign, reaching the final. So you don't tend to make changes then if you're on the winning thread. The red ball game, obviously success as well, so that the squad doesn't really change. So it's a great opportunity for the likes of Charlie Allison, Robin Das, to try and push for recognition.
Hull is in to Allison, who pulls, diving away to his right at mid-wicket. Mulder, I think it is, gets a hand to it, slows it up sufficiently for, in fact, Ackerman was the fielder there, diving away to his right, slowed it up sufficiently for Kimber to get across from square leg to mid-wicket. And as a consequence, Allison picks up 2 instead of 4, but he's hitting some nice shots at the moment. Charlie Allison, he's moved on to 29, he's overtaken Bo Webster. Almost a runner ball for him now as Hull is in. Down the wicket he goes and hits very straight and flamboyantly straight back past Hull and down to the long off boundary, almost directly behind the stumps for 4. Well, absolutely sashayed down the pitch there.
Yes.
He already had plenty of runs off the over, but even so, he's prepared to take Hull on, and he went down the wicket to him.
Yeah,
there was something
very
very
footwork.
flamboyant about that.
Yeah, yeah. Staking a claim for last place on Strictly Come Dancing as well.
He did dance down, didn't he? It's his best so far. As Hull is in and bowls slightly short, goes for the pull, doesn't time that one at all. It rather trickles out to Ackerman at mid-wicket, and there is no run. Highest score was 70.
70, yeah. This is just his 5th innings for us. 70 against Middlesex. His other scores 13, 25, and then 13 the other day against Yorkshire. But the 70 was outstanding.
After 20 overs, score is 81 for 3. Tom Scriven is the bowler, from the flecky end.
I think he must have written the script for that game because
Did you hear that? The Fleckney end.
the
So it's not the pavilion end, it's the the Fleckney end. Fleckney is a village away to the other side of Kibworth. So the Fleckney end. Okay, right.
fair enough. Will it affect the bowler?
Scriven is in bowls and back foot defensive shot from Bo Webster, and there's no run.
Is he now confused as to which end he really is bowling from? I know my
Thought I was in
sat-nav was
Kibworth.
confused coming up here, but
Was it?
yeah, we've got an old sat-nav and sailing down the M11 at sort of 60, 65 miles an hour, it's telling me turn right in 300 yards. And I eyed the central reservation and thought, no, that's probably not a good idea. Just needs updating.
Scriven is in. Webster again is defending on the back foot, wristily turning it in towards mid-wicket where Rishi Patel picks up. We were at Southampton on Sunday, and I came back sort of via the A4 and I hit a deer on the A43, young deer. No chance at all. Just came straight off out of the sort of undergrowth, and it's obviously a dual carriageway there, but didn't have to make a dent in the blooming bumper.
Yeah.
And my indicator light went for a Burton. So alas did the deer, obviously, but you know, in goes.
But it shakes you up, doesn't it?
Oof. In goes Scriven, defended again by Webster, out towards mid-off. Hill the fielder, no run.
Did it just come out of nowhere, as it were, Richard? Yeah.
2 steps, you know, and it was straight
Yeah.
in front. Absolutely nothing, because you know you're going at a fair 60 odd miles an hour on a dual carriageway there.
Yeah.
Yeah, bad result for both man and deer. In goes, worse for the deer, obviously. In goes Scriven, and again Webster, who's not sort of gone into his shell as much, but he's got Allison playing really nicely at the other end, and he's not taking any unnecessary risks.
No, I think he's quite
moment.
happy to anchor the innings, isn't he? He's quite happy to feed the strike to Allison, let him play the shots. But all the time his own score is nudging up, and he's seen the ball better.
Scriven in, bowls. He's going to pick up a run there as it's on towards leg stump, and Webster went back and wristily turned it out through the vacant square leg area. Walker is the sweeper on the leg side. And there is a single taken.
I think it's, if these two can stay certainly for another 5 overs to the halfway point, that's the point where Webster, I think, will look at the score and think, right, okay, I'll push a bit harder on the gas now.
Well, I was talking to Harry Swindle's Leicestershire's second team wicketkeeper at the moment. In goes Scriven, bowls, rather dug out by Allison, but again with that sort of slightly flamboyant follow through, runs it down to Chris Wright at long gone, takes 1. And he said might be a bit of movement early, he said, but good score, he said, on this, be about 300.
Really?
So work to do in those terms for Essex, but you can sort of see what he's about really in those terms. There was early movement, but that has pretty much evaporated now.
Yes, yeah. Yes, after those first 5 or 6 overs, talk of early finishes and what have you, which is what you don't want, isn't it? For particularly in this environment. Beautiful day, excellent crowd. Have the crowds been good at Grace Road for this competition, Richard?
Well, we have hardly played there. We've only had one of it. We've had one game there. All our other games have been away. As Hull goes in and bowls, and Allison looks to drive, but he checks the shot, plays it firmly, but only as far as Mulder at extra cover. So, for some reason, I mean, we played on Friday at Old Trafford with a day-nighter. We started at 11 o'clock at Southampton on Sunday morning. Thank you, ECB, for that.
Yes.
And now we're back at Kibworth. But all our last 3 games, including this is the third last, obviously, are all at Grace Road this week. So why it's been that way round. And the one game at Grace Road, as Hull goes in and bowls, slightly inside edgy there from Charlie Allison, as he looked to play that a lot straight. It ran it out through square leg in the end and takes 1. we lost to Notts. Lost a bad toss.
Right.
We were 70 for 6, recovered to sort of 200 odd, but Notts got it with 6 down. And that's the only game we have lost in the competition. So,
How did the Red Bull game? Crowds sort of turned up to
not
witness
too
your
bad.
success, because it's been successful so far, hasn't it?
Hull is in. Webster is turning it towards mid wicket. Ackerman makes the stop, and there is no run. Yes, up to a point. They've been competitive for sure, but lost away at Worcester. A game should have won at a margin, by a margin, which was given away, and then at Oakham at home to Worcester, which has sort of been a sufficient setback to make us think it'd be a bit of a struggle.
Right.
Probably have to win 3 of our last 4, really. The crowds haven't been bad, but this is as good as any, really, for an out ground. Hull is in. Back goes Webster. Turns the delivery. Off leg out towards Kimber, who throws on the bounce back to Peter Hanscom. 1 taken.
But compared to the past few seasons,
Been better.
the pointer seems to be going northerly rather than southerly, doesn't it?
Hopefully,
Yeah.
hopefully. Obviously, we've been a couple of setbacks. The news that 3 senior players were
Yes.
leaving was announced at the sort of at the same time. Wright, Callum Parkinson, and Colin Ackerman. As Hull is in and bowls, and Allison with almost a front foot pull. He's seeing it pretty well now, and there isn't a great deal of foot movement with the youngster, but he's obviously got a very good eye. That was almost baseball style. He tried to pull that one away, got a sort of slight bottom edge, and ran it out to Ackerman. Problem was also roughly at that same time the T20 form was really poor, just 2 wins in that, and as a consequence, partly as a consequence, the head coach Paul Nixon departed.
Yeah.
And you know, there was a lot of speculation. In goes Hull and bowls. Allison looks to drive, doesn't get anything on it. Taken by Hanscom, and there's no run. And there was a sort of concern, if you like, from the Leicestershire faithful that some of the really promising younger players, the likes of Rishi Patel and Tom Scriven, might follow Paul Nixon out of the club, but they've signed them all up to longer contracts. Rahan Ahmed, for example.
Yeah.
So it looks as though the young core of the side is going to stay together. Vian Mulder will be back next year, as far as I'm aware. We'll need another good overseas. It was going to be Ajinkya Rahana this season. He got then picked for India, and now he's vice captain of India and very much part
Very
of the
considerate of them,
India scene. So we're not going to see him as Scriven goes in and bowls. Webster looks to turn it on the leg side, does. Might have been a bit thigh paddy, I'm not quite sure, because it ran quite slowly out towards Josh Hull at long leg, inside edge and thigh pad. Webster, I beg your pardon, did he take 2 then, or was it
Just a single?
Just the single.
Yeah.
Just the single. He moves into the 30s. Well, he was in the 30s. He's on to 31 now. So there'll have to be a good overseas for next season. But Peter Hanscom has done pretty well. Also, he brings balance to the side because he keeps as well as bats.
Yes, actually frees up another place as well, doesn't it?
Goodness me, yeah. In goes Scriven, bowls solidly forward. Very
Well, it frees up a
forward.
place if your wicket keeper isn't the best batsman. I mean, you're saying about the players that announced that they were leaving, and that's sort of in July, and you've still got 2 months of the season to go. I personally don't sit too comfortably with all these announcements halfway through the season that this player's going to. I mean, I'm not that naive to think that it probably hasn't gone on for years, that players sort of declare their intent to leave, but break off this ball.
Scriven is into Allison, who just leans forward and deftly works it down through the vacant gully area to third man, jogs 1, moves on to 36.87 for 3.
I think it sends more than a message into the dressing room. Obviously, players talk, they make their decisions, but it doesn't send the right messages out to the supporters, does it? As a club trying to sell themselves, you know, 3 players are leaving, and the club think, why? You know, we're improving slowly, but we are improving. Now these three are deserting the ship, as it were.
Scriven is in, Webster is forward. No. He wraps out in broad Australian as he drops it out into the offside.
And we've had this situation with Dan Lawrence, which came as a shock to, I guess, certainly all the supporters, that he was going to go to Surrey. So all right, we have that knock-on effect. So then we go and say, okay, we'll replace him with Jordan Cox. So that leaves Kent supporters unhappy.
Worked down too long on, takes one, Webster. Moves on to 32, 88 for 3. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. Scriven is in, bowls Allison forward, wristily working it back down the pitch towards Leicestershire's all-rounder. End of the over, the 23rd over. 88 for 3 is the score. Here comes the update. Essex are recovering somewhat. Leicestershire had reduced them to 20 for 3 after 8 overs. Well, they've gone on to 88 for 3. Charlie Allison and Bo Webster are the men responsible. They've put together that partnership. Allison has 35, Webster has 36 now, beg your pardon, 32 now. Beautiful day here at Kibworth. Very first visit for Leicestershire. The ground is packed. Everybody's brought their own chairs, but it is a beautiful, beautiful sight. Leicestershire still on top, but Essex recovering now, 88 for 3. And Leicestershire going to see if there's a little bit of turn in the pitch. Simon Harmon will be interested in this.
He will.
Ackerman is in. Back goes Webster. Punches it neatly past mid-wicket, where Budinger can't get to it. Long on has to field. One is taken. Ackerman steps past umpire Bailey and bowls. Allison does exactly the same thing, but off the front foot.
Well, on occasions we've had 4 spinners in the Essex attack in this competition. The other day, Aaron Nijjar, Simon Harmer, Tom Wesley. Just break off.
Ackerman is in. Forward is Webster. Out into the offside it goes. Should BBC Radio Leicester be listening and wish to drop the feed, it would be most appreciated. Ackerman is in. Forward is Webster. Back up the pitch goes the ball. Yeah. Ackerman will whip through his overs, you know. He's been very effective with both bat and ball.
I know, he's being tantalisingly poised as this 4th spinner is.
Clipped in the air, just over mid-wicket that time by Webster. I say just over, but it was fairly well over Budinger in the end. But just for a moment, Leicestershire's hopes rose. 91 for 3. I might have to make a phone call at the end of this over. Okay. Ackerman is in. Back goes Allison, working it out towards mid-on, and that is the end of the over. 91 for 3, so just the 3 runs from it. 3 singles, 37 to Allison and 34 to Bo Webster.
Yeah, the fourth spinner being the said Bo Webster, who combines bowling seam with spin, particularly spin to the left-hander and seam to the right-hander. Mixes it up. Quite unusual to see that, but very effective in either form of deliveries. But that has been a feature of the last few Essex games, to concentrate on spin in their attack, and effectively, it has to be said.
Scriven continues as Webster almost on the move there. Blocks it out into the offside. No run.
Unfortunately, as typical with spin, you do need a total to defend, don't you?
You do. And
the batters have rather been less supportive than they might have been.
Leicestershire have blooded another 18-year-old leg spinner, Uttam Ramji, in this competition. having lost Rehan Ahmed to the 100. Scriven is in, Webster is forward, pushing the ball just wide enough of Budinger at that backward point position to beat the former Notts opener, now Fox's opener. Kimber comes into field, one is taken.
What an exciting prospect he looks, doesn't he?
Rehan?
Yeah. The trouble is now he's in the England setup. You think, how much are we going to see of him? But for a young, what is he, 18? Is he, Richard?
He is.
Phenomenal talent, isn't
He has played all the championship games. As in goes Scriven and bowls. Allison turns it off the straight, sprawling across to his right is Vian Mulder, and getting there at that sort of wide mid-on stroke mid-wicket position. No runs taken. I think he may turn into a better batsman than he is. Well, I know, curious as though it sounds, he's, but we'll see with Rehan. He does everything pretty well, frankly.
Well, you could make a career out of being a batsman who can bowl.
Exactly. Scriven is in, bowl, just leans forward, Allison into that, plays with the angle back, runs it out to Budinger at that backward point position. Dot ball.
I think the complexion of this innings has changed around slightly. It looks now, the ball's getting a bit softer, I suppose. Batsmen are well set, but it almost looks like as far as a batsman's concerned, a get yourself out job, isn't it? There's very few balls that are really troubling the batsman.
Scriven is in and bowls, looking for the cut, hits it down into the ground though. Allison comes off the bottom edge and bounces out towards Budinger, and there is no run. People don't quite realise sometimes how the effects might picks up every sort of conversation, and they sort of stand near the tent and chatter away, and sometimes you have to politely say, "Could you move?" Stench is there now, chuntering away. Scriven is in and bowls and steered by Allison, sort of almost off the front foot, but they've brought the third man in to the edge of the circle, Rishi Patel, and that's just cutting off one of the occasional sources of singles for Essex. End of the over, the 25th. We're at the halfway point. 92 for 3 is the score, Paul.
Yeah, well,
what do you reckon?
It's at this point we alluded to earlier on. I think Webster's got, and Allison, I suppose, because he's set as well. I've got to take stock and decide that one of them perhaps needs to start opening their shoulders a little bit. Maybe Allison be encouraged to go for his shots more, leaving Webster there to anchor the innings. There's a bit of batting to come. Harmer's no mug. Will Battleman, etc.
Well, Allison's 37 has come off 50, Webster's 34 off 54.
Yeah. I just think Allison has showed us already that he has got a good range of aggressive shots. He's done a job, hasn't he? He and Webster have dug Essex out of a hole, and it was a big hole that they were in. Rebuilt the innings, and now launched, if you like, given them the launch pad to build on from this and post what could be a substantial score. You were saying that they felt that 300, the second 11 wicketkeeper you spoke to before, felt that 300 was probably a pass score on here. Although we're going a bit into the unknown, aren't we? As it's the first game here.
A little burst of music, because we are at the halfway point. The players are having a drink. It won't last, folks, if you're listening on the stream.
What, the drink or the music?
I think people think we're sort of selling hats here, and unfortunately they keep coming up and asking during the interval, and they don't quite realise that we are not a sales outlet. And, so we have to rudely ask them to sort of move on. Well, we could, but unfortunately, that's not our purpose at the moment. So, well, Paul is going to depart for the time being, and Dick is going to return alongside Dick Davis of BBC Radio Essex, taking their time to have their drinks here. Some great old Essex one-day or T20 shirts being sported. One-day shirts. And the Essex faithful. A few people who've, nobody's seen a game here before, so plenty of people taking the opportunity to chalk up a new ground. The players are now pretty much ready to go, so no doubt, hopefully, the music will be switched off shortly. The joys, Dick, of outground cricket. There we go, it's gone. And Dick is back alongside. Good recovery, this, by Messrs Allison and Webster. They've built the foundations for a recovery, but what will be a competitive score is another question.
Yes, they've certainly recovered from the parlous position of, what was it, 20 for 2? 20 for 3 even.
Indeed.
But, yeah.
Ackerman
moves in, bowls, and play defensively.
Now, we discovered something, that this end is not the pavilion end,
Oh.
it is the Fleckney end, Fleckney, which is the name of the village.
Yes,
down
yes,
the
yeah.
road.
That's just nudged backward of square on the offside, no addition to the score.
But we have yet to have it confirmed what the far end, the south end, is called.
Well, I think it's up to the likes of us, maybe not specifically you and I, but to christen it. That's gets to the pitch of the ball, but well, maybe didn't get to the pitch of the ball because it was aerial for a long time.
That was a drop, wasn't it?
Do you think
by
it
Hull?
was? It was one of those things that, well,
We need to see the replay, but I think Hull got there about a foot above the ground and couldn't hang on. That could be huge.
has worked away backward of square on the onside for a single to Allison.
Problem is, Ackerman gets through his overs so quickly. It's quite difficult to squeeze a replay in. Whether the guys can manage to do that.
Maybe the end of the over, possibly, as Ackerman moves in and bowls, and that's worked away on the onside, but no addition to the score of 94 for 3. With Essex mounting a good recovery from 20 for 3, but from the Essex point of view, they certainly needed it. That's just played out too long on. There wasn't really a long, well, there was a wide long on, but that was pretty straight, therefore they had time to go through for a comfortable single. End of the over. And 95 for 3.
It's good tight stuff from Ackerman, who's been, as I say, great with both bat and ball in this competition.
Yeah, with 37 and 38 to, which is it respectively, not that it matters too much, but as they're so similar, 37 and 38 to the batsman.
Oh. Webster has 37, Allison 38.
Thank you.
I believe.
Well, we'll find out when one or the other score increments maybe during this over.
Scriven will continue his spell from the Fleckney end. Bowls, and he's bowled him. He has bowled Webster, who went forward. It was a slightly airy push at the ball from Bo Webster. Might have been a little inside edge. Might just have come back in. Might just have missed a straight one. We will have to see the replay on that one. Webster having laid a good foundation. He'll be very disappointed to have gotten out for that. He's walking out holding the bat by the blade, shaking his head in disbelief as Very, very irritating burst of music. Hammers out at the fall of the wicket.
Yes, you alluded to it. It's a very odd. Cricketers, well, sports people generally are full of their own little sort of mannerisms, but it's very strange that batsmen, if they're out, either because they played a poor shot or they're not entirely in agreement with the umpire's decision, they always walk in holding the bat by the blade.
Simon Harmer, presumably, it is.
Yeah, it's very difficult to judge why they do it, but yeah, they do it the world over, I think, with no exaggeration. So, Essex lose their fourth wicket with Webster out for a diligent 37,
I believe. Yeah. Was diligent. It came off, I think, 59 deliveries, maybe 60 deliveries. So he slowed down a lot, but he had to kind of.
Yeah, the situation called for it when he went in. And so yes, the South African Harmer makes his way to the crease.
He's no mug with the bat, is he?
He's not. No, he's a useful man to have coming in at number 6 as it is. I would have thought in an ideal world, which we know it's not. 6 would be a bit high, but 7 or 8 you'd think.
Highest score of 68 in the competition, but that comprises most of his runs. He's only batted 3 times.
It's probably been pushed up the order to.
Scriven is in. There's a decent shout for leg before. Looked a bit. Oh, he's given him. 2 in 2 for Scriven. Looked a touch high from this angle, but Harmer was on the back foot and thought about it for some little time with the umpire, but he has sent him on his way. Umpire Harris raises the finger. And 2 in 2, and having recovered well, Essex, suddenly they are back on the back foot. And oh my goodness, that music is most. You might point the speaker in another direction or something, but anyway, Scriven has 2 in 2, and Leicestershire back very firmly on top here in the one-day cup match.
Yeah, and Harmer also walks in holding the bat by the blade rather than the handle. Yeah, so Essex on the back foot, as Richard said, and Harmer on the back foot, and one situation caused the other. So Will Buttleman comes to the crease, facing a hat-trick.
Well, I can definitely say Tom Scriven hasn't had a hat-trick in this competition before, that is for sure. So that would be a first.
Buttleman, another product of the Brentwood club, so he'll have played a heck of a lot of club cricket with Rishi Patel. They probably go back years and years with Brentwood Cricket Club. And Buttleman also went to Felsted School in Essex. I don't think Rishi Patel did. I think he went to Brentwood School. But I wouldn't bet the mortgage on that. Not that I have one nowadays, but if I did, I wouldn't.
In goes Scriven and bowls. Well, it won't be a hat-trick because Rishi's former clubmate works it out into the offside, and there is no run.
Yes, in fact, thinking it through, Buttleman, who keeps wicket.
Brentwood School, Essex. There you go.
Was Brentwood.
For Rishi.
Rishi Patel, yeah. Thinking back to those Brentwood days, Rishi also bowled quite a bit, so Buttleman may well have taken a few stumpings off Rishi Patel. But today they're rivals on the field anyway, probably not off it.
Scriven is in, bowls to him, bounces a little bit, but plays it well off the back foot, guides it down through gully, down towards Rishi Patel, who's running around from third man. One is taken. Buttleman is off the mark. He's wearing his sky blue Essex shirt out of his dark blue one-day cup trousers. Is that the T20 clubber as well?
Yes, I think it is. It's a little bit more tasteful this year. The two, sort of the Oxford blue and the Cambridge blue, they have gone through some very garish fashion items over the years, but this is more tasteful.
Scriven is in. Forward goes Allison, driving firmly, but only as far as Hill at mid-off. Dot ball. Cambridge blue and Oxford blue, that sounds rather better than sort of sky blue and navy blue.
Well,
definitely. But it is, you know, you're
It
you're
is,
right.
isn't it? Yes. Cambridge blue upper half, Oxford blue lower half.
Leicestershire in a sort of orangey red with green sleeves. I think we're getting some news on Rishi's background here. In goes Scriven and Bowles cuts Allison, top edges it down towards fine third man, and that's going to run to the boundary for 4. So Tom Scriven's over ends with him conceding a boundary, but pretty successful over nonetheless. Took 2 in 2 balls. The wickets of Bo Webster, who was bowled for 37, and then Simon Harmer, who was legged before wicket without scoring to the very next ball. 100 up, I believe, for Essex now. With that 4, it is indeed 27 overs, Essex 100 for 5.
And it's been pointed out to me by the charming Rashmi Patel that it's not Buttman who's come to the crease, it's Noah Thane.
Ah. There we go.
So who didn't play
After
cricket with Rishi.
Oh, is that a change to the...
No,
Buckleman would normally have come up well.
Well,
I
yes.
don't know.
Well,
yeah,
no,
perhaps
Thane
not.
could have. I mean, we thought he might open, as that's just played defensively. No addition to the score. Just seeing if we've had any more emails. The phone keeps making some odd jingly jangly noises, but it sometimes does that. And I haven't worked out how
Noah
to stop
Thane
it.
is another 18-year-old as Ackerman
Yeah.
bowls and taken by Hanscom behind the stumps.
Glorious day, as we've been saying, and the next delivery comes in right up over the wicket to the right-handed Thane, who just pushes that out on the onside. They go through for comfortable single to move Essex onto 101. Nearly losing my hat, which Leicestershire, well, I assume they've kindly donated them to us. There's a whole pile behind us.
People asking for them.
That's played out into the covers. No addition. Well, yes, 1 run accrues. Reminds me of when Essex. I can't remember which of the competitions it was now, but Essex had a couple of games in Holland, and that's just played defensively. And there again, they gave away sort of very elaborate hats. As well,
Orange, presumably.
well, you could either have orange. Yeah, one was bright orange, and the other was pure, sort of creamy off-white cream colour. That's just played backward of square on the offside. They go through for a single, and yes, they became quite collector's items. And I duly collected one, if not 2.
So I've been advised that there's been a national power outage. So we're having to reset the machines. So the cash machines where we've been having issues are now being reset. So you just bear with us, and we'll get it rectified as soon as possible.
The joys of outground cricket, but presumably that would have applied to had we been playing at Grace Road as well.
It's been advised that normal service has resumed.
A national power outage, but normal service
Cash machines are working.
has been resumed. The
Well,
card
yes.
machines are working. We can take your money again.
Gosh, it's expensive enough. You'd think they could.
Scriven is in. Oh my goodness me! That almost sneaks through and bowls Thane. At a sort of indeterminate jab at the delivery as it came back to him, and it missed everything, and it was stopped, not taken cleanly by Peter Hanscom behind the stumps.
Yeah, well, thanks, Michael, for again pointing out that we're having technical problems, of which we are.
But
Where?
that might have been the reason then, the national power outage.
Well, it may well have been. It would certainly have a bearing on it, wouldn't it? Yes.
It certainly affected Wi-Fi, but hopefully we're back. Scriven is in, bowls, and a prod and a miss from Thane, not taken again by Peter Hanscom as it rose, and it bounced off his gloves out towards Gully. Backward point, Budinger had to run into field and the bye is taken. 104 for 5.
Yes, Andy in Chesterland Street, he's glad that but at the time he penned finger to keyboard, the coverage was back up alive. Wonderful to hear that Essex haven't lost any wickets. Yeah, well, as soon as I come back on air, they do.
2 in 2. Scriven is in. Bowles. Allison looks to drive, doesn't time it. Runs down the pitch fairly straight. Scriven can't stop it in his follow-through. Hill can, running across from mid-off. Behind him, dot ball. 104 for 5 remains the score. Changes to the field. Rishi Patel comes in, 2 short, third man as Scriven is in. Bowles, drive and a miss, and there's appeal for a stumping from Peter Hanscom as the ball came off his gloves and went on to the stumps. Didn't take it cleanly, didn't take off the bails, but almost affected a fortuitous sort of stumping. Happily from Essex's point of view, Charlie Allison's foot was firmly in his crease. 104 for 5 remains the score.
Allison on 43. If he gets 7 more, it'll be his second half century in this competition.
Holding the fort manfully at the moment. Scriven is in, Bowles to him, and he's worked that one on the front foot through straight mid-on, down towards long on. Chris Wright is the fielder, 1 is taken.
So the 2 Essex incumbents at the stumps now are very, very much the junior partners, both only 18. Gosh.
They will learn a lot from this sort of exposure, though, won't
Yes,
they?
well, they will. And
that's the point, in some respects, of them playing. In goes Scriven, Bowles forward reasonably solidly, goes Noah Thane and plays it out into the offside end of Scriven's over.
And we know that Essex have struggled in this competition. We know that for reasons which have been well documented, they're obliged to play a lot of young, inexperienced players, which I don't think is a bad thing, because otherwise they would have to sit in the wings for a long time and maybe look for pastures new. So I'm quite happy for Essex to lose a few games in this competition, if from the longer term view it brings on the players. But it is a big, big step up, and I think a lot of people don't. I just worked away on the onside, no addition to the score. Fully appreciate the difference between second 11 cricket and first 11 cricket. Not least, second 11 cricket is not, let's be honest, is not very well supported, and that's just played out on the onside, I think, because 3 gentlemen who obviously enjoyed their breakfast have just walked past us. And
when Dick says pass, he means in front.
yes, that's right. As it goes on the back foot, played out into the covers. Yeah, it's a big step up. Not just the quality of the opposition, but admittedly this is an outground and more akin to the sort of grounds that second team play in. In fact, Leicestershire second 11 do play here frequently, but when they're playing at the likes of, the headquarters grounds, in front of several thousand people, it's biggest crowd they've ever played in front of. It's a different, totally different atmosphere. That's just played defensively and respectfully. Back to the bowler. Ackerman, a busy cricketer, gets through his over very quickly, and that's just played out into the offside. 1 run.
He was very busy at the weekend, was Colin, because we played at Old Trafford on Friday.
Oh yes.
With a day-night game, so we finished at Old Trafford sort of 10 p.m, something like that. Ackerman having made a brilliant unbeaten century off 60 odd balls.
Moves in, bowls. Fielded by the bowler.
Taken 2 wickets and 2 catches as well. We were then due to play, and did play, at Hampshire on Sunday morning. Thank you very much. So we were heading down to Southampton, but Colin got a call from Southern Brave in the 100 if he could go and stand in there as a possible late substitute, because they had a few injuries.
We are now at 108.
And so he headed off to Cardiff from Birmingham. He stopped in Birmingham on the way down and headed off to Cardiff, got an Uber to Cardiff. Wasn't required, got the Uber back to Southampton on Sunday for Sunday morning as Scriven goes in bowls off the back foot, turned to mid-wicket, and there is no run. And got 89 not out against Hampshire and picked up another couple of wickets there. So sort of 36 hours of sort of non-stop movement essentially for Ackers, and he came through it manfully. And no doubt, hopefully, got a decent fee for not playing for Southern Brave in Cardiff. Scriven is in and bowls worked off the back foot, but a good diving stop prevents Allison from picking up a run. Sol Budinger diving away to his right. Allison is having to be careful at the moment because although he's in 46 and playing well and is sort of well established, he can't take too many risks, because if he gets out, they are really in deep trouble, Essex.
Yes.
Well, they are in deep trouble at 108 for
Well,
5, but if he were to go,
they're in shallower trouble than they were, but yes, they're still far.
I think they're still out of the depth. Put it that way. In goes
right.
Scriven, bowls and turned by Allison, but only as far as mid wicket off the back foot. Mulder is the fielder.
And did Leicestershire generally travel by coach or individual cars?
It was a coach job up to Old Trafford because they were having to go straight down to Southampton afterwards. Well, not afterwards. They stayed up in Manchester on Friday night and then spent all Saturday travelling, basically. But two very good wins against Lancashire and then Hampshire. Scriven bustles in and bowls, looking to turn it away as Allison didn't get anything on it. It was half stopped by Hanscom behind the stump. So there is movement there for Scriven, and as a consequence it rolls out towards a sort of leg gully area with Hanscom in pursuit, and a bye is taken. 109 for 5. Scott Steele walking round with Alfonso Thomas, Leicestershire's acting interim head coach, or interim, acting and interim, that's means the same thing really in the circumstances, acting head coach. No decision yet, as in goes Scriven bowls, looking to drive is Thane along the ground all the way, again didn't really get it, and straight to Budinger backward point.
So that's Alfonso Thomas, is it?
That's Alfonso Thomas, who is the permanent bowling coach, but also at the moment the acting head coach.
Great servant at Somerset, wasn't it?
We understand interviews have taken place for the position of head coach. There are all sorts of rumours going around about who it might be or who might take over. Scriven is in, Thane is forward, and he's playing that one nicely into the gap. In the covers out towards Louis Kimber on the cover boundary, and jogging 1 moves on to 5, 109 for 5, but a very good over from Tom Scriven. By no means his first good over. He has got 2 for 19 now from his 7 overs.
So 110 for 5, and we've had 31 overs, so there are 19 to go. And
kind of sometimes after 30 you can double it, can't you, and
yes,
say, well,
that's
220, but
generally what they, and that's played out for a single down to a deep set mid-off, bin on rather. Yes, that's not.
But with 5 wickets down, you know, that's kind of optimistic, really. You need Allison to pretty much bat through, really.
200 and it's unlikely to be enough, even if they get 200. I mean, nowadays, that's probably the most aggressive shot of the day. Brings up 50. I mean, for Allison.
Lovely way to go to it as well. A lovely straight 6 just over the boundary at long off. Well batted, Charlie Allison. 67 balls. And that one is worked out to square leg for a single by Allison. Takes one. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester.
I'll
It is
make
the top
way
of the
for
hour.
Richard.
Ackerman is in, back goes Thane, works it down to short, third man, no run, Scriven the fielder. And Leicestershire doing pretty well. Essex won the toss, chose to bat. They subsided to 24-3, recovered to 95 before losing 2 wickets in 2 balls. Tom Scriven, the successful bowler for the Foxes. He first bowled Bo Webster for 37. Next ball trapped Simon Harmer on the back foot, leg before wicket without scoring. Charlie Allison, though, 18-year-old promising Essex batsman. He's just gone to his 50. He is Essex's main hope of posting what would hopefully be a competitive score from their point of view. Leicestershire looking to bowl Essex out before their 50 overs. 118 for 5, Essex.
So, yeah, Essex recovering, but, well, no, there's no buts, really. No, they're recovering well. And it may not go on to be a winning score, but as I've been trying to emphasise, in my view, that's not the most important aspect of this competition for Essex nowadays. It's just giving the opportunity for plenty of young players to get time in the middle. It's one of the numerous cliches in cricket is that there's nothing quite like time in the middle. You can spend days, hours, weeks, months in nets, but it's only out in the middle with the pressure of the opposition and the crowd and the conditions that's out there you really learn about this game. Right back into the attack.
It is indeed. From the pavilion, from the Fleckney end.
Oh, Fleckney now we've got to call it, yes.
Fleckney end. This is tough for Allison, isn't it? That was a super shot.
It was.
To go to his 50. Right, it is in, down the wicket goes. Thane drives off the front foot without getting to the pitch of the ball, but he got on top of the bound, steered it away to the cover boundary, takes one. Moves on to 8. 120 for 5. So Thane might have opened. Good.
Yes.
So he's clearly a batter of some talent.
Oh, yes.
So these two, still good hope for Essex to put together a big partnership. Everybody can bat these days, though, can't they? Wright is in, bowls, and Allison is forward, steering it out to backward point, as he has done very often. Then he rehearses a sort of flamboyant drive that Essex probably quite relieved he didn't try and play on that occasion.
Yes, as you say, or allude to, there are very few genuine rabbits in this game now, but it comes from the one-day version, of course, not shorter versions than this as well, where it's sometimes the lower order, or even the lowest order, who have to knock off the vital dozen runs or so to achieve a victory.
Rice is in, bowls, goes through almost. Allison on that occasion, did it stay a little bit low? Allison's sort of reaction implies that it did. And he wanders down and prods suspiciously at the pitch. So there might still be something occasionally there for the seamers, which will give Essex plenty of hope. In goes Wright and bowls. Back goes Allison and wristily turns his bat out, turns his hands on the ball as he works it back down the pitch on the onside. No run. Occasionally you have to just refresh if you're watching on the stream to sort of, and it catches up with itself. was a few balls behind for a while. Right turns. Runs in and bowls, and walking down the pitch rather is Allison, and then not exactly clubbing it away through the offside, but semi-steering it away out on the offside. Takes one. End of the over. 121 now for 5, and 33 overs have been bowled.
So 17 to go. We're more or less, give or take, 2/3 of the way through the Essex innings. And 121 for 5. Well, at this stage there'll be about half as many again, would give them 180. There'd be, well, anything fewer than 200 won't even give their hosts much of a challenge at all, so that must be the first aim. And then take it from there, if there ever arrives. That's down. Worked way down backward of square on the onside for comfortable single. Moving Allison on to 55, Thane on 8. Thane's to come down the wicket and then just plays off the front foot instead. Picks up a couple of runs. If the fielder had fielded it cleanly, that second run would have been very closely run, but fortunately, from Thane's point of view, he didn't pick it up cleanly, and therefore it made the taking of the second run so much simpler. And that's just pushed out into the covers, straight to the field, and no addition to the score. Can't emphasise what a glorious day it is. I suppose you could say, well, say it should be August the 15th, but we get so used to it not being so. Let's just work back to the bowler. In fact, very shortly the sun's going to work its way around this tent or gazebo, call it what you like, and I shall be taking the full brunt of it. And it then goes on the back foot and attempts to probably run it down to backward point and fails to execute the shot properly.
Just admiring this gentleman away to our right, who's got this huge goblet of red wine, and he's also chewing on a brownie.
The ultimate in decadence.
It is right.
A brownie washed down with
red
claret.
wine.
That's just played down to fine leg for a single to complete the over. 124 for 7.
Yeah, that 6 aside, and it was a splendid effort, or splendid shot by Allison. Leicestershire sort of getting through these overs without too much punishment being
Bowler from the Flecky
inflicted.
Road end is Chris Wright.
That's a little, it was the over before as well. Little
Yes.
late, in goes right, and bowls pulled in the air. That's going to be for one bounce into the crowd at mid-wicket. Roman Walker can't get around from his position at square leg. He goes chasing around, gentleman fields, and super shot.
One of the
By
attractions
Thane.
of outgrounds, and particularly this outground, is apart from the sponsors, which is fair enough, there's no sign of any other advertisement hoardings, whatever.
No, oh, yeah, true. In goes,
Oh yes, beg your pardon.
Right, and goes past the outside edge there of Thane's bat.
Yes, there is.
A little bit of extra effort there, perhaps nettled by that pull away.
Yeah. No, there's also an advertisement for a promoter of another version of the game.
They sponsor England, don't they, as well? So,
Yes.
so maybe they've got some sort of stake
Yeah,
in
that's fair enough.
the
But apart from
Metrobank
that,
One
you
Day
just-
Cup. Otherwise, as you say,
Just the rope.
in goes right, worked off the hip this time by Thane, down towards mid-wicket. Walker gets there quickly though, throws on the bounce to Hanscom and makes sure it is just one to Thane. But with that 4, he moved into double figures now. He's on to
15.
I'm waiting just to see if it clicks up to 16, because just sometimes it's a beat behind
16,
that particular
yes.
one. Yeah, 16, 130 for 5. 35th over coming down. As the wind gets up and right goes in, bowls down the wicket, goes Allison looking to drive, checks the shot rather, rolls it out to Scriven at mid-on, and there's no run. Yeah, lots and lots of blue sky around now. There's plenty of white fluffy jobs, but pretty much on the occasional basis now rather. We are set very fair. As well, there being obviously no floodlights here, as there are at Grace Road. In goes right and bowls, nicely dabbed down by Allison to third man, takes one. I don't know whether those speakers making that odd little beeping noise away to our right. It could be, which would be some. Oh wait, unless it's the gentleman's chair. I don't know what's making that beeping noise, where it's coming from, but I don't know whether we can do anything about it.
It's not too intrusive, is it?
Might be irritating if people will be hearing it. In goes right, back foot defensive turn of the wrists from Thane, out as far as straight mid-wicket where Mulder is the fielder. End of the over, 131 now for 5-6 from the over.
It stopped.
The winner
I think
of the Friends of Grace Road raffle is ticket number 62449. You've won £440. If you could come to the car park side of the pavilion.
Did you buy a ticket?
No, I wasn't aware of them, otherwise I would have done. I assure you. Well, the beeping has stopped, so maybe it was a car alarm.
He's £440 rich. Oh, whoever bought the ticket is £440 richer. It's been a very good day for them.
Yes, it has. As Ackerman continues from the end that's not the Fleckley Road end, bowling to the Fleckley Road end, and that's worked down to fine leg, but no addition to the score. Yep, the beeping has gone, so it's, if it was a car alarm, it's
It was rather closer than that. I think it was the speakers.
Yes, maybe. Whenever a car alarm goes off, everybody assumes it's a false alarm, don't they? I think you could. Yeah, nobody thinks, or more so, even with house alarms. Oh no, it's just a short circuit or something.
I have to say it's one of the sounds I associate with Chelmsford, because you know you've got that dual carriageway just behind, and then the constant sort of noise, not just of cars but of sirens and ambulances and cars alarms.
As yes, they call that's worked around the cover side of the ground. They call it a freeway because it is sort of the main road, and yet it goes right through the middle of the town, city, I mean. As Ackerman moves in again and bowls, play down to fine legs, backward point towards us, and it's not going to cross the rope though, because it's being stopped by Walker just in front of us. You may have heard the plaintive tread of his boots on the green sward as he got near our effects mic, and they go through for I was so busy watching the ball. Was it 2?
They did pick up 2, and the beeping's back. Apologies.
The beeping's back, yes. That's best played out to mid-on, no addition to the score of 133.
I'm going to try and find out exactly where it's coming from, if you want.
Yes, of course.
Holding the fort for a moment.
By all means. As the next delivery comes in. Short of a length, chopped away backward of square, or just forward of square, and again it's Walker in the action, but this time it's more or less straight to him. And they go through for a single. And Richard's gone to investigate the source of the beep. Not the source of the Nile, but something a little bit less glamorous. The source of the beep. Not the source of the beeb either. Lord Reith, I believe. Or, no, I suppose Marconi originally. So, end of that over, 134 for 5. It's going to be Chris Wright, formerly of Essex, to continue bowling from the Fleckley Road end, which is the end where the pavilion is situated. He moves in now, right arm over the wicket, bowls. and that's pulled away down. Again, it's Walker in the action, this time at forward square leg. They go through for a single. I think you've solved the problem, or was it coincidence?
Possibly. We'll see. It has stopped again for now. Something in that lady's pocket. Whispers. It's a splendid effort by Charlie Allison.
Yes, it is. Especially for one of such tender years.
He's getting good support from Thane at the moment.
Yeah, the two, very much the youngsters in a very young side anyway. Both 18.
1-3-5 for 5. Halfway through the 37th over. Charlie Allison wants a drink. He's earned it. As Wright goes in to Thane, who's advancing down the pitch and driving, getting it past point. But Kimber, who's been out there getting to know all those people on that side of the ground over the last 2 hours, seizes on the ball, gets his throw away. Kimber is also, as well as a very big hitter, he's a fine fielder too, but he's not a negligible off-spin bowler, and with Ackerman departing, there is no other real off-spinner unless the second team can produce one quickly at the club, and he might have to work on that. Wright is in again. Thane is, I beg your pardon, Allison is advancing down the pitch, but all he can do on that occasion is just guide the ball as far as backward point, where Budinger is the fielder. But when batsmen are using their feet like this, it usually implies that there is still some movement.
Oh yes,
off the seam, which they are trying to negate. And as I say, we don't know what a good score might be. I mentioned what Harry Swindle said. Well, Essex are not going to get that, but what is a good score? If there's movement there, it may be that sort of 200 is a decent score. Ian Mulder starting to warm up again as Wright is in. Allison pulls round the corner. He's going to get 4. He's got it between Roman Walker and Josh Holt at long leg and square leg, respectively, in front of the electronic scoreboard, and he picks up 4. Moves into the 60s now. 64 to Charlie Allison, 140 for 5. On his young shoulders, his young broad shoulders, Essex's hopes lie, depend. In goes Wright, bowls, he dabbed that one down into the ground, could have gone onto the stumps, bounced well clear of them, and trickles back towards Peter Hanscom behind the stumps. End of the 38th over. 140 for 5 is the Essex score. What would they take? End of the 37th over. What would they take from here down?
Well, 13 to go. 6 and overs.
210, 220 they take, or 250? They'd definitely take 250, I'm sure.
Oh yes, I'd have thought was, yeah, another 100 from here they'd be fairly grateful for, I'd have thought. Yeah. Well, they've got to bowl really, really well if it's going to be a winning score. Or Leicestershire have got to bat really badly, which you can't see, not on their form in this competition, or their form generally, really. I mean, I noticed looking at the Championship, although they seem to be a long way down, or quite a long way down, the lower middle order, they've got a game in hand over the Worcestershire, who are second, and I think there's 23 points in it, and 24 points for a win, so, you know, Leicestershire could still get promotion, couldn't they?
They could, losing away and then, which was bad, and then at home to Worcester on
that was a
tricky pitch.
Crunch game, wasn't it? Really,
it looked a little bit that way. Vian Mulder's back on.
That's played away down to third man for a single.
So they probably have to win 3 of their last 4 in September to have a realistic chance.
And almost by definition, winning a lot in September is sometimes tricky because the weather can be, well, it can be iffy, but on the other hand, Indian summers, just as I know it's a cliche, but just the children go back to school, sometimes the weather comes out really well. That's Van Mulder bowls. It's down to 3rd man, and it's view slightly obscured, but only by a couple of the volunteers, but that's fair enough. They're doing a splendid job, and all praise to them. Where would club cricket be without volunteers? That's next delivery. Worked away backward to square on the onside, and they go through for another single. So, yep. Well, I wandered round while Paul Hiscock was on with Richard. I had to wander right round the ground to get to my car and get a few things out of it. Yeah, all the outlets, both liquid and solid, are doing very, very well. It's a splendid atmosphere over there. Well, yeah, Allison came down the wicket, advanced on him, and then found the ball wasn't there quite to have played the shot he had in mind, and was happy just to get away with it, really, dab it out into the covers. No further addition to the score of 143 for 5. As the heat of the noonday sun, it now being 25 past 12 by the sun, really takes its effect. That's pushed away on the onside, no addition to the score.
In case you're going anywhere, it's 25 past 1, actually.
Yeah. Well, yes, if you stand a pencil or something up at 1 o'clock in the summer, then the shadow will always point north, won't it, by definition? So we're 25 minutes after that, but yeah, we'll stick to the fact that it runs northwest, northeast, southwest. That's worked away on the onside. And it brings the over to a conclusion with Essex on 143 for 5 and 15 more. No, where did I get 15 from?
It's 12 to go.
12 to go, yes.
Sounds like we are going to get a burst of music between each over now. The DJ has got into his stride and rhythm. What joy.
I don't know. I don't want to sound too...
No, I sound like an old fogey a little bit.
I mean, does it actually add to the event?
Sure, but it is going to be Chris Wright who's going to try to add to his the 2 wickets he took early in the day. Comes in from the fleck near end and bowls to Noah Thane, who just waits for the delivery, guides it down towards wide 3rd man, and takes 2. Rishi Patel, the fielder, down there. So they came together with a score on 95 for 5, these 2. That is the 2. That means they have brought up a 50 partnership for the 6th wicket. Well batted. I'm assuming that there it goes. 145 for 5. 21 to Noah Thane, who is on strike as Wright bowls to him. He drives just slightly wide of Hill at mid-off. Hill scrambles away to his left to keep it to just the 1. Thane on to 22, 146 for 6. 12, 6 or 7 and over. Could get 220, 230. Especially if these two can stay together. That's possibly the key now. As Wright is into Allison, who goes back, tries to work it into the onside, does a bit too much, doesn't get anything on it, bounces back off the pads out into the offside, and there is no run. Right. Encouraging applause from Tom Scriven at mid-on, edge of the circle. As the veteran seamer runs in and bowls again down the wicket. He's going to have to hurry. Scriven is on to the ball quickly this time, unlike earlier this morning. His throw from mid-on misses the stumps, and even had it hit, I suspect Allison had made his ground anyway, unlike Westley earlier, who was a yard short.
Yes, he was, wasn't he? Gosh.
And kind of knew it as soon as he saw Scriven closing on the ball. He knew his innings depended on Scriven hitting the stumps or missing them, and he hit them, unfortunately, from Wesley's point of view. Right is into Thane, gets a very high bouncer down the leg side, surely will be signalled a no ball on height, I suspect. So has to be bowled again, but is not a free hit. 149 for 5. First, maybe wrong, first wide or no ball of the innings, I think. I'll have to check the scorecard on that. Leicestershire have been pretty good.
They have.
Accuracy, or not giving away too many unnecessary extras in those terms. Rice is in, Thane is down the wicket, driving in the air, beautifully placed as well, between mid-off and, well, the man on the deep on the offside was pretty square. Louis Kimber, no chance at all really for him to get across, and that is 4 to Thane. He moves on to 29.
Yes, that was a splendid shot. As you say, it was aerial, but it was safe. There was quite a large gap there between a straightish mid-off and extra cover.
Wright is in and bowls. That one that comes back a little bit, hits Thane highish on the pad, hurt a little bit. And he looks slightly discombobulated for a moment. Picks himself up, or at least recomposes himself. It is the end of Wright's over. The 39th of the Essex innings. 152 for 5 as the score, 66 to Alice and 25 to Thane. And to a certain extent, it's the sort of opposite way round to the effort against Yorkshire, isn't it? The Essex showing that they can,
yes,
sort of recover an innings, so to speak, and perhaps they've learnt that lesson from that.
Well, yes, let's hope so. So Mulder to continue. Right arm over the wicket, bowls, and that's swung away for a single down to fine leg, fielding there in front of the, looks like a fairly new development of properties.
Yes, it's quite a big village, is Kibworth.
Yes, that side of the ground, or that part of the ground, well protected by a very high fencing.
When does a village become a town? I wonder if there's a
I don't know if there's any official definition, is there?
don't know.
Maybe. And I mean, some places now it goes the other way, doesn't it? So, particularly some parts of towns, that's worked away for a single just forward of square leg, to give a certain part of a town a more community, or give you the impression it has a community feel. I think it's probably started with the estate agents. What doesn't, they'll refer to it as a village. I mean, there's a part of Southend where I come from that they refer to as a village. It bears as much relation to, just come back to it later, Oh, that was a very short delivery. I think he probably saw the batsman advancing on him, dropped it shorter, and the ball went over, way over Allison's head. Yeah, this part of Southend bears about as much relation to a village as I do to, I don't know, Muhammad Ali. As Mulder bowls the next ball. Moves in now, bowls. And that again is short. And this time, six penneth over the deep backward square leg boundary. Picked his spot well there, actually, did Allison, because there's a deep square leg and there's a deep long leg. So it's, yeah, but he executed that shot.
Picked it up nicely. Used the pace.
Very, very well.
Of the delivery. And, well, I don't know if to say. Great job, these two.
They are.
95 for 5 after 26.
Again, Allison comes down the wicket and, well, not one of his best executed shots. And indeed, he finishes up trying to swing it away on the leg. Finishes up getting a leg bye down to third man. And they go through for a single.
Might be an update for BBC Radio Leicester. It may be that they're thinking this is a championship game when there isn't usually an update at 1:30 because we're having lunch, so we'll see.
Mulder again. Longish straight run without any idiosyncrasies. Again, probably a good job he did mistime that, because for my money, if he played that a little bit more, if he timed it better, he may well have holed out at mid-wicket, but as it was, he's got a thick lower half of the bat on it, and it bounced harmlessly into the ground.
So 10 from that
So
Mulder
after 40
over.
overs, we are now at 162 for 5.
162 for 5, as you probably heard.
240 very much on the cards if these two stay together.
Yes.
8 and over.
As you heard on the public address, 162.
They can't find the winner of the £440 lottery draw. Is it lottery? Is that the right word for it?
Put it back, redraw.
So flog a few more tickets on the back of it.
Yes.
So Josh Holt, I think Chris Wright has now bowled out. Will pick up the attack, or take up the attack from the Fleckney Road end. In he comes and bowls. Back goes Allison and drives in the air just short, I think, of Hill, who fell to his left, almost stopped it on the half volley. Might just have got his hands underneath it. I don't think so.
No, I
would have
didn't
been
think so.
a super catch. I think it was just a very, very good stop in the end, and one taken by Allison. He's into the 70s now, on to 74. 163 for 5. Again, using his feet, getting down the wicket to Hull. Maybe they'll try and target Hull, these two. Thane, bat raised, waits as Hull is in, bowls to him. He dabs it down into the offside, more or less straight to Budinger at point. And although Allison had taken a couple of steps down the wicket, Thane quickly disabused him of the notion. 163 for 5. 9.4 overs remaining. Can they give their side something to bowl at, really? Might already have that, as I say. There's a little bit of movement early on, but Leicestershire, having made a couple of record scores in this competition, as Hull is in, bowls. Thane turns it off the back foot down the pitch on the onside, but Mulder is the fielder. We're facing pretty much anything into there. Makes a little bit of room for shots away to the side. Long bounces 2 times. Battery makes 1. 65.
Probably looking to take a break.
Just in case the case, so it's not there. I suspect not. So the just been championship and there's a sketch I show in all actual song Leicestershire does basically. So a step or one so a reason from John have a strong 5 even the finals the ever. It's last pole is in and and wedged it down to one level for wide like the setting in that went through the doesn't have John itself lucky not to have a level on some like overs clean on and 70 and that's not right so that's not a bit of water and all Essex
between no that's Richard great quarter of years. They're continuing then, which no, it's not left end. It's end of the end. The electricity doesn't really just do the played off. So she's having a bit with I think they get a bit delirious, whatever score they get. Which out of some it was saying it is in the Bay team. The money of yeah, that's it. How they beat. Sorry, no, that's more up the on that.
Dream horse but how isn't it? Yeah, it's came in design.
Shots per with a ball standing up to
and now a company well, yes, 30 well, to that hat it's a problem.
I think it's well on time with all but no, didn't know that.
No, I mean, I was at Essex, if you didn't know, it's goalting.
Well, yes,
the first one, you're already been in before keep going down when you take away.
Yes, success race bad downwards, the bar, Michael, only one of those friends really. So that was sorry, I didn't say with people, the others, and to yeah, just Michael,
very another one of the fun.
Josh,
on and out,
this
most of me.
Yeah, but I found it more helpful for it. Yeah, just the host, never been perfect, and most good. But I'm not. Side of it, didn't so with people. I feel okay, the club. Yeah, now full spec of it, whole program isn't and they such a deserve that so very slow to die. Because, the day come it all nobody was getting more months. In fact, possible. That's a line judge in the well, right, but
I mean, but the more it's my group.
Oh,
it's counties.
But it's clear now, and it's made a big tough.
Because the meetings, honestly, it's supple. For laptop time when I was on, minor inconvenience that put up all about the game's paper. String up the no, it's been very static, and then because it's just been fully weird.
Yeah, I suppose. Because they had put into the issues, they're quite a team, I believe. So, playing Ursula solves involved the ones it's only partial set for mid. So in cricket isn't sorted. They do grab this no science. There it doesn't really very. I mean, there's no reflection on the challenges of that. Very pleasant message. That's the result, and off. Very well taken. That's brought. Yes.
You know what the happens? It's also goes on with the best because he's got all ahead of us. So that's good. Joking me, going there. We have made him soon. So, yeah.
But still, what?
I think.
Yeah.
Do you have to double check from the graphic?
Yes.
If it was.
Yeah. So, who is that going to go? Was it? I think so. On the just there.
Oh, right. For isn't it? The cinema.
And all the way for time for signal.
See what is correct. I'm necessary really because you've got to take the risks. It's both back to very well. It's such a meeting is the ability to hold the shot and that.
Yeah, it went 2-5. Approaching the player. It covers or decover. For Sutton and Suffolk is well made in the Italian Premier League. Some teams, I think it was one of the wouldn't sweat. That's just not hard in the bit. Born in, I say born 13th of June 2008, Wimbledon, also in the Eastern League. Get on spinning on with it. Well, Josh and I say throw it. Thought the girl get to it to smell it. Sing.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
but the number is just discussed.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it.
Yeah. So, absolutely, Chuck was going to stay there anyway. That's the thing. They'll come in. Customers have been asking that me. Play out also into ordinary act. He gave it great. The 6-4 good attitude. Fair to young man. This fellow relation to Montreal.
Was this expected?
Yes,
perhaps. He's been on the Alan, I mean, I saw this go down further off the jetty because it's less the side of really much injury. And that was worrying lucky some of this because they needed a grip. They think it's really so used to that.
That's true. They up. Still.
We to one in mind. Not
now. Again, I didn't start where it went to Ukraine. Where it's a little dark for the side winning
so this is the 40th
from Texas not just streak which benefit is work like this trading sport traders and it's what it looks like you get back splendid inning there from China.
But that's when they play for this.
I doubt anybody hits the ball slow because they'll broad noise the woodfall start like the goes keeper. Thanks. Paul Fleckney, Fleckney both and press. Launch certain but maybe new stick and some I wonder beginning of the day so much publicity to attend. But it is BBC, yes, we just knew it wouldn't be a bit of the fun. It's like it's always I think it's happening anyway. News farm all the drawing to all just countryside not any cases such as the single.
When it's happening, how do you stay them by today? Some of those.
So we're on for 6 after twice.
As a young teenager, he's a friend also on a farm of a distant friend of Hampton, north of Essex, and was now latter part of August and September to pick up his seed. The harvest of a couple of hours to a month, probably because of the weather or.
I say this is a moving and changing day. Yeah. So foot 5 over stick 201 for 6. Would you settle for 250?
Oh, Chris. And that's down the line and indicated as such. Of course, the long school holidays are really, always odd that the academic year runs from September to July, but that was so that children could help on the farm at harvest, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So if harvest is sort of moving forward a month, maybe holidays would need.
Yeah.
Although I wonder how many school children spend winter on summer on a farm. But that's a scoop for one. They'll come. No, they won't come back for a second. Towards the Fleckney Road.
Well, certainly a lot of families from the East End would go to the Kent hop farms, wouldn't
yes,
they?
I don't know if that harvest time is still the same as it ever was.
No, it's probably all automation now, isn't it? I suppose. But,
yeah, probably. Yeah. So 202 for 6 with 4 and a bit overs to go. Richard should be back soon because he's got a 2 o'clock update. If not, I shall have to do it.
And you'll do it in your inimitable style, Dick.
No, they want to understand it though. Well, I've worked for, I may have worked for Leicester over the years. I've worked for most of these local radio stations under bizarre occasions.
Multi-talented, multitasked.
So it's Mulder, I think. No, it's number 20. It's Josh Hull from that end, moving in bowling. Swung away for a single. I haven't had any more emails. Let's see. Oh, it keeps going off the screen.
Without any, because it's the first game here, there's no track record or history of what would be a past score, is there, Dick? I mean, we're working in the dark here, really, aren't we?
Totally.
I thought,
Outside the off stump.
I personally thought Ackerman bowled well, which is heartening for the Essex slow bowlers.
Yes, I agree.
And at the start, I thought Chris Wright was really good.
Yeah.
Ball was doing a bit in those first few overs. And he extracted from the pitch all the help that he could get, and the new ball. As it goes softer, of course, it tends to then start favouring the batter a little bit. But our 4-pronged spin attack hopefully will do the business for Essex.
Yes, no addition to the score of 205 for 6.
Pleased that Rishi Patel is doing so well as a former Essex.
Well, I think so.
You
Yes,
always want him to go on and do well, don't you?
And I did. I'm not often one to say, and I told you so, but mainly because I'm very rarely correct. But I did say I thought that Essex might regret losing Rishi Patel. Maybe they don't regret it, or they certainly wouldn't admit it anyway. And that's played out to long off. A slight fumble accommodates the taking of a single, otherwise it would have been just a dot.
Yes, I mean, that's an interesting one, isn't it? Because I think Rishi Patel lacked opportunities, regular opportunities, and needed to get away. I suppose in an ideal world you would have hopefully put him out on loan for a season to somewhere, but
Yes.
for his own career it's probably a good move. He arrived with a clean slate, as it were, to prove himself again to Leicestershire, and
Yes. has
done it.
He's done very, very well.
Yeah, he has. I know he's been hampered by injury, but you look at Farouz Kushi and you think he perhaps needs more opportunities than he's had. But it's very, very difficult, as we were saying earlier, to get into a successful side, isn't it? You're not going to get all the changes. So a change of personnel. Mr. Ray returning, replacing Dick Davis with Essex 207 for 6 in the 47th over, make that 211 for 6 in the 47th over.
I think there was, although Leicester supporters were pleased to see the back of Charlie Allison, they were also disappointed for the lad not to get his century. Really,
Yes.
He played so well.
He did, yes. But that's the challenge. It leaves him 2 more games. Let's hit 3 figures next time. But he did look a superb talent, didn't he, Richard?
He did. Mulder is in, driven, square, out into the offside for 1 in the end.
It was interesting because earlier on we were saying when he was batting with Bo Webster that perhaps Webster would anchor the innings and allow Charlie Allison to express himself a little bit more. Well, Webster departed, but Allison did go on and express himself a little bit more.
So we're still in with the teenagers. Jamal is only 19, isn't he?
Yes, he is, yeah.
Thane on strike, short, pulled, in the air, heading our way, 1 bounce, 2 bounces, 3 bounces, 4, down to mid-wicket, and the young man throws in, and unfortunately he grins sheepishly because the throw did rather miss Josh Hull, who was coming to pick it up, and Hull gave him a smile. He did his best, the lad. 220 now for 6. Is there going to be the update? There could be any moment. Just make sure everything lights are all on. Yes.
Leicestershire would be happy with this overall position, though, wouldn't they? They would have taken this at the start of the innings, presumably, Richard.
I would think sort of anything below 250 they would have probably taken in the circumstances. You never quite know. Mulder is in, down the wicket, a swing and a miss on that occasion.
Yeah. A hint of desperation to force the pace with some of these shots at the moment, but understandable with just 3 overs and a bit to go.
Exactly, yeah, and there is still a little bit of movement there. I think this could be yet to be an interesting game. You know,
we'll get some cloud cover coming in now, Richard, haven't we? Which we didn't have at the start.
A little bit. In goes Mulder, back foot defensive push from Thane. He's cross with himself that he didn't try and whack it away to mid-wicket. But you can't always with every delivery. 216 for 6. I thought that's the scoreboard was 4 behind. It isn't. 57.
But he just needs to look at the scoreboard, as you say. Look, I've got 57 to my name. I can build on this. Let's go for more. Don't do anything rash.
Mulder is in, bowls, clipped off his toes by Thane, out towards deep mid-wicket. Colin Ackerman runs in ahead of us, picks up, gets his throw away on the bounce to Peter Hanscom. 1 is taken, and that may not be the worst result from Essex's point of view because it keeps Thane on strike. He moves on to 58, to 17 for 6, 9 to... It is Richards, isn't it, who's come out to...
No, Will Battleman.
I beg your pardon. Battleman, who's out there at the moment. I was going to say, and took his helmet off. I thought, that isn't Jamal Richards, bless him. It's Battleman. I had a walk round while you two were on air, and really impressed with the work that Kibworth have done, both to get people in, but also the facilities down there. There's plenty of food outlets.
Yeah.
Down there on the other side of the ground, which apparently is the nursery end because it's a second 11 team.
Right.
Hull is in, short, hooked in the air, 4-6 into the new houses over there. A beautiful pickup by Thane. It was a poorish delivery from Josh Hull. Got to be said, leg stump directed bouncer, sat up rather. Thane used the pace of the young man and helped it over the fence over there. There is a big sort of fence over there. They're trying to prevent balls going into that new little housing estate. They weren't able to do so on that occasion. Out comes, presumably, the option of fairly battered white balls.
Yes. One that they found in a previous game that had lived 47 overs. Yeah, very going back to Noah Thane, very, very highly thought of at Essex, and I thought he came in at a difficult time here, didn't he? He was averting the hat trick, but as his innings grew, so did his stature. I thought it looked very, very. The confidence you could see coming back into his game. He started using his feet, playing the shots round the wicket, and looks another huge talent.
He really does. 2-2-3 for 6 now, and 64 to Thane. Kimber right back on the boundary there at deep square. No chance of reaching that one. Hull from the nursery end is in, and bowls hit up into the air towards long on. I don't think either of the fielders are going to get there. They are not going to get there. It's Ackerman who's over there, who comes running in from deep mid-wicket to field, and Thane picks up 2 more. his beeper in a pocket, making all sorts of strange noises.
There's volunteer on her T-shirt, but she's obviously asking to volunteer for something which we don't know.
Hull is in and bowls, pulled in the air by Buttleman down towards long leg and is dropped by Chris Wright. I think he went through his hands and over the ropes for 6. I think he got there, but it's a bit hard to tell because the volunteers were right in our line of sight there. And Leicestershire's fielding, well, they've got their hands to 1 or 2 chances and they haven't been able to hang on, and this could cost them dear because maximums in those circumstances, it could end up having to chase 260 here. And yes, they're batting well, but that'll still leave them plenty of work to do. Hull is in and bowls. Battleman looks to drive, hits it down into the ground, bounces out into the offside. Hull himself feels in his follow through. Battleman and Thane complete a quick single.
Yeah, he didn't time it at all well, did he? There, Will Battleman. I mean, deposited the previous delivery over the ropes via Chris Wright's hands.
They've already added 32, these two.
Yeah.
2 overs to go at the end of this. 231 for 6. 65 to Thane, who is on strike as Hull comes in over the wicket. Thane advances down the track. Hull sees him coming, bowls a full delivery outside off stump that Thane cannot reach. Good bowling.
Yeah, they still want to keep this fairly tight, don't they, these last 2 overs? Leicestershire, they don't want to let it run away from them.
No, there's a big difference between sort of 245 and 260, 270, isn't there?
There is.
And momentum
at
the end of an innings is also important. Hull is in and ball stood and delivered there. Thane crashed it over extra cover, and there is no deep extra cover, no chance for Walker to get round. It rolls over the ropes in front of, I think, what we have to describe, Paul, as a beer tent. Absolutely not, and doing a very good trade it is over there. And that's 4 more.
What I was impressed with, Richard, walking around the ground, was the quality of the outfield, which is superb, which you don't always get on outgrounds, do you? The square is good, but sometimes the stretches the greensward beyond leaves a little bit to be desired, but I don't think fielders would have too much concern about going down and field the ball.
No, it's better than a lot of first-class grounds.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
That said, this season, a lot of first-class grounds, because of the amount of rain we've had, have improved dramatically in their outfields.
Yes.
You know, they're sort of softer and smoother, and the ground staff have sort of taken advantage. Grace Road is much improved. The outfield there, which can be very sort of hard and bobbly and fast, much smoother now.
Yeah.
Genuine green sward. So 2 to go. 20 gives 255.
Yeah.
That'd be.
Yeah, I was saying to Dick on commentary, 250 would be a target.
For 95 for 5, you'd take that, wouldn't you?
Absolutely.
For sure.
Yeah, you would.
Scriven to bowl the 49th over is in outside off stump. Slower delivery, I think, and tried to chop it away. Buttleman didn't get anything on it and indicates, as batsmen like to do, what kind of delivery it was. It was a slower ball.
Whatever the outcome of this game, there'll be a lot of satisfaction amongst the Essex coaching staff that the 2 guys that really have given them a total to defend are the 2 youngsters, Charlie Allison, together with Noah Thane, where some of the more experienced ones around and didn't quite come up to performance levels expected on this particular day, but those 2 guys have really done well in a difficult situation.
They have. A little bit of work still to do. 7 balls remaining in the inning. Scriven is in down the leg side, helped down to long leg on the bounce to 1 taken. Arguably going that one a little bit from Scriven. Buckleman tried to somewhere into the car parking field, didn't quite get on.
I think it's particularly with Thane and Allison, as they went into overdrive, the bowlers tried to compensate a little bit rather than keep their persistent line, didn't they? And paid the penalty for that.
Scriven turns. He's got a longer run up these days. Goes in and bowls. Thane hits it in the air out towards deep mid wicket between Colin Ackerman and Roman Walker. Deep mid wicket and sort of almost long leg really, and the two converged. Neither could get their perfect placement, if you like, by Thane, and he moves into the 70s on to 73, 240 for 6. What a contrast to the Yorkshire sort of game when it started well and didn't just peter out, exploded out, didn't they? But then in this game they've the opposite really.
Yeah.
They've dragged it back. Scriven in again to Thane, who's advancing down the wicket. He bangs it in a bit short outside off stump, clubbed away through the offside by Thane, but Kimber can make the stop on the extra cover boundary, and it is just 1.
Yes, in the Yorkshire game, the seaman Matty Revis started the problems, and then Don Best came on, took a career best 5 for in list day cricket for him anyway, and we just had no answer to him. But they're two very, very good bowlers anyway, aren't they?
Scriven is in down the wicket and driving very hard back past the umpire to the long off boundary is Buttleman, and this Essex charge is not losing any pace. It continues, if anything, to gather pace. 245 now for 621 to Buttleman, 74 to Thane, 45 the partnership already in not much more than 5 overs. Scriven getting a bit of punishment here, is in down the wicket is Buttleman, just overreaching himself a bit, clubs it out into the onside. Ackerman gets to the ball quickly, gets his throw away quickly, keeps it 2-1. End of the over. 1 to go, 246 for 6, 21 to 22, beg your pardon, to Will Buttleman, 74 to Noah Thane. Well, they're going to get 250 almost certainly now, Essex, and they're in the game, you feel, Paul, very much in the game.
Yeah, because I think and I think it's a total that the spinners will be more than delighted to see, because it gives them something to bowl at, doesn't it? I mean, if you're 170, 180, and you're dependent on spin,
you can see them off almost, can't you?
Yeah, you can, and you can afford to. People like Simon Harmer, very wily characters. They're quite happy to buy a few wickets. Batsman hits him for 6 or 4, he thinks good, because I think that the odds now favour me to have the last word, and it normally does.
Josh Hull is in, bowls smacked back straight into the air and out. Buttleman in the end couldn't clear Rishi Patel, who was on the edge of the circle at mid-on, so it was a legitimate shot, if you like, but just didn't get it, and it gave in the end Patel a fairly straightforward catch. Hull has a wicket. Buttleman goes for a well-made 22.
Yes, entitled to play that shot at this stage of the game, wasn't he? Went for broke, all right, he didn't come off, but certainly, I mean, featured in the very, very useful stand there with Noah Thane. What they really need, of course, is to get Thane on strike now, isn't it, for the last, well, they won't do it for the 5th ball, but this is Jamal Richards, so if you can take a single and leave Thane 4 balls to play, we could get up to 260. Having said that, Jamal Richards in his own Wright can hit a mean ball.
Right.
We'll see.
Hasn't had much opportunity. This is just his second innings of the competition. And he has 5 balls in which to smash a quick 30. Louis Kimber against Kent came in for the last 2 balls and just hit them for 6-4-4. Bang, bang, bang. Which was almost as well as he could have done.
I didn't realise you were his PR man, Richard, amongst your...
Louis? Oh, great young player. Hull is into Richards, who on the back foot defends, works it out into the onside, and very disappointed he is because Hull can quickly seize on the ball, and although Thane had started to gallop down the wicket, he had to put on the brakes and get back into his ground.
Yeah, I think we're in for an interesting afternoon, you know. I would like to call the match from here.
Yeah, you can't judge the pitch until you've seen
No.
both sides have a bat,
No,
can you?
not at
In
all.
goes Hull and bowls. Richards gets a ball that rises up to him. He manages to cut it away down towards the cover point boundary. Walker has to run around to it, and as a consequence, Richards, nice shot, can pick up 2 runs. 248 for 7. Yeah, 5 and over, whatever.
Yes, need to get off to a good start, haven't they, Leicestershire? But they've been doing that this season, haven't they?
They have. Hull is in short. Richards tenses up, lobs up the catch off the top edge, and a simple catch for Chris Wright at short fine leg. Well bowled from Hull. Short ball. Richards sort of, well, wasn't quite sure what to do with it, to be quite honest. Got in position to hook, but maybe on him a little bit too fast. Top edge, and Wright takes the catch.
Yeah.
New batsman is Aaron Beard.
Credit to the bowler here. He could have come in for some heavy punishment, couldn't he? But he's bowled well. He's kept his line. A couple of wickets. And more important, perhaps as importantly, 3 dot balls effectively.
248 for 8.
What have we got? 2 or 3 balls left?
And I think just
So
the 2, because
right.
he first.
That's right. There was 3 dot balls and the 2, wasn't there? that
First,
Richards-
then a dot ball, then the 2, then the
Yeah,
wicket. So
yeah.
2 to come. Aaron Beard, left-hander, will be on strike for the first of those 2 balls. Noah Thane has been frustrated in this over, stranded. Hull is in to Beard, who drives, gets an edge, going to run down to third man. There is a third man. Wright gets his throw away, so 1 is taken. So Thane will have 1 ball, which he will do his very best to hit into the middle of next week, you would imagine. And it will take, if he connects, Essex over 250.
But whatever, he's played
done
a very, very useful
brilliant,
role.
actually.
Yeah.
74 off. How many balls has he faced? Well, that's miles behind. Why that's miles behind, I have no idea. Well,
Yes.
I will find out at the end of the innings exactly how many balls he's faced, but I'm sure it's better than a run of ball. Anyway, Hull comes in from the nursery end, bowls to him. He edges down towards third man. Will he try and take a second? Not much point, because Scriven is already on to the ball, getting his throw away. They would not have crossed, and that is just a single from the last ball. So Thane finishes not out, 75. 1 ball faced by Aaron Beard for his single, and Leicestershire will need exactly 250 or 50 overs, which even we can work out. It's five runs and over.
I think with 250 we got, so they need 251, wouldn't they?
Yeah. So 5.00.
Yeah.
5
Which
or
I could have.
something.
Yeah, I was happy with 250. I could work that out. But yeah, it's interesting afternoon in Prospect, Richard.
just play some music over the interval.
And
Announcements as well.
well, you'll hear that music and the announcements through the effects mic. You won't hear from us. We'll go and try and find some lunch, and we'll be back with you here from Kibworth Cricket Club in Leicestershire in around about 20 minutes' time. of this Metrobank one-day cup match between Leicestershire and Essex. Essex, in their innings, managed what we think is a reasonably competitive score, 250 in the end. Go on to complete victory. They will be very close to confirming qualification, I should say, for the knockout stages. Top of the table at the moment, the Foxes with 4 wins out of 5, 5 wins out of 6. As I say, would not mathematically, but obviously, depending on results elsewhere, be almost certain to see them qualify for a quarter-final were they to lose their last 2 games. But what they'll be targeting is to a couple more wins and straight through into a home semi-final. Sol Budinger and Rishi Patel, as I say, the openers. They have gotten Leicestershire off, by and large, to pretty decent starts in this competition so far this season. One or t'other, and on occasion both. And it's going to be Rishi Patel against his former county, who will take strike.
And Aaron Beard to bowl the first ball.
Would you like to take the Fleckney end to start proceedings?
The Fleckney end.
Fleckney Road end, yeah.
Fleckney Road end, yes. Right arm over the wicket, down the leg side. And yeah, I thought it must be a wide in this version of the game.
Was indeed signalled wide.
Eventually.
If we had
so we didn't even have. We only had about 23 minutes, I reckon.
They've been getting on with it, the umpires, which I'm all in favour, basically.
Yeah. Beard in again. Yeah, I'm sorry if it's obvious I haven't quite finished my lunch. I've just got one mouthful to chew.
Well, I shall continue. And it is deflected down to third man by Rishi Patel. Just leans forward, takes his single, and brings Budinger down on strike. Rishi Patel, so far in this competition, 16 off 14 at the Oval against Surrey, 50 off 67 at Beckenham against Kent, 9 off 15 at Grace Road against Nottinghamshire, 161 off 129 at Old Trafford against Lancashire, 6 off 5 at Gears against Hampshire.
Yeah, it's okay. Lunch is over. As Beard moves in, bowls wide outside the off stump, and not so far wide that it's called as such.
Swing and a miss from Budinger. You will get used to that. So, his scores have been consistent, and the way he plays is very consistent, which is basically throw his hands at everything, essentially. I exaggerate, but not by much.
Beard in again, bowls. That's just played defensively by the tall left-hander. Back towards the bowler. So 250 is, well, it looks a very good batting track. 50 and over, you'd think that would be well within Leicestershire's compass, but at least it's going to give them something to chase. Whereas, I feared, to be absolutely honest, when they were 20 for 3, that oh good grief, they're going to get bowled out for 68, and we're all going to be on the way home at 3 o'clock. But which is not much fun for anybody. That moves away outside the off stump. Because particularly at outgrounds, and particularly when you don't have the games very often, okay, the vast majority of the crowd want to see Leicestershire win, although having said that, there's a good Essex support, very good Essex support. But on the other hand, they want to get a day's entertainment. It's, they don't want it over at 3 o'clock and then wonder what to do with the rest of the day. It won't be.
Just seen the replay, that was a super delivery.
It was, wasn't it? Yeah.
It nipped away.
He's vastly underrated, Aaron Beard. He's not a tall man, and that may be almost to his advantage, because you look at him and you think, well, he's only about, I don't know, 5'9", perhaps something like that. I'll look him up in a minute. Maybe 5'10", but so many of these, most seam bowlers are well over 6 feet now. But no, he's very capable. Well, of course, and you could talk along those lines. Somebody always says Malcolm Marshall was only 5'9" or something, which indeed he was, and there was none better. literally, as Beard moves in and bowls. And that works its way down to fine leg for four runs. Yes, I wouldn't have been that surprised if they're being called as leg byes, but they're 4 runs. So score moves it up to 6.
He's a disappointed Beard, and rightly so, because it was really good, decent over up to that
Yeah, it
point.
was.
Just strayed on the last ball, and especially with man up on the edge of the circle at short fine leg instead of long leg. Although he did take it off leg stump. So Budinger. Wasn't too much wrong with it. So Rishi Patel will be on strike against Jamal Richards. Playing just Richards' second game in the Metrobank One Day Cup this season. 19-year-old from, he's a Londoner from Edmonton. I think that counts as being London, doesn't it?
Oh, yes, North London.
In he comes, over the wicket, right armour, bowls to Rishi Patel, goes past his outside edge. Good delivery from Richards. And it's very important from Essex's point of view that they make sort of early breakthroughs. What we saw in their innings was there was movement for the Leicestershire seamers early, when the white ball moved a touch and was hard enough, and there was a bit of seam on it still after 5 or 6 overs with each. Remember, we have a new ball from each end in this competition, as Richards is in to Patel, who is cutting him off the back foot really, off the front foot really, as it rose up towards him, working it wide of the man at gully down towards third man. Luke Benkenstein is the fielder. Patel takes 1. 7 without loss. But if Leicestershire don't lose wickets in the, if they're sort of 40-50 for none, they've usually been better than that in the power play, but if they get through the power play after that, it's much harder for the bowlers. We saw that early wickets may be the key if Essex are going to pull off what would be their 3rd win in this competition this season.
2nd, I think.
2nd, okay. Budinger, very wide stance. Richards round the wicket to the former Nottsman, who walks forward into a solid forward defensive press. There's no run. He's been good in this competition, Sol Budinger. But Colin Ackerman made the point when I spoke to him after the win against Hampshire at the Oval that he really does need to go on and really make these starts count. 33 off 22 at Surrey, 67 off 47 at Kent, 24 off 20 against Nottinghamshire, as Richards is in, bowls to him down the leg side, tries to flick it on its way, will be signalled wide and is. 81 off 61 at Old Trafford against Lancashire, 58 off 45. So in his own flamboyant and attacking way, Budinger has been very good for Leicestershire in this competition. And you've sort of seen his confidence grown. 263 runs at 52, 5 innings, genuine. That's a genuine average as well. No knockouts amongst them. Richards is in. Budinger clubs him high over mid-wicket for 6. Wow. Stood and delivered there, Budinger. And, well, if you haven't seen him play and he hangs around for any amount of time, you are going to enjoy this, I promise you. He goes for his shots from the start and he doesn't stop going for them. What a hit that was.
That's what the crowd wants.
Beautiful hit. There wasn't too much wrong with the delivery, to be quite honest, from Richards. Let's have a look-see where he took it from. Just short, outside off stump. Absolutely clubbed away. Richards is in again, and his length is a bit fuller. Back on his stumps was Budinger, and then just leant forward into the defensive press, out into the offside. And there's no run. 13 without loss. Leicestershire coming to the end of the 2nd over. Threatening stance from Budinger. He looks ready to hit as Richards goes in and he's sliced it down towards backward point. Third man runs around, it having not plugged in the outfield, but he hit it pretty high off the outside edge, so it was dropping not quite vertically, but not far off. Third man able to get around and make the stop. Budinger picks up 2. End of the second over. 9 runs from it. 1 to Patel, 8 to Budinger, which means Patel has 2, Budinger has 12, and Leicestershire after 2 overs are 15 without loss.
Thanks, Paul, who describes himself as an Essex fan from Grays. Wonderful commentary as always. Thank you. You're most welcome.
You get some nice emails. You get some very nice emails.
Yes, well, we do. But not always. Only read out the good ones. No, that's not true. I read them all out. Although any that are really offensive, I paraphrase and usually say, "Thank you for that. You're welcome to your opinions." But no, fortunately, we get very, very few critical. The odd one, which keeps us on our toes.
That first beer delivery just offended by Patel.
Yeah, sorry. Getting carried away with the emails, as I'm inclined to do sometimes. I so enjoy them, I think. As we come back to that one. Yeah.
You managed to get a few scorecards.
No,
These
are only old Essex scorecards that have the numbers of the Essex first team on. Because at ground level, I find it a little bit tricky spotting people, really. That's just played out on the onside.
It rose at him a little bit, and it hurt his right hand.
Yes.
Rishi Patel, he's taking his glove off and shaking his right hand. Again, as what you were saying about Beard, is there's a little bit more pace.
He's deceptive, yes.
About him than you sometimes realise, and he got that one just to nip at Rishi Patel. He'll have sore fingers after that.
Yep. So, Aaron Beard, quite a long run. Fair-haired young man. Moves in now, right arm over the wicket, bowls a good-looking action outside the off stump, and
do you know who he reminds me of a bit? A former Essex player.
No, come on.
Graham Napier. Wasn't the tallest.
No.
Sort of slightly blonde hair, but
yep.
he got it through much more quickly than you thought.
Yes.
And he made himself into a really effective player, Napier.
Yes, he did. Yeah,
played for England one-day cricket, didn't he?
Yes.
Got into the England one-day setup.
Yeah. Not sure he ever did, but he was certainly very, very effective, and that's gone hard, high, and will land in no man's land out at deep mid-wicket. A couple of the fielders thought momentarily they were interested, and then realised that neither of them was capable of getting there.
So I'm going to look up that Graham Napier.
I didn't think he ever played in a one-day match. He was certainly on the radar, but he may have done. Now the cricket master at Royal Hospital School in Ipswich, where one of my colleagues, Don Topley, was formerly in post. That's down the leg side, a swing and a not called leg wide.
Oh, updates time. Top of the hour. So I shall rudely nip ahead of Dick, if I may.
Of course.
14 now to Budinger. He will hit the ball happily in the air. If he hangs around, as I say, he will do an awful lot of damage. 19 without loss, 14 Budinger, 3 Patel. Lots of changes to the field now. You're not missing any cricket here. Beard is ready to go now. In he comes, bowls. Budinger gets a wide delivery. He was stepping aside, he was stepping back though. So that's well bowled by Beard. End of the over, end of the third over, 19 without loss. So in the end, just 4 from the over. Here comes the update. They need 251 to win the game, having restricted Essex to 250 for 8 of their 50 overs here at Kibworth. And they've made a decent start, the Foxes, as they tend to do in this competition. 19 without loss after 3, 14 to Sol Budinger, just 3 to Rishi Patel. Hasn't seen too much of the bowling, but It's the sort of score which Leicestershire will be confident of getting. They've been batting well in this competition, 2 record scores already. They've now moved on to 21 without loss. As Rishi Patel works that one down 2 wide third man. In fact, just the one in the end. I thought they were going to pick up 2 then, so 20, I beg your pardon.
Well, I think it looked as if it was going to possibility of it being fielded at backward point, so they probably didn't take the one until they'd made sure that was the slight misfield which accommodated the taking of the run.
Richards is in. Oh, help down to long leg, just short of the boundary, just short, maybe only a foot short of the long leg boundary. And a really fine piece of fielding by one of the Essex backup staff there, just on because that one was travelling, and he stopped it one-handed and got his throw away. 4 to Sol Budinger. Graham Richard Napier is 43 now. And you are perfectly correct, as you always are, Dick. He didn't play for England. In goes Richards and Bolt. Oh, beautifully on driven. What a shot that is for another 6 from Sol Budinger. Wow. That was it, a little bit in the slot, but that was a gorgeous, smooth swing of the bat from Budinger, straight back, almost directly over the umpire's head. It was just to the onside and never got probably much more than 20 feet off the ground, but it still had enough to go over the advertising hoardings at long on for another 6.
Yes, we've had a few 6s today, but I think that was probably the shot of the day that was quite, well, not exactly spectacular, but...
Richards is in, bowls a slower ball, Budinger sees it and just bunts it back down the pitch on the offside.
It was just a masterpiece of a shot, I would say. So you were saying that Napier didn't bowl?
John, you're absolutely correct. He
right.
didn't play a one-day game for England. He played for England Lions. He came very, very close, apparently. But he's not listed as having an international appearance.
No, I didn't think he did.
To his name. 30 without loss, as Richards is in again. 2, Budinger down towards us. And 1 bounce over the deep backward square boundary for 4. Again, Budinger timed that beautifully, just helped it on its way. Richards is going the distance here, and a lot of damage being done to the Essex cause. Budinger, as I say, has threatened and threatened and threatened, and arguably has delivered in this competition, averaging over 50. Much, much better than a runner ball. He is already on 28. And how many balls has he faced? I will tell you in a moment. He's got such quick hands, Sol Budinger. Waits as Richards is in and bowls, and Budinger drives on drives. He's going to be stopped at mid-on this occasion. Gentleman just manages to move across from mid-on. Another gentleman stops bang in front of us. That was very kind of him. And 1 is taken. Budinger keeps the strike. His 29... Dick has come off 19 balls.
Yeah, it's
Patel's face 6.
Very impressive indeed. Very impressive indeed. It's been right now. Get back to Paul's email.
Sorry,
but I'll also keep the other eye on young Aaron Beard. Yes, he's not impressed with the way Essex have been batting this season. I hope the hosts go well in the remainder of the tournament, as it would be refreshing for them to win a trophy rather than the usual suspects. Couldn't agree more, and I think most cricket supporters would agree wholeheartedly. I find that most supporters around all the 18 counties, as well as being a fan of their own counties, they're a fan of the game as well as the game of cricket, which sounds a little bit trite or obvious, but they're very seldom our supporters sort of blinkered to the other 17, or the fact that their county actually only plays a part of the great cricket scene in this country. And that's outside edge, but because it was swung very hard, he's going to pick up probably, yes, 4 runs off the edge down to third man. Not the best shot that Budinger's played, but effective, as effective as all but the 6s he's hit. And in scorebooks, an edge down to the wide third man for 4 looks exactly the same as the most sumptuous of extra cover drives for 4.
Well, that Richards proceeding over, cost 16 runs. 15 to Budinger. He's moved on to 33 now.
as Beard moves in again and bowls. And that's outside the off stump. Buttinger waves a powerful and fast bat at it, but it goes by. Paul's final paragraph. As an Essex fan, I can't believe how poor Essex's batting has been. He says he went on Sunday and saw it firsthand. It was never a contest against Yorkshire, and he feels that they let down the 3,000 crowd. Probably will be more of the same when I go to Canterbury on Sunday. Well, as doom and gloom goes, Paul, then that ranks high on the list, I think. But thanks for the email and thanks for the compliments as well. And yeah, I echo your thoughts as regards Leicestershire. As because most counties have been through, being the, how shall I put it?
Whipping boys.
Well, yes, certainly Essex did. After all, Essex went 103 years before they got a sniff of any trophy. And up until then, Essex were very popular around the grounds. They're not so popular now. They've almost become the Millwall of cricket for some. Well, I was going to say for some reason, but it's strange how success breeds, if not contempt, enmity sometimes, which is understandable. That's outside the off stump, goes through the keeper. As Brits, we love the underdog. And we always want to see surprises pulled off, and that's what makes sport so compelling, really. If you knew, that theoretically the better team was always going to win every contest, sport would be self-defeating. It's the unexpected, it's the possible surprise element, whatever the sport that keeps us supporting it, and that is important. That's a good shot down to deep mid wicket, or square leg, and an equally good bit of fielding comes in over the stumps. And in recent years, I'm thinking COVID and things like that, and then when we got going again, cricket was started, and it seemed to a certain extent out of place when millions of people were dying from this dreadful disease, as next delivery is well short of a length, and over the balloons over the head to the keeper end of the over 41 for no wicket. And people pointed out that wisely that in essence, when you boil it down, sport is totally trivial, is totally unimportant to life generally, and sometimes it gets blown out of all proportion. But it's the fact that it's not important, really, deep down in our minds, that makes it so important, as it was pointed out by one of my learned colleagues. He said it's the unimportance of sport that makes it so important. And he's right, because when we all have far greater things or more serious things to concentrate on, it's nice that we can also get our heads around something that we can get totally involved in, although we know deep down it doesn't actually matter.
Well, a change of bowling. Jamal Richards, the punishment was a little bit too excessive as far as Leicestershire, as far as Essex were concerned, so they've made a change.
Yes.
And they've brought on
Sorry.
it's
Bo.
It's Webster.
Bo Webster. Yes.
Bo Webster has come on, and that first one from Rishi Patel is turned neatly off his legs down towards deep square. He takes two. The Australian comes in again, bowls outside off stump. Patel steps forward, lets it go through. He looks very determined, Rishi Patel. This is the first time he will have played against his former county.
Now, it'll be interesting when Buttinger gets on strike, because often Webster bowls, as he is now, to right-handers, and when he's bowling to a left-hander, he bowls right arm off breaks round the wicket.
Literally, I mean, as in...
Yes, literally.
But he goes off a short run.
Oh, yes, two or three paces.
Webster is in again outside off stump.
Oh, yes, he
in
doesn't
fact,
disguise
too far wide on that occasion, and it's signalled wide as Patel lets it
Yes,
go
he doesn't
through.
disguise it as at all. No, it just sort of play comes to a halt for a few seconds. He marks his run up again, and readjusts his field totally, and then bowls off breaks, or leg breaks as they are, to the left-hander. That might not today, but it'll be interesting to see what he does when Buttinger gets down there.
44 without loss after 5.2 overs at a run rate of over 8, Leicestershire at the moment, as in goes Webster and bowls. Patel is very correct He's a correct player, leans forward. In fact, the only problem has been for Rishi in recent matches, it has all looked so easy for him. He's looked so comfortable that a couple of times he sort of got himself out through almost sort of sheer casualness, sort of stroked a drive in the air to cover or popped up a return catch, something like that, because he has so much time. Webster, tall man, is in, bowls outside off stump. Patel again leaves and looks up to see umpire Bailey signalling wide again. So, well, Webster's not sort of going around the park in the way that Richards was, but only because the batsman can't reach it at the moment.
Yes, but it's just within the confines of the law. So, you know, some bowlers would say that's what I was trying to do, and some captains would say, yes, good.
45 without loss. In he comes and bowls, foolish, driven firmly by Rishi Patel, but only as far as mid-off. No run. I'm always hesitant, a little bit hesitant when talking about body language, but it doesn't look great at the moment from the Essex field. There's a few sort of hands on hips and sort of shoulders slightly down after this assault. But remember, with Harmer to come, you never quite know. In goes Webster and bowls and just lets it almost hit bat there. Rishi Patel angles it down towards the gully and looks up to hear and see Budinger calling and running towards him as Benkenstein moves to his left to field, and then having run in to throw the ball to the wicketkeeper. Only 2 out in the power
Well, yes,
play.
it would, yes, maybe
In he
later.
goes, bowls, Budinger just waits for it, guides it, dabs it down, but only as far as short third man, and it gets to him quickly, so no chance of a run. End of the 6th over, 46 without loss, Leicestershire.
And yeah, I agree with you entirely about the body language, and I've always said, you know, you can always read what fielders are thinking, because, you know, we've all been through it. Well, a lot of people in the ground have played club cricket, and you know, they've all been through it. And in a way, I don't want to keep over egging this, what a good experience it is, but that is a good experience for the youngsters. Then, you know, if they do make the grade and play for the next 15 years county cricket, yeah, they are going to have bad days when they have to spend most of it chasing leather. So it's, you know, it's good to get used to that, as well as the good days. That's caught behind. Yep. And Rishi Patel is out. Essex will be delighted because they will know how well Patel has been going. I'm a little bit, I don't know, torn between two emotions here. From the Essex point of view, I'm glad, obviously, to see an Essex batsman out, but personally, I've got the highest regard for Rishi Patel, both as a cricketer and as a man, and I'd have liked to have seen another half hour of him. But I must be loyal to the Essex team that I've been following for, well, since I was 8, which must be coming up to 20 years now, and a few more. And yeah, so Essex made the first breakthrough.
A little bit of bounce, a little bit of movement.
Yeah.
And he was kind of drawn into back foot force, which often results in he's never the greatest of productive shots for many a batsman, and took the edge in a comfortable catch for Buttleman. But good bounce and good movement from the persevering Beard. First breakthrough.
Yeah, and what I was saying about, you know, that it's good for the players to you know, to now admittedly their heads will lift enormously, but you know, as I was saying about, you know, they will have days when they experienced these before, but you know, a lot of things in life about always being, you know, nobody must be seen to be a loser. I believe, you know, team sports in cricket or in school, I mean, you can't have too many team sports because, you know, youngsters don't want to undergo the experience of losing and feel that they're inferior. That's not, to my mind, that's not the point. I mean, it's a long time since I had children at school, or child at school, but you know, if it's meant to be an experience for life, when you meet more important battles than cricket or football or rugby, when you meet more important battles, you're not going to win them all. It's important to lose, not to lose, but to learn that you're not going to win everything that comes along, every situation. As Aaron Beard moves in and bowls, that's played out on the offside. I'm in a bit of my sort of Confucius philosophical mood today. I don't know quite why. It must
Yeah,
be.
you are. You're
It must be the calm nature of Leicestershire that's bringing out all these deep
the
thoughts.
rural aspect. Lewis Hill, Leicester's captain, has come in to replace
Yes.
Rishi Patel, and it was he who drove that one away for two.
Must be what it is. Yeah, and I mean, I really am enjoying, driving up. I'm staying at about, was it about a dozen miles south of here last night. Oh!
That was
Another
not
wicket.
a good leave.
A leave that, oh dear, that is, I hate to say it really, because I don't like criticising opposition players, but that is the most embarrassing way you can get out. Declining to play a ball, leaving it alone, and it clatters into your off, or in that case, middle and off stumps. So, well, the heads will certainly lift now.
Absolutely.
Aaron Beard gets 2 wickets in this.
Just looking at the replay, it didn't jack back. He's left a straight
No,
one,
it didn't. I didn't think so from here. Not that we're in a very good position, but
Don't
no,
know
he
quite
just.
what Hilly
Oh,
was
here we go.
thinking there.
No, he just for some reason.
Decided it was.
Yeah, it was a bit of an exaggeration. Might say it hit middle and off. It wasn't. It
clattered
just
off
clipped
stump.
off. Yes.
Yeah, but yeah, Lewis got that one badly wrong. Well, now then. Got off to a flyer, Leicestershire, 46 without loss. In the 6th, all of a sudden, 48 for 2, and we are in the 7th. Peter Hanscom. Well, that's interesting, because Colin Ackerman nearly always comes out at 4.
Well, he's on the card as 5.
For some reason, Hanscom has come out ahead of Ackerman. As I say, he's had a busy old time of late, Colin Ackerman, and he's in sensational form. Hanscom arguably slightly less so. Indeed, this was 21, 2 and 2. He started very well with the cup half centuries, 57 and then 87 at Beckenham. So either out of form or due a score, whichever you prefer. Beard
So
changed
Beard.
the match.
No. Just moving his fine leg quite significantly wider, more to long leg. Well, I'm never quite sure where one ends and one begins.
2 slips now.
Yes, moves in now, bowls, and that's just played defensively by Hanscom. No addition to the score, and no, it's not the end of an over. I thought it was. They all seemed to be sort of congregating together, but no.
Could have got forward to that when he played it defensively off the back foot, and bounce isn't always it's a little bit unpredictable from this the Fleckney Road end.
Yes. As Beard moves in again and bowls. Oh, and that's an edge down to third man, but nobody in the gully. And 1 run goes on to the score, clicking it up to 49. Well, it hasn't done yet, but even I can add 1 to 48.
Boy, have those wickets perked Essex up. Different, look, it's different out there now.
Yes.
Bouncing around.
Yeah, it's amazing what a difference few deliveries can make. As the next delivery, short of a length, chopped away. Fielded, well fielded at backward point by Charlie Allison, I think that is. End of a very good over, and needing a further 202 to win. Leicestershire are 49 for 2.
Absolutely the key to them winning this game. Goes in and bowls. Hanscom leaves outside off stump. And then holds the pose for a little while, Hanscom, looking back down the pitch a little suspiciously. But as Charlie Allison in particular, and then Noah Thane showed, you can score runs on this pitch,
yes.
No question about it. Budinger at the moment is showing likewise, but They'll need Budinger, Leicestershire, just to hang around a bit longer. Doesn't always manage to do that. As the tall Webster is in and bowls a very late decision from Hanscom to jab at the ball, try and get it down to third man, and it all looked a little bit ugly. Didn't get anything on it. And whisper it, that looked a bit clubby, as they say sometimes. Professional cricketers sort of say.
Yes.
It was a sort of very late decision to try and play the ball with something of a horizontal bat. Didn't look like the test player he is, Peter Hanscom, and often does look like. Webster is in, that was more like it from his point of view. Hanscom's, that is, looking to drive on the walk. Richard sprawls to his right, at extra cover, into one of the used pitches, judging by the dust cloud that pops up around him. He brushes himself down, having shoveled the ball over to mid-off. No run. Tom Wesley, the skipper, is at mid-off. He tells Richards, just go back a yard or two. Webster is in again to Hanscom, who leaves, and does leave this time. No late decision to try and dab it away down to wide third man.
And talking about club cricket, Bo Webster was playing club cricket earlier in the season for Upminster in the Essex League, but not the Premiership, even the first division of the Essex League, where former Essex wicketkeeper Adam Winter is playing, and captain and coach and general factotum.
Webster is in. Hanscom again is playing defensively on the walk. Back up the pitch to Webster. Good over so far. No runs conceded from the first 5 deliveries. Can he produce the first maiden of the innings to back up the 2 wickets taken by Aaron Beard in the preceding over? And as I say, a very different feel.
Aaron Beard also made his way via club cricket, firstly for Shenfield and then more recently for Chelmsford.
Webster is in. Hanscom is driving. It is half stopped, or slowed at least, by Jamal Richards, and Wesley moving behind Richards completes a stop. So maiden over for Bo Webster after 8 overs. Leicestershire reply not exactly faltering, but
No.
Certainly isn't flying the way it was. 46 without loss after 6, 49 for 2 after 8.
And haven't given you a weather report for a little while because, in a way, it could be said to be not as good as it was a couple of hours ago, but
Infinitely more pleasant for us
it's
to sit in,
infinitely
isn't
more
it?
pleasant. I was genuinely concerned that come this time of the afternoon, the sun was going to be beating through the side of this gazebo, and I'd be in
Which
full
doesn't have
blast.
a side,
Yeah.
so you would have, yes, absolutely, you would have been.
But it's not,
Improving your
because
tan.
there's cloud cover. There's no threat of rain, but it's it's all together. That's gone hard high, and 6 probably.
Oh, gentleman in a yellow shirt didn't make the catch. He got in perfect position to take the catch, but again, a beautiful pickup by Budinger at deep
Yeah.
mid-wicket. Wasn't able to take it. Thought he stood up tall, got ready, both hands pointing into the air, and it just sort of landed over his head. Didn't move backwards. You have to move to be under the ball.
Yes, probably that chap probably has played a little bit of, or maybe a lot of club cricket. It looked as if he knew what he was doing.
Did. That's why I was getting excited there. What a pickup that was by
It
Budinger
was.
again.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of good shots today as Beard moves in, bowls, and that's pulled away for a single down to deep mid-wicket.
Good diving stop down there.
From, not sure who that is on the far opposite side of the ground. It could be Benkenstein. Or
Benkenstein's over
Benken.
there.
Oh no, it's Thane possibly.
Yeah, tall man. Good work anyway.
Anyway,
Saved 3.
Aaron Beard. Right arm over the wicket, moves in, bowls. Played solidly by Hanscom, moving into the defensive shot as he played it. Always going to be a dot ball.
Budinger's 41 has come off 26 deliveries.
So the top score in this innings so far was 80 something from Charlie Ellison, 84.
84.
84, Richard just looking it up or confirming it. It was purely by chance I got it right. I knew it was 80 something. But, it's just played hard into the ground and then into the hands of the man at backward point.
And what Budinger does by scoring as quickly as he does is, if he hangs around, make that point. But if he does, and he is at the moment, is he gives every other batsman time to sort of play themselves in, and Hanscom can do that now. He's faced 9 balls for his single.
Beard to Hanscom. A pleasant looking shot down to third man. Go through for a single.
It was in the air though, as it went
It was,
past
but
Gully, and it looked from our angle as though it was going to go straight to him, but no movement at all from Gully, and well, a little bit fortunate, I suspect there. Beard, hands on head for a long time there. It was kind of what he was bowling for.
Well, yes.
Oh, updates time. It is past. Just coming up as Beard is in. Budinger pulls him around the corner for 4. Lovely shot from Budinger. Beautiful shot. Here's the update. Hello. They're chasing 251 to record what would be their 5th win in 6 games, and almost certainly thereby put themselves in prime position to qualify for the quarterfinals of the competition. We're playing at Kibworth though. It is a club wicket. The wicket's playing fairly well at the moment. They went to 46 without loss after 6 overs, Leicestershire, but then they lost 2 wickets in 1 over. Rishi Patel was caught behind, and Lewis Hill was bowled, leaving in both cases deliveries from Aaron Beard. 48 for 2 at that stage. But they've moved on now to 61 for 2. Peter Hanscom, the Australia international, has just a couple to his name, but the star of the batting innings so far has been Sol Budinger. The opener has already hit 3 sixes in going to 45 off just 27 balls. If he hangs around for another few overs, the Foxes will be well on their way. Needing 251, they are 61 for 2. Hanscom picks up a single there as he turns that one off his legs from Bo Webster. I'll pass it back over to Dick. So we've changed ends with that update. Having
almost seamlessly. Almost
like a white ball, seamless.
Indeed.
After 10 overs.
So Webster in again. Bowls down the leg side, and an appeal for caught behind doesn't meet with the approval of anybody apart from 2 or 3 of his colleagues, and even then that was only probably because he'd made a plaintive appeal.
Just flicked the sort of thigh pad. Budinger looked down on it. Bailey's a good umpire. Rob Bailey, very, very experienced. I've got a load of his mugs. You know, he had a sort of ceramics company.
Oh, did he?
They still have a ceramics company for all I know, but they made loads of mugs for each county. So, you know, if you wanted a mug with your county's name on it, it was likely Rob Bailey Ceramics made it.
Oh, right. That's just pushed out on the offside for a single. There was famously a ceramics company who produced mugs for Ashley Giles, wasn't it? They were meant to say the King of Spin, and they were printed as the King of Spain. Yes. So Ashley Giles, amongst his numerous titles and positions he's had, is nominally the King of Spain. As Webster moves in, bowls. That's played pleasantly and just evades backward point for 4. And Aaron Beard is after it, but merely to retrieve it. And little lad in a black or grey t-shirt tosses it in the direction of Aaron Beard, but not the best throw the young lad will ever make. Well, hopefully not.
He'd take little as well. He's fairly substantial looking at him. Solidly built young man.
Prop forward. Webster moves in again, and it's just played solidly defensively by Hanscom. Harmer, whom no doubt will be in the action quite soon, fields in the gully.
Yeah, presumably they like to wait to the end of the power play just to give him a bit more cover on the boundary.
Well, yes, but that has now...
We've got one ball to go in the power play.
Oh yes, beg your pardon, yes. Almost spoilt for choice with spin bowlers. And again, it's played this time off the back foot straight to Harmer. End of the over, end of the power play. So it'll be interesting to see whether Harmer immediately comes into the attack, but he's not going to, or no, he's not. It's still Aaron Beard.
It was bowled pretty well, Beard. Well, 67 for 2 after 10, Leicestershire at the end of the power play. 26 for 3 was the Essex score. So in those terms, obviously we don't have DLS up on the board here, but I suspect in terms of DLS as well, Leicestershire sort of well ahead of the game. That said, as I say, we haven't seen Harmer as yet, although there's long discussions going on. Wesley.
Yes.
And Harmer is... Well, Beard's there too, and Harmer is involved in the discussions, but it will be Beard continuing for the time being from the Fleckney end, the Fleckney Road end.
Might just have been... Which end do you fancy then, Simon?
Aaron Beard is sporting... I think he's got an Alice band on.
Yes, he usually seems to have one.
As worn by the two... Well, occasionally worn. It used to be worn by the two Surrey...
Yes.
Brothers. Twins? Can't quite
No.
remember if were they twins? No, they weren't
No,
twins.
definitely
were they?
not. No. Currents,
Are
you
they
mean?
the Currents? Yeah. Beard is in and bowls to Budinger, who just very calmly turns him off his legs. Graceful little glance down to Jamal Richards at long leg. Takes one, moves on to 47. Lovely shot from Budinger. Can he really go on? As I say, he's got some substantial scores in this competition and arguably has done already, but he would dearly like to really make a definitively match-winning score, I'm sure. Peter Hanscom on 7 waits with that curious little idiosyncratic turn of the bat before in goes Beard. Bowls to him, he just turns it on the walk, slightly wristily out the fullish delivery down towards wide-ish mid-on and takes one. Nihar is on, or Nijar is on at the moment at mid-on. It's not Nijar, I beg your pardon, Wesley at mid-on.
Yes.
I thought that, Nijar's at mid-off, so the 12th man is on, they've just swapped across. So I'm not quite sure who is off at the moment.
Oh.
Beard around the wicket to Budinger, short, pulled by Budinger, and for 4, lovely shot actually from Sol Budinger, and he's gone to a fairly spectacular 50 there. Beautiful hit, and it's come off just 31 deliveries.
Yep, splendid innings there.
It was a sort of start that really makes life an awful lot easier for the batters to come, and he's played in many respects a slightly different game almost to the other batters who've opened up early. As I say, he always goes for his shots, Sol Budinger, but he's hit 6 4s and 3 6s. So 24 and 18, 42 of his 50 runs have come in boundaries. Beard is in, bowls to him, slightly slower ball, but onto middle leg, and the applause for him just bunting that one out into the onside and jogging one, almost as great as for the boundaries. Leicester's other players want him to go on here and really
Yes,
make
quite.
it count, and they, you know, not try and hit every single ball for 4 or 6. He moves
No.
on to 52. They sort of encourage him to be not circumspect, but just to pick and choose a little bit more than he has done in the past. Beard is in, bowls to Hanscom, who goes back and just dabs it through the now vacant slip area down towards Richards at third man and takes 1. He always looks a very nervous starter, Pete Hanscom, but now he's in and looks a lot more comfortable.
I mean, although, you know, we are told, although what they are escape me, I must admit, but although we are told there are, you know, there's enormous benefits to be gained from the recent version of the game that's started within the last 2 or 3 weeks.
Beard is in to Budinger, who's just helping it down to fine leg for 4. Wait to see the signal. The signal is 4.
And then that's just another walking defensive shot as Hanscom moves into the stroke. No addition to the score of 79 for 2 at the moment. Everything well under control for Leicestershire. Everything in hand. Webster moves in, that's just nudged down to third man. Pleasant looking shot from Hanscom. Down to Aaron Beard. Third man just a few yards away from us to our left. We're watching from wide third man. Looking out mainly towards the Leicestershire countryside beyond a row of trees in the distance. Almost unbroken trees on that side if you manage somehow to block out the electricity pylon. That's just nudged down to fine leg. And again it's that man Beard in the action doing the fielding. I suppose we've talked a lot about this ground, but one question I haven't asked you is, have you ever been here before?
No.
No. Thank you.
I mean, I have. I've watched the second team here, but this is the first team, the first.
Oh yes,
first
no, I
time
meant. Have you?
Oh, personally, yes.
Literally.
Yeah.
No, I knew the first team.
Yes,
no, I meant.
no, I've
I meant
yeah.
you personally. Yes. So you knew what to expect when you got here. Yes. That's just played out quietly on the offside. No addition to the score. Harmer does the fielding, such as it needed to be, just picking it up really.
Yeah. Weather was the key.
Yes.
As it so often is on our grounds, really.
Yeah, that is the one drawback about outgrounds, of course. They do need good weather.
I mean, even. Sorry, go on.
As that's nudged down to third man as well. Because outgrounds, I mean, if, and it's not going to happen, dear listener, don't worry, but if the heavens were to open now, you know, we're okay. But, you know, 90% of the crowd are going to have nowhere to shelter at all. There's a few tents, but it certainly wouldn't accommodate them all by any means.
But even established outgrounds, you know, your Chesterfields or your Scarboroughs or somewhere like that can look pretty miserable
Oh, yeah, they can.
in wet weather.
Yes. And that's pushed out on the onside. Well, yes, for a single. Did you ever cover a Leicestershire game at Essex when they played at
Southend.
Garran Park?
Yeah. But I wasn't working for Leicestershire. I was working for the Guardian. Darren Gough was playing for Essex at the time. It was that long ago, but it was an absolute. It was in the middle of sort of nowhere.
Completely.
I remember it well.
Yes, it's the sort of thing that you always do remember. However hard you go through therapy to get it erased from your mind, you can never forget a trip to Garran Park. If that sounds harsh, you ought to go there.
Right. Key moment. It is going to be Harmer time.
Yes, it is a key moment. You're right. Because if Harmer doesn't work any of his magic, then I think Leicestershire are going to coast this.
83 for 2 after 12, so the run rate only just below 7. They only need to score at 4.5 runs and over, so arguably Leicestershire could basically try and play Harmer off.
Yes.
In he goes. He's going to go around the wicket to Sol Buddington. Looks to turn him on the onside. Doesn't get anything on it. Comes off the pad. Buttleman runs out from behind the stumps and sort of flicks the ball backwards at the stumps. Buddington hadn't really gone anywhere, but although the sort of flick at the stumps missed, Buttleman suggesting that would have been close. Harmer is in, Buddington is forward. Quickish delivery, quickish arm action. Might have been the sort of quicker delivery from.
Yes, he mixes them up, and he loves bowling to left-handers, understandably, because they become leg breaks.
Do, don't they? Yeah, absolutely. Harmer is in, Buddington just waits for that. Was markedly slower, and had to wait for it and dabbed it down into the offside. The moment. Leicestershire and Buddington taking no chances wisely, you feel, against Simon Harmer. Certainly got plenty of time in which to give themselves a look. Harmer is in, Buddington drives pleasantly, bounces down nicely though, and Harmer can field in his follow through, does, and then makes as though to hurl the ball at the stumps, doesn't bother doing so. 4 dot balls from Simon Harmer. Now very much back on the international scene as well. Harmer is in, bowls, Buddington gets a delivery on middle leg that he just plays firmly along the ground all the way, down 2 long on, takes 1. Well, he played those 5 deliveries pretty nicely. Sol Buddington looks determined to go on and make this a wonderful start count. 59 he's moved on to. A few darker clouds around, as Dick has been saying, but they just made the temperature much more bearably pleasant.
Yes.
No suggestion there's going to be any rain on our various weather apps and what have you. Harmer into the right-handed Hanscom. International against international. Hanscom goes back, turns it around the corner, but can't get it past the man on the 45, really, who is Nijar, and that is the end of the over. Just the one from it. Leicestershire won't be too concerned about that. Point is, no wickets, and just having watched some of the replays, no real turn there for Harmer.
No.
And that potentially would have been the key. Adam Whitty, Leicestershire's BBC Radio Leicester, my fellow cricket commentator of the T20s and sports editor, is here to record the podcast, the Talking Foxes podcast. Plenty to talk about tonight, and that will be going out later tonight. Yes, he says. Looking for confirmation, gets a nod from Adam, and we'll get him on commentary, do a spot of extra commentary. Just
I can remember, bearing in mind I've been doing this job for 25 years or so. I'm sure Charlie Dagnall worked for BBC Leicester at one stage.
Did indeed. When I started my first year, Daggers was doing the T20 commentaries.
Yes.
For BBC Radio Leicester. He was on staff though. He followed the Jonathan Agnew route, if you like, of leaving Leicestershire to go and work for BBC Radio Leicester, and then go on to bigger and better things. Oh, more spin. Webster.
Yes.
As you said.
Yep. Webster employing his right arm off breaks. Also to the, there again we'll enjoy bowling to the left-hander.
But again, Buddington just restrained, just worked it out into the offside for that single. Playing within himself now, having made such a great start.
I think Gary Lineker used to work for Radio Leicester, didn't he? Didn't I? I think they.
No, I think he went straight to the big time.
Oh, did he?
Yes, he was on grandstand as.
Yeah. That's just played out the offside.
It's short. He's gone back to seam up against the right-handers, against the right-handed Hanscom, Bo Webster. Perfectly normal sort of run-up and seamers delivery, as opposed to a couple of steps and off spin to the left-hander. So 1 ball 1, next ball the other.
So Webster in again, bowling his slow spin. Plays it back to the bowler, no addition to the score. But my first sports editor ever, in fact, who gave me my very first job, was Mark Pugac, who's moved on to great things for ITV, being both their main rugby and football reporter, presenter, internationals.
And here we are.
Oh, I'm still content. I was never ambitious. I never wanted to get any further. I enjoy watching Essex. Well, some days. It's a bit like playing golf, watching Essex. You have good days and you have bad days. You forget the bad days. That's just played out into the covers.
End of the over. Again, Budinger just struggling to get the spin away, but I say struggling carefully because he's not trying too hard at the moment. They continue to be well ahead in terms of the run rate that they need to, which they need to score, but also in terms of DLS, just in case it were to rain. 6.22, or just dropped down to 6.14, is the run rate after 14 overs. 86 for 2. The Leicestershire score. I love the way the Kibby announcer is sort of an over or two behind each time, but he's pleased to announce the arrival of Harmer, who's already bowled an over, actually, so this is his second over from the Fleckney end. Bowling in sunglasses. Harmer presumably always does that.
Yes, he does.
Helps with the air of mystery, doesn't it?
That's right.
International man of mystery, Simon Harmer, steps in over the wicket to the right-handed Hanscom, who tries to flick it away through the leg side, doesn't get anything on it, comes off the pad, and there's a sort of ooh and ah general from the Essex fielders, led from behind the stumps by Will Buttleman. Harmer is in, bowls, forward goes Hanscom, just turning it off middle and leg down into the onside. Requires knee. Is it Nijar or Nihar? I always want to, because I've spent time in Spain, I always want to say Nihar, but it's
everybody
Nijar.
Pronounces the J.
Right, including him, presumably. So.
Presumably, I never actually asked him, but nobody's ever been pulled up for it.
In goes Harmer, and driven wristily by Budinger through mid-off, down to long off for 1. The skipper's down here at long off, a long way from the action. 1 taken by Budinger, moves on to 61. 88 for 2. Harmer into Hanscom, who is forward, defending. Turn of the wrist, pushes the delivery out to mid-wicket, where Webster is the fielder. Wipes his hands on his trousers, Bo Webster. Is that his sort of christened name? Is that his?
I presume so, yes.
Harmer bowls, and on the walk is Hanscom, and Harmer fields in his follow-through.
Yeah, yes, it's not... apparently it's no abbreviation or anything, that's his name.
If he's in Who's Who, let's have a
Never come across it
see.
before.
No, he's not in Who's Who, alas. In goes Harmer, and using his feet is Hanscom, getting almost to the ball on the full pitch, clipping it out through square leg down towards Jamal Richards, and 1 is taken. So again, Leicestershire deal with that Harmer over from their point of view reasonably successfully. The 3 singles from it take the score on to 89 for 2. Budinger has 61, Hanscom 14.
Graham, a regular at Chelmsford, points out that his namesake Graham Napier was selected for the 15-man squad for the 2009 T20 World Cup, but didn't feature in any of the matches in the competition. Thanks,
I knew
Graham.
he'd been in an England squad.
Yes.
But didn't get to play.
No.
He must have been so close on so many occasions.
Yes.
And T20 was his. He was a big thing for him as well.
Yes, he famously got a big century against Sussex at Chelmsford, which was televised by our dim and distant cousins on satellite television, as Wesley brings himself into the attack before Nijar, and that concedes a single.
More spin.
More off spin.
Essex have decided this is the the route to go down if they're going to be successful, or they're going to take wickets. Maybe under the sun the wicket has dried out and starting to turn.
Yes, that's what they'll be hoping. But not an attacking field by any means. And that's played slightly circumspectly, I would have thought, by Budinger, but keeps it out well enough, goes down the wicket, just does a very cursory prod of the wicket.
That might have straightened a fraction, because
Yes.
it was a bit outside edgy, so I wouldn't mind seeing the... I'll watch the
Emergency
replay while
vehicle,
you watch
yeah.
that one.
So goes on the back foot, plays it out to mid-on. Emergency vehicle just went by. Oh, it's like Chelmsford.
The first of the day.
Yes, and probably the last. Or hopefully the last. Don't like to hear too many of those.
But, yeah, you get used to it at Chelmsford, don't you, with that? As
Well,
you say, the
yeah.
freeway.
Yes. As Wesley moves in again, bowls and played out to mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, and they go through for one. They'll think about and obtain quite comfortably a second, despite the fact a good throw comes in to Buttleman. But they were home quite comfortably. For two more, taking the score on to, I'm not sure whether it's been incremented or not, 95 or 93. Anyway, at this stage it doesn't matter too much, it's there or thereabouts, as that's worked away on the onside for another single only, down in towards but not as far as the little building development.
Now, just a bit of news for Leicestershire supporters. I had been told, and it had been the intention, that Hanscom would be leaving at the end of the group stages.
Wesley to Budinger, who's been probably thinks he's been contained rather too long, and he comes out of his shell again there and hits four down to mid-wicket.
I was told today that if Leicestershire qualify for the knockout stages, Hanscom would stay for the next stage, whether it is a quarter-final, which would take place next week on Friday, I think, or semi-final, which would take place the following week. So hopefully that is the case, and hopefully Pete will be around for if Leicestershire qualify. Harmer, is it me or you?
Yes, you.
Harmer is in, and dancing down the wicket is Hanscom, and doesn't get anything on it. Rather, ends up accidentally sort of kicking it away into the offside, and there's no run. 98 for 2 after 16.1. Harmer is in. Hanscom is looking to stretch forward, and that one sort of bounced and turned a little bit on down the leg side. Buttleman wasn't able to take the ball cleanly, but looked to be something there for Harmer on that occasion. Seeing that one again, back to that one goes Hanscom, playing it firmly out into the onside, and takes one.
John emails from Mentmore in Buckinghamshire, one of our regular emailers, who was one of several people who took issue with my colleague's pronunciation of Benkenstein.
Round the wicket goes Harmer, forward goes Budinger. Good stop, diving to his left by Harmer off his own bowling. Bowlers are always good off their own bowling, and it prevents
Yes.
a run.
I'll read John's email at the end of the over.
Harmer steps in and bowls, gives it some air, driven firmly by Budinger. Very straight, but long gone is out, and he can run around and field, and does. 2 runs taken bring up the Leicestershire 100. It's come up in the 17th over, and Budinger has moved on to 67. Harmer into Benkenstein, who is forward, turning it in the air for a few feet down towards mid-on. Mid-off actually has to run across to field, who is Luke Benkenstein. Single taken by Hanscom, he keeps the strike. Leicestershire onto 101 for 2 after 17 overs.
And We were mentioning Garen Parker, and John wasn't. He said he wasn't. Well, he says his words. It was the worst cricket ground I've ever been to. But I'm sure I remember the match there in which Essex beat Leicestershire thanks to a winning spell from David Masters.
Yeah, actually,
Maybe.
that might have been the game I went to. Masters.
Yeah.
Yeah, I seem to remember that.
Yeah, David Masters.
He says that as though it's Garen Park isn't a thing anymore, is it?
Oh no, they haven't played. They ditched Garen Park a long time ago. That's just played out to mid-on. And then South Church Park had gone anyway, which everybody loved South Church Park, apart from either the county club or the South End Council didn't want them. Nobody ever knows the truth in these things. It's just played defensively on the move, and then Colchester hung on for a season or two, but Essex haven't used any outground at all for. I can't be more specific than to say several seasons. I could look it up, but then so could our listeners if they wanted to, probably. That goes forces the batsman onto the back foot, and then it's played defensively out to long on.
I remember covering a
single.
T20 game at Colchester between Essex and Yorkshire, and Ryan Sidebottom was on the boundary with his bushy hair.
Oh yes.
Ringlets. Was soundly abused and rather unpleasant, absolutely throughout. You know.
Really.
Oh goodness me.
It's played out for a single by Budinger. Takes him on to 68. So no, Essex are one of the clubs now, of which there aren't many now, who only play at their headquarters ground, and which is a bit ironic, if that be the word, or paradoxical, because for years and years they didn't have a home, and they went around. They were nomadic. They had what they called this travelling circus, where they played at 8 or 9 different grounds every season. And Wesley moves in and bowls, and that's worked away on the onside for a single, and although asked not to walk in front of us, somebody still does so, which I suppose he would say is his prerogative. He's paid to be here, we haven't. I don't know. Anyway, doesn't really matter that much as long as it doesn't become too regular. 104 for 2 at the end of the over, with Budinger not out 68 and Hanscom 22 to his name, leading a further, oh dear, never do mental arithmetic, 147 for victory.
There you go, spot on. Budinger's 68 has come off just 52 deliveries. He and Hanscom have played, famous last words, but really sort of pretty sensibly since the end of the power play. Budinger, as ever, chanced his arm in that one, but since then, been very good. Harmer is in, looking to turn it on the leg side. He's going to have to hurry there, Budinger. Had that throw from Nijar hit coming in from sort of backward square, that might have been interesting. It certainly would have required a decision of umpire Bailey. It didn't. Budinger, it was his call. He was running to the danger end and probably would maintain that he would have made his ground anyway. So Hanscom gets 105 for 2. Possible update coming up as in goes Harmer. Oh, bounce and turn. Twice I heard a little burst in my earphones of BBC Radio Leicester, but and then it came on and went off again. So somebody's not switching buttons on quite at the right time. Harmer is in. Budinger is, well, forward. It hits him, it goes straight on with the arm. There's a slightly plaintive quality to that appeal from Harmer. It wasn't quite the appeal of a man completely convinced.
No.
And rightly, because as it turned out, the umpire turned down the appeal. Harmer steps in and bowls. Budinger forward, a little tentatively, thick inside edge, runs it down towards backward square, and there is no run. 105 for 2, just the single from the Harmer over so far, but again, that isn't necessarily a problem as far as the Foxes are concerned. They're ahead of the
Oh,
Rainbow
yes.
as yet taken a wicket. 107 for 2 after 19, the Foxes.
Aaron Beard just going off and being replaced by, conveniently he's going to walk right across in front of us, and I think it might be, yes it is, it's Ben Allison.
And he's moving, performing calisthenics as he does so, suggesting he's going to get a bowl before too long.
I don't really see how he can if
No?
he comes on as 12th man.
Ah, it's not that, Allison. Okay, it's Ben rather than, oh, he's just warming up.
Yes,
then.
I was saying he came on at 12th man.
Ah, beg your pardon. Beg your pardon. Warming up for fielding then.
So, the skipper, Tom Wesley, still plying his trade from the far end of the ground, the more rural, rustic end of the ground.
Nursery end, we've
The
decided.
nursery, the prettier end. Well, yes, there is another wicket there,
Indeed.
and another pavilion indeed. I noticed when I looked, that's just nudged round the corner for a single. I noticed when I went on to Cricket Archive looking for Kibworth Cricket Club, it said old ground and new ground, and I couldn't work out how they both had the same address, and it was only when I was parking the car at 10:30 this morning that I realised that yes, the old ground is down at that far end with both what looks like a very good wicket and yet another pavilion or clubhouse. It's played out on the offside. So they're very, very well appointed, this club, very well appointed. It's presumably the second team played there, or the thirds, depending on where the first team are. And that's pulled away for 4 runs down to mid-wicket. And yeah, Essex got those 2 wickets in 1 over from Aaron Beard, but apart from that, well, it's the same to the obvious that they haven't taken another wicket, but in all honesty, they haven't really looked like taking another wicket either. Very little has troubled the batsman.
Hello, how are you?
Very little. As Wesley moves in, bowls to Budinger, goes on the back foot, plays it out to long on for a single.
Do you know what you did wrong?
And yeah, Wesley got quite a lot on his plate at the moment, although you can't help but think, particularly in the position that Essex are at the moment in this competition, that they've got more than half an eye on the remaining 3 games that they have of the championship, in which they lie second to Surrey. Realistically, Surrey are very likely to win it yet again, but Essex could mathematically, and only needs Surrey to have a game washed out or an unexpected defeat. As that's played off the back foot, but well fielded by Wesley. And looking at things totally objectively, which I'm inclined to do, Surrey, to my mind, are the best equipped side in the championship. But you know, the best teams don't always win things at any sport, and that's another one of the joys of watching it. Always looking for that surprise result. End of the over, 114 for 2.
After 20 at this stage, Essex 81 for 3. They were sort of in a rebuilding phase,
Yes.
which Leicestershire haven't had to go into as yet. Harmer endeavouring to put them into that sort of position, comes in to bowl to Peter Hanscom from round the wicket, interestingly, to the right hand. It calls for the quick single, and it's a good call as well, because Ben Webster, Bo Webster, tall man, slightly on his back foot there, slightly wrong-footed, and got going in the end. By the time he did so, though, Budinger had made his ground. Harmer into Budinger, who slog sweeps him over mid-wicket for a 1-2-3 bounce for, well, certain sort of feeling of lèse-majesté there. You shouldn't really slog sweep Simon Harmer, but he did, and he did it very,
Yes.
very well indeed, and he's seeing the ball pretty well. He moves on to 78.
This is
Sol
one of the
Budinger.
reasons I think Harmer is slightly less of the force than he has been in some seasons. People are determined not to be intimidated by him, which they were. He's no lesser bowler, but he's treated with less respect. I don't say that.
Oh, and produces a beauty there, which bounces and turns past the edge of Budinger's bat. Did not know how to play that, Budinger. He sort of went back slightly splay-legged and,
Yes.
well, it was beaten to the wide, as they say. Into Budinger, adjusts well to that, because again that straightened slightly and he went forward and then just adjusted and dabbed it out behind square on the off side. Dot ball 11942. In he goes. Harmer bowls. Budinger, care and attention, leans forward in a forward defensive, pushes the ball back up the pitch to Simon Harmer. Tosses the ball from hand to hand. What hits has he got in this competition so far this season? Goes in and bowls. Big slug sweep again from Budinger. This time he has got all of it, and over the ropes at mid-wicket into the fencing that is up there. And Budinger goes past his previous best score. What was it in this? He says, just making sure that is the case. 81 was his previous best score in this competition this season. He is now 84 not out. And that has come at a heck of a rate. And he has put Leicestershire very much in the prime position to go on and win this game. 125 for 2 after 21, so 11 off the over.
Well, Paul...
halfway there.
Hiscock, yes, we are. Paul Hiscock has returned. Shall I have a break, or will you? Or?
Yeah, by all means, if you want a quick
Yeah.
few minutes stroll around the ground.
Yeah, I will go back to the car anyway.
I'll bring Paul in alongside for a while. On to replace himself, and young Thane got that one a little bit wrong. It was a bit of a long hop, and Hanscom, far too good a batsman to miss out, just pulled it high over square leg, just in front of square leg. I hope everybody's all right there. You've got to be aware when you're on an outground, haven't you?
Absolutely, yes. Just watch what's going on in front of you all the time.
Thane is in. Again, he's just drifting down the leg side. It's a better length delivery, though, and Hanscom just tickles it down to long leg and takes one.
He's really flourished, hasn't he, Handsome? A bit of an unsteady start, I thought, Richard.
He tends to be a nervous starter, curiously, for such an experienced international player. You know,
yeah.
But once he's in,
yeah.
you know, he plays with a real sort of calmness and steadiness that other batsmen can sort of play around him while he just quietly accumulates, and then suddenly you look up and say, hang on, he's got 30 or 40 here.
Yeah, yeah.
And then you play a shot like that, 6. Thane is into Budinger, who pulls in the air, but it's going to be safe. There isn't a deep mid-wicket, just a deep square. Arguably there should be for Budinger, but running around the boundary. Beard gets to it, gets his throw away. Budinger takes 2, moves on to 86.
I'm sure this is the first time that I've seen Budinger play, and I've been so impressed. Right from the start, he took the bowling on, didn't he? He had 40 odd out the first 50, I think, didn't he?
He did.
I know when his own half century came up, that was out of 74, and he completely dominated this attack.
Thane is in, and that's heading our way over into the field behind. Drops it onto leg stump. Budinger picks it up and picks up 6. Wow, that was a super shot from Budinger. I think that's his 5th maximum. He moves into the 90s now, and that is his best score in List A cricket. Certainly didn't play that many List A games for Nottinghamshire. Did play a fair few, but not that many. And for Leicestershire, well, I went through his scores in the competition so far this season, and they've all been pretty good. 33, 67, 24, 81, 58, and now 92, all much faster than a runner ball.
And just 111 needed now for Leicestershire. Plenty of time. And their position at the top of the table does not look in any jeopardy at all at the moment.
It looks okay, doesn't it, for
Yeah.
the Foxes? Well, Harry Swindle said this was a 300 sort of wicket, and the way they're playing suggests that he knew what he was talking about. He has played a lot of cricket here. Swindles. Noah Thane, who batted very well earlier, is in round the wicket, down the leg side. That will be signalled wide. Tried to help it on its way. Looked to be heading our way briefly. Budinger didn't get anything on it, and it was stopped rather than taken cleanly behind the stumps by Buttleman.
Beard, when he opened the bowling, certainly had Patel, Hill, and initially Hanscom in some sort of concern, didn't he? But Budinger, I think, just...
Thane is in, and that is helped down to long leg. Bounces quite nicely, though, for Jamal Richards to make the stop. Just one before Budinger moves on to 93.
Well, the other three were treating the bowling with some uncertainty, or certainly that of Beard. Budinger was in complete control, wasn't he? He didn't seem to be under any pressure at all.
He's also been starting at the top of the order in red ball cricket, and again has sort of got to 20s and 30s, but and not really gone on. But he's done it in this competition against the white ball. In goes Thane, bowls to the right-handed Hanscom. It's drifting onto the leg stump. Again, he just hasn't found a line in this over at all. Hanscom turns it calmly down to wide, long leg stroke, deep backward square. Takes one. He moves on to 33 now. 93 to Budinger, 142 for 2. End of the over. So how many from that over? 142, 17 off the over, Paul.
Yeah, might not see a repeat over from Thane when he's next due at that end. But going back to Budinger, you were saying, Richard, that he scores quite a lot of 20s in red ball cricket. And I think that from the coach's point of view, that is a very frustrating part of the batsman's game. You ask them, you know, when they're talking about big scores, and they'll say the hardest runs are the first 10 or 20. Once you've got those in, you should be able to go on and get the big scores. And batsmen...
Sorry, mate. Harmer goes in, just turned off his legs by Hanscom, out towards mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, when batters are out for 20 odd, they seem to have done, you know, the reflection always is, they did the hard part, getting in, and then gave their wicket away in the coach's eyes, but then...
Harmer is in, defended by Hanscom. Out into the onside, no run again. They can just play Harmer off, can't they? They didn't in the last over.
No.
They took him for 11,
Yeah.
but... Harmer round the wicket to Hanscom, who stretches forward and just defends out into the onside.
He hasn't, I have to say, Harmer hasn't been as effective in this form of cricket as we would have hoped. He missed a couple of games. He was given time off for a rest. When he came back, everybody said, that's it, that's what we want to start hitting the winning run again.
Gone for runs again there, just a little bit outside off stump, and very calmly Hanscom went back, guided it wide of the diving backward point, and man has to run around on the offside, sweeping down to wide third man. Hanscom picks up a couple, moves on to 36, 145 for 2.
Got a very pleasing way about him, hasn't he? Aesthetically pleasing.
There is,
Textbook manual stuff.
Harmer is in, and then it just to give the lie to that, a bit of a slog sweep, really. But there was even
commentator's
then,
curse.
Slightly elegant slog
Yes.
sweep, wasn't it? It wasn't a mo, was it?
No. A lesser player would have made a right mess of that.
He would. Hanscom goes back this time and calmly turns the delivery from the chastened Harmer out into the Hanscom, takes one and keeps the strike. So it just hasn't happened for Simon Harmer and for Essex in this innings. 146 for 2 after 23. 37 Hanscom, 93 to Sol Budinger.
And from this point on, all they need to do is cruise along really at 4.5, 5 and over, isn't it, Richard?
Well, they only need, 4.5 is what they need. They're scoring at 6. So, yeah.
And I think Wesley's actually running out of options, isn't he? He's tried a number of permutations here. most all might go down on the knees and pray is the next effort for inspiration.
Well, he's bravely giving young Thane another over here. It can't be any worse though, can it? So perhaps that's the...
Yeah. Give
the
the lad a
approach.
chance to redeem himself.
Indeed. Over the wicket he goes to Hanscom. It is a little bit short. Hanscom goes back, tries to pull, doesn't actually time it. Sounds horribly tinny as it runs in the air out through mid-on down towards mid-on, who's on the edge of the circle. I think that's the tall figure of Bo Webster out there.
It is, yeah.
He makes the stop.
Credit to Tom Wesley in keeping Thane on, because, you know, the young lads have got to learn that it's not all about glory, it's how you react when things are against you, and he's giving the opportunity to Thane to show what he's made of a character.
Thane is in, just drifts down onto mid-on leg again though, and Hanscom just goes back, calmly turns it down to long leg, takes one. Moves on to 38, 147 for two. 104 needed by Leicestershire off 27 overs, or at least 26 after what remains of this one. 12th is coming on.
Yeah.
Allison for
Wesley,
the skipper, who's examining his right hand a little happily, so he's obviously got a...
Shook hands
whack
too
of
firmly with somebody, perhaps.
Yeah, as ever. Sort of various plasters and bandages on it. It's an occupational hazard, I suppose. Round the wicket goes Thane to Budinger, who slams him high over wide long on into the crowd for another maximum. Lovely shot, and he moves on to 99. Sol Budinger, what a lovely pickup. I think that's his 5th maximum. And my word, he's played well. He's, as I say, it's not fair to say he's threatened in this competition, because he's delivered, really, on many occasions in the competition. But for him to go to 3 figures, it would be a real sort of statement. As I say, I spoke to Colin Ackerman after the last game, and he said he keeps making this great start. He needs to go on. He needs to go on. He mustn't give it away. And he hasn't done it in this innings. He has gone on 99. There's singles there to be taken. Will he just take one? In goes Thane. Bowls to Budinger, who guides it towards backward point. No, there isn't a run there to be had. Hanscom is. There is now. There is now, because the throw at the stumps at the non-striker's end isn't backed up. Goes out to the fielder on the boundary. Budinger has the one he needed for his single. He takes his helmet off, revealing that shock of dyed blonde hair, and he punched the air with delight. Sol Budinger has his first List A century, for Leicestershire, and what an innings it has been by Budinger. His 100, well, has come really spectacularly quickly, and I think it is 6 maximums to his name. I will check. We'll get the figures shortly.
A special innings for him, and a special treat for the crowd who've warmed to him, and thoroughly deserves that reward, doesn't he? He's played superbly.
Thane is in to Hanscom, who defends. Budinger's 100 has come off just 79 balls, 10 fours and 6 sixes. So 76 of the 100 in boundaries. Is that right?
Yeah. Interesting to see if
6 for 1, 48 for 2.
Yeah. The 7th over, I think they wicket
As
went
you say,
down.
both of them in the 7th over.
Yeah.
Nijar is in, left arm spin, back goes Budinger, just blocks it out towards mid wicket. Looks kind of keen to go on here.
Yeah. Get the runs in the book. That's what the game's all about, isn't it?
At the end of August, to prepare for the Victoria season.
Right.
So he wouldn't, if they did sign him, he wouldn't be there for the full season. He has a young family as well, as Nijar is in. Hanscom goes back, pulls for 4. Young man doesn't feel cleanly at the first attempt. Oh, let himself down there with his white bucket hat on, and his mate picks up and throws back. But you know, he's been very popular, and what he does, Paul, is, I think we mentioned it earlier, he brings balance to the side because he's a keeper as well as he's an unfussy keeper, but he's an effective one.
Yeah.
And you know, it frees up another place as well. So I think they'd like to have him. That said, as Nijar is in, forward goes Hanscom, thick inside part of the bat to Richards at backward square. They're losing Wright, who is the sort of spearhead of the seam attack. So unless they sign another seamer, they might think in terms of a sort of a seamer as an overseas as well. In goes Nijar, bowls, cut off the stumps rather by Hanscom there, bottom edge out towards backward point. So yeah, plenty for the Foxes hierarchy to think about in those terms. They'll be losing sort of 40 wickets with Wright in red ball cricket. Maybe more, you know, he's got close to 50 on a couple of occasions. Nijar is in, bowls, forward goes Hanscom and defends. End of the over, halfway. We are halfway, and Budinger calls for a drink that he has earned. 159 for 2 after 25.
And Wesley has returned, so Harmer can step down from supervisory role. Yeah, I mean, there's certain inevitability about the outcome of this game from here, isn't there?
They'll be disappointed to lose it, Leicestershire, from here.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah,
92.
92 it is. Yeah,
needed from 25 with 8 wickets in hand.
Yeah, just
shouldn't
play conventional cricket, can't you, from here?
Mustn't lose this from here, no.
No.
But the wicket's playing well enough, you feel, for them not to do that.
Yeah, I think it was quite interesting. I think Beard managed to extract some help from maybe the pitch and the new ball, as indeed Wright did in the Essex innings. But from then on, bat has dominated ball, as it didn't do throughout that Essex innings. They rather got themselves in a bit of a mess, didn't they? Although it was dug out by Charlie Allison and Noah Thane. So those are the plus points for Essex should they lose this game. But other than that, I don't think there's too much to pat themselves on the back about. Other than more players have had more experience, and the younger ones know what's expected of them if they want to become first team players.
They dug in a way that I guess they didn't do, and they make we're not going to be bowled out for. It would have been easy for them to be bowled out for 150, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
At 90 odd for 5.
Yes.
But they weren't. They got it up to 250, which is sort of in the game. But Leicestershire happen to have lost far fewer players to the 100. They have a decent batting lineup, a batting lineup that's both in form and confident as well.
Yeah. Well, this I would just sort of perhaps illustrates the point of the value of Hanscom as well, in steadying the ship. Sometimes their 24s, 25s get a little bit overlooked, but when you look down, you think, well, actually, while he was getting those 25, he figured in 2 or 3 partnerships, maybe half-century partnerships. So there's value in that, maybe rather than an outstanding innings that we've seen. For example, at Essex this season, particularly in red ball cricket, how well Matt Critchley's done. Coming in at 5, steadying the ship, and he's got a couple of centuries in his own right, and half centuries as well. But it is balance, as you alluded to earlier on, and taking him out of that order. You will lose something. I know you say you've got to replace Chris Wright's 40 wickets. You've got to, you've got to take wickets to win matches, haven't you? But at the same time, so important to put runs on the board. It would, and he's happy at Leicester, presumably. Hanscom, isn't he?
He says so.
Yeah.
And his calmness. He's seen far more stressful situations. In his international career, and nothing much seems to faze him really. He just sort of plays the same calm way, and he's a very good influence in the dressing room. I am told. Jamal Richards is into Budinger, who goes back and pulls him around the corner at a rate of knots, but Thane gets around from sort of fine leg almost to long leg and makes the stop.
The other thing is as well, Richard, it gets more and more difficult to actually bring in an overseas player who's going to play for virtually all or most of the season, isn't it?
There exactly that. Yeah, sometimes you have to sort of split it almost between two different overseas at different times. Well, you can have two, but you know what I mean.
Yes,
He goes Richards bowls and just waits for it. Hanscom and dabs it down to Thane at third man for the right-hander. Takes one. Leicestershire had signed Rahana for the whole season, Ajinkya Rahana.
Yeah.
And we're very excited about that as a sort of prime batsman and also pretty useful bowler as well. But then he got picked for India, and now he's India vice-captain and he's playing all forms for India, and that sort of takes him out, took him out of the picture really. So Hanscom was a late signing, relatively speaking. Richards is into Budinger, hits him up into the air, should be caught at mid-wicket, is skied very high. Oh, taken just in the end by Nija. I think that's Nija running back and almost slipped through his hands. We saw the bottom of the white ball appear, but Budinger's innings has come to a close. Richards has his man, but what an innings it has been by Sol Budinger. I suggest the crowd here at Kibworth will rise to Budinger, who has put Leicestershire well on their way to what will be, if completed, their 5th win in 6 games. He goes for 102, takes off his helmet, and the crowd do indeed stand and applaud Sol Budinger as he leaves the field, having made 102 off 73 deliveries. No, that can't be right. 74 deliveries. 10 fours and 6 sixes. Colin Ackerman, who is a man in spectacular form at the moment, comes to the crease. Ackerman 100 not out off 60 odd deliveries against Lancashire at Old Trafford, followed up with 89 not out last time out against Hampshire down at the Ageas Bowl to steer Leicestershire to victory.
If I'm an Essex man wearing my Essex bucket hat, I don't want to hear that.
Sorry. But he's leaving at the end of the season as well. Ackerman, he and Callum Parkinson have both signed with Durham.
Yes.
So he'll take some replacing as well, but he looks determined to end his 7-year spell at Leicestershire by taking them to a final, perhaps, and who knows, beyond to a trophy.
Well, I suppose, you know, you have to say that these players have done the job, haven't they? And the rebuilding goes on. There's so much more player movement now than there used to be 10 years or 5 years ago.
Richards into Ackerman, defends, angled bat, pushes it out towards point, and there's no run.
It's becoming football-esque, isn't it?
And you can sometimes feel it's becoming football-esque in sort of comparatively in monetary terms as well.
Yes,
It kind of always has been in a way, but perhaps even more pronounced these days. Richards runs in and bowls. Ackerman defends. Oh, goes straight through cover. That was a rather shoddy piece of work by Nija. Took the catch, just.
Yes, he did.
and he couldn't manage to make the stop.
It was one of those where the fielder, the 9 other fielders are thinking, thank God it's not me under that ball, because you can make yourself look a bit of an idiot, can't you, when it goes through there. But Nija was better than that. Completed the task.
Single is taken, brings Hanscom back down on strike. Richards bowls to him. He goes back, turns the delivery off his legs out to square leg, in front of square really. Takes 1. Well, Richards came back well. He was treated with rude contempt in his first over or 2 by Budinger in particular, but he got his man, albeit 100 runs later.
Yes.
106.
He spotted a weakness, and when given his head, he capitalised.
Yes.
He's had a bit of a
163 for
frustrating season with injuries and what have you. The continuity hasn't been there for him in matches.
So important, isn't it, for young bowlers?
Yeah.
I don't know if they're coming to me at 4:30. I think Adam's done the 4:30 update into the sports bulletin. Nijar round the wicket into Hanscom, who just leans forward and sort of bunts it calmly through the vacant mid-on area down towards long gone.
But that's all they have to do, isn't it?
It's
From this
quietly
point
gone on
on.
to 44. What do they need? Actually, the rate required is now 3.6.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Just look for the occasional loose ball, and there will be out there. Tickle the ropes with those and take the singles for the rest of the deliveries that are coming down.
Ackerman waits as Nijar is in. Bowls two. Bounces a little bit more than he expected there. Ackerman played it well, managed to get on top of the bounce, guiding it down towards sort of deep gully. Several hundred. I don't think there's 1,500 tickets were sold. Nijar is in. Back. Oh, that's going to be leg before wicket. And it is. It was the quicker delivery. Flatter hurried on to Ackerman. And his good run comes to an end, Ackerman. So, once again, 2 wickets have fallen in fairly short order. And, well, Leicestershire still have runs to score here. 87, I think it is, they still need. Now just 6 wickets in hand. This game isn't quite over yet.
Twisted the tail. Maybe the Leicestershire tail. But
they bat fairly deep, as evidenced by the sight of South Africa international all-rounder Vian Mulder coming to the crease. Ackerman goes for a single. Do his splendid average any good? On 64 for 4.
so just a little bit more responsibility on Hanscom's shoulders, isn't there? I don't suppose there's any need to even look at the panic button yet, Richard, is there? It's just keep your composure, keep sensibly. No scoreboard pressure, is there, at the moment, even with these wickets down.
Dick wants to come back on and have a few overs alongside you, Paul, possibly.
Well, it's put a bit of a spring in Essex step. I must be honest, those 2 wickets. Just conceding 3 runs when the 3rd and then the 4th wicket went down. 164 for 4, chasing 251 to win Leicestershire.
Finish this over and then we'll get Dick back alongside you. Nijar is in. Ooh, and that was a rather indeterminate sort of stroking prod at the ball from Vian Mulder. It just bounced and turned a bit. Nijar getting. Let's have a look at this delivery. Did it do a bit? Might just have straightened and lifted a fraction more, but there might be a bit more pace in the pitch in that respect than Mulder expected. Nijar bowls again, quickish delivery. Mulder went back, played it firmly back down the pitch to the left armour, who's got as much, looks as threatening as anybody, really.
Yeah, but of course, new batsman at the crease as well. Just got to pick up the pace of the ball, hasn't he?
Nijar is in.
Pace of the
goes
pitch, I
back,
should have said.
pushes it out into the offside. End of a successful over for Nijar. 27 overs down, 164 for 4.
Going to have a changeover. It's going to be an all Essex attack. Dick Davis moving in alongside my good self. Richard takes a well-earned break, and Dick joins me. Say all Essex attack. Let's hope we can get a couple more wickets here, Dick, and we'll see a twist in this tail. But at the moment, really, Leicestershire well on course for victory, aren't they? 164 for 4.
Nudge down to 3rd man for a single. But yes, so we've had 2 clusters of 2 with the wickets, haven't we?
Yes.
2 braces of
Unfortunately, there have been 113 runs apart.
Well,
But we live in home, don't we?
He
You
grabbed
do when you
straws.
follow Essex, don't you?
well, yes.
But even now, Dick, there's no real scoreboard pressure on the batsman, is
No,
there?
no, no, no. No, required rate 3.77 it says on the screen. Yeah, well, with 6 wickets in hand. But we've seen collapses, we've seen them a lot this season, but not so much by Essex's opponents.
No. But the presence of Hanscom there will be very reassuring for Leicestershire fans.
Yes.
Yeah, just coming.
So it's Richards in again, bowls. Outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper.
I was saying to Richard earlier, should Essex lose this, there have been a couple of plus points, haven't there? Charlie Allison's form,
I think
Noah
there's
Thane.
I think that partnership gave a lot of hope for the future. Yes.
And early on, at the start of the Leicestershire innings, I thought Aaron Beard bowled superbly.
He did, yes.
Fully deserved
Yeah.
his 2 wickets.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, if you believe that's played defensively, trickles down the offset. If you to believe social media, and nobody in their right mind believes social media, you know, some of the doom and gloom merchants would say that, you know, Essex have been a total disaster in this competition. Well, that's you know, that's just so far from the truth. It's almost laughable because they've gained a lot out of it, and they knew with the side that they had coming into the competition that they were probably not very likely to win it or even to make the latter stages. That's an edge for 4 down to the boundary, taking Leicestershire on to 172. But yeah, a lot of players, well, it could be said, admittedly, and it's undeniably, 1 or 2 of the players haven't seized the opportunity to talk about Leicestershire with anywhere near the background that we are about Essex. But yeah, no doubt there are several Leicestershire players. Although, of course, that there are probably fewer of them being blooded because Leicestershire have lost fewer to another version of the game.
Yeah, and that's important, isn't it? That
Yeah.
the balance of the side gets ripped out when you lose 5 or 6 players.
Yeah, let's just play defensively.
So yeah, I agree with you. I don't think. Well, if you got plenty of time to go on social media and analyse and take on board the comments, so be it. But
Yeah.
I think some of it is very unfair. It's
Oh, so do I.
the armchair warrior will always have an opinion that seems better than the actual people who attend and watch the game.
Yeah. Nijab moves in now, bowls. And that's played out to mid-off for a single. But also, looking to other competitions, Essex are lucky and have been lucky in recent seasons that they've had a very good side, but nobody quite good enough to play at test level.
No.
So therefore, as often as not, they've been able to put out their absolute best available side,
Yes.
which not many counties can say. So that has played to their advantage. Yeah, they're very good, but not that good.
Yes. Well, I mean, it's quite interesting, isn't it? I was just
That's
thinking,
worked away for a single down to square leg.
thinking the other day, do you remember when John Lever was knocking wickets over for fun and still seemed to avoid attracting the attention of the England selectors, as indeed Sam Cook has been doing?
Yes, that's
Um,
right. Nijab moves in, bowls, met with a solid defence.
If you're wearing an Essex hat, you say good, long may it continue. But how that guy has not got under the England or got any England recognition yet is surprising.
Yes, it is. I suppose in a way it shows what a lot of talent there is around the country.
Yeah,
We don't want to run the risk of being too parochial about this, and just because in our case, Essex have one or two very good up-and-coming players. Who's to say that the other 17 counties don't also? But, yeah, and usually their time does come. So the end of the over, 175 for 4, with 47 to Hanscom and Mulder on 9, and a very optimistic appeal. I say optimistic, we can't judge whether the ball was, whether the batsmen were in line or whether it was going to hit the stumps. What we can judge is the height, and that was clearly too high from our position at deep backward point or wide third man.
But he certainly is an enthusiastic appealer, isn't he, Jamal Richards?
Yes,
and
yes.
Will Battleman is never far from an appeal.
No. And that's just pushed out on the offside. No addition to the score.
Mentioning Will Battleman, I have been impressed with his keeping, Dick, in this competition. I mean, I think when he played a couple of red ball games, didn't he? And if I'm perfectly honest, I thought I won't say he struggled, but it wasn't the true Will Battleman.
No.
His shortage of lack of match practice, I think, at that stage. But by crikey, I mean, he's knuckled down. He's done really well.
He has. That's outside the off stump. Batsman shoulders, batsman Hanscom, shoulders, arms. It goes through to the wicket keeper.
So that's another plus point, isn't it?
Oh yes, yeah. There's all sorts of things. He's a very how would I describe Kamal, Richard? But some bowlers smoothly just sort of glide to the wicket. Others almost lope to the wicket, and others tear in. And Kamal Richards comes in that latter category or last category, particularly over the last half a dozen paces. He's absolutely stormy, looking as if he's running almost as fast as he can. Maybe he is.
But he does, in fairness to him, Jamal Richards does use every yard of his run-up, doesn't he?
Oh yes, he does.
Rather than, ambling in for half the run-up and then sort of kicking off and then
yes, he gradually accelerates throughout it, which is presumably what you're meant to do. Yes, I mean, it starts off with a sort of canter and then increases to a gallop. And it's just played out to mid-off.
As I say, there is an air of inevitability about all
there
these
is
proceedings
actually, despite
at the
those
moment.
2 wickets.
Yeah.
It might lend a superficial air of respectability to the result. But no, it's still... When will the result come rather than what will it be? And I don't mind.
Lovely part of the country though, isn't it, Dick?
It is, isn't it? Yeah, I've really enjoyed it.
Sitting here for another 3/4 of an hour or whatever it takes. No problem at all with that. And you do hope that it's the success of this, because it must have been a successful day for the club.
Oh yes.
I hope it persuades Leicestershire to look again next year and repeat the occasion, on more than one occasion perhaps.
Well yes, I mean that will be in the like as most things in life, that's the end of the over. 176. As with many things in life, that'll be in the hands of the accountants, won't it?
Yes.
Who will unless they at least balance the books, there'll be a sharp intake of breath. But on the other hand, as Aaron Nejar moves in and bowls, if they haven't balanced the books today, at least, then, where did they go wrong? It's very well supported.
It is, yeah, it is.
As that's first 2 deliveries are met with a more or less dead bat, no dots, no score.
When we were on air before together as a combined force, warbling through the wavelengths, we were talking about the name for that far end, weren't we? Richard has decided it's the nursery end.
Yes, that's quite good, because there is another wicket down there, as you know. Nejar moves in bowls, that's just played down the offside. Yes, I think it's a very good description. It's where it was their original ground, and then they, I think it's remarkable for a club cricket ground. That's gone hard, high, and safe from Leicestershire's point of view.
Yeah.
They pick up a couple of runs out to deep mid wicket, out towards the the housing estate.
Hanscom's 50 becoming to achieve it a bit funereal, hasn't it? I mean, it seems to have been in the 40s for
Yes.
quite some while, Dick.
Yeah, not the roaring 40s by any means. But it doesn't really, from his point of view, from Leicester's point of view, it doesn't really matter, does it?
No.
They've got
Provided he's there at the end of each over.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mulder on 12. Nejar bowling. Moves in now, bowls to Mulder. Strokes it out to mid-on for a gentle single. You're listening and watching via BBC Essex, BBC Radio Leicester. But most of all, thanks to the brilliant backroom team, especially from the pictures point of view, doing a brilliant job covering the game. And yeah, as you can see from the camera work, they haven't got a vast number of cameras or vast number of camera operators, but yeah, they're covering the game excellently. And,
Absolutely.
I don't think they get enough praise actually, and I always try and, well, when appropriate, always try and thank the backroom team putting this together.
The quality of the streaming in general has
It
improved
is.
phenomenally, hasn't it, in the last
You
2
know,
or 3 years?
it's funny, my wife pointed this out only yesterday or the day before, really based on what we'd seen up at Blackpool, which is another outground, that's outside the off stump, goes through the keeper. The quality of the stream, to my mind, is every bit as good as the quality that our satellite cousins give us to cover a match. And yet they roll up with about half a dozen enormous great green penned Technicons.
Yes.
And take up the whole of the car park, more or less to the exclusion of everybody else. The live stream around the counties, they do it, you know, with none of that and still produce the same results.
Yeah, I agree with you 100% there, Dick. The coverage is superb. Various camera angles.
Yes.
Yeah,
it's
absolutely top draw.
That's just played out defensively on the onside, and it's improved enormously in recent years. I mean, when we first started live streaming games, the vast majority of counties, they just had a fixed camera at each end, and that was it. If the ball, you know, went anywhere other than on the immediate 22-yard strip, then, you know, you've got no idea where it went. And yeah, it's moved on in leaps and bounds in a remarkably short time. As that's played down to third man, and 1 run accrues.
And Leicestershire move ever closer to the target of 251.
Yeah, 180 now, so they need another 71 with, well, all the time in the world. 19 overs.
Yeah,
Oh, we've just got it in front of us. Rate of 3.89. Yep.
very comfortable.
Yes. Sun just beginning to come out now. Over our right shoulder now, whereas earlier this morning it was sort of full beam straight ahead of us.
I know we mentioned earlier, but it's worth repeating, isn't it? The quality of the outfield
Yes.
for an outground, Dick. They're not always the best, are they? But
No.
this is superb.
Yeah, it is very good. Single there, just round to deep square leg. No, they certainly deserve to put on another first team game from what from our experience today. And hopefully they'll have that in mind for next year.
Yeah.
It's just played out into the covers. The end of the over. 181 for 4, 70 needed off 18 overs to win yet another game for Leicestershire.
Which would, should we lose, it would more or less be the end of our interest in this competition for this year, wouldn't it?
Would have thought so, yes.
This is where we need Mr. Gledhill with all his
Yes.
stats and figures, and he can tell us whether it's an impossibility or still a possibility if all the results go the right way and the moon is in the right equinox, and etc. etc.
Yes, and if it's found out that all the other clubs in the same zone failed drugs tests or something.
Yeah. I tell you what, it's 181 for 4. Let's concentrate on this. But I think that, truly in effect, it's the end of their interest in this competition, isn't it?
Yeah, Nijar bowling first delivery just played back to him. He's bowling the second ball of the over now. Moves in from the pavilion end, or rather the Fleckley Road end, and that's played out into the covers for 2 runs. They'll think about a third, but it would be ill-advised. Well, all they have to dodge each other. 2 batsmen in the middle of the wicket had to dodge each other, but they managed to negotiate it and indeed got through for the 3 runs.
And that's Hanscom's 50.
That's Hanscom's 50, yes. Well received, as you would expect from the predominantly Leicestershire supporters in the ground. Although, I suppose unsurprisingly, there are a lot of Essex supporters here, aren't there? It's a nice part of the world. None of them, including we, will never have ever been here before. It's not too far, just over a couple of hours, depending which part of Essex you live in.
Yeah. Yes, not the most difficult of journeys, is it? So.
No. And that's played out into the covers. No addition to the score. So yes, a lot of Essex supporters here.
And I think a few cricket lovers in general, the opportunity to go to a new ground.
Yes.
Like taking that, don't they? I know. When Garam, God.
Yeah. It's just played defensively out to long off. Well, no, mid off really, for a single. Mid off, deep enough for a single.
Yes, I think when Garam Park first opened, there was quite an element of curious ground hoppers.
Yes, I think there were.
Not that the ground hoppers were curious, but they were curious to see the new ground.
Yes, and once they'd seen it, that was it. Really.
That was, yes. It was also it for quite a few Essex supporters, I think, if you look at the attendance records.
Yeah, that's short of a length, chopped away.
So it was a shame, Garam Park, because it did have the potential to be a good venue, didn't it? It had money been spent on it, and
I think it's Russia or Norway, and it's Russia or Norway, and it really was inhospitable most of the time. Short, super shot there, just played forward of square on the offside.
But they spent
4 runs.
Spent a lot of money building a wonderful scoreboard there.
It's probably got the best scoreboard in the country.
Yeah,
with no exaggeration.
I think some hardened Leicestershire supporters might remember when they bowled out for 34 there one year at Garam Park.
Really?
David Masters.
Oh, yes, David Masters, yes.
Yes. Former Leicester bowler, of course.
Yes. Mulder was responsible for that 4. So Kamal Richards, right arm over the wicket, moves in, bowls, and that's played pleasantly through the covers for a single. So they come back for a second as Aaron Beard is in the action again, and he fields it and throw comes in into Buttleman's gloves beside the stumps.
And at the end of this over, I shall move out and let Richard move back in. I'm sure he'll like to warble about the final completion of this victory.
Well, it's only 60 runs away now, yes, as Richards moves in again and bowls. And that's pulled away on the side for a single. I think he'll probably want to sit here, so we may have to do a double swap of microphones.
Right.
But we'll manage somehow.
Oh, this won't be a challenge to you, will it?
Well, got one of these money spiders buzzing around, and I want to get rid of it, but I don't want to kill it. And
it's your money there buzzing around.
Well, they won't buzz for long then. That's down the leg side, helped on its way down the leg side for 4 down to very fine leg. Very fine leg by Hanscom. So, yeah, that was just looking at the replay. And, yeah, all Hanscom had to do was lay bat on ball, really. Help it on its way down there.
Yeah.
So Richards moves again. Bowls. Way as if to compensate too much, way outside the off stump and signalled wide to the scorers.
He doesn't lack pace, but he's lacking a bit in direction, isn't he?
Yes, I think this might be the end of his spell of, not sure how many overs he's bowled. Oh, I ought to be. 6, this is his 7th over. Taken 1 for 52 so far. Moves in, bowls.
Better.
Hanscom just plays defensively, pushes back towards the bowler.
Will he be at Kent on Sunday, Dick, for the penultimate game for Essex in this competition, assuming we don't qualify for the knockouts?
I'm thinking of it, but I'm afraid, no, I won't be. No, we're going to London at the end of the week.
Right.
Going to see a show in the West End.
Oh.
It's just nudged down to third backward point. Going to the open air theatre in Regent Park.
Oh, not treading the board yourself, just
no,
watching fellow thespians.
I don't play the West End, no.
And on that note, I shall bid you good evening.
Right.
See you later.
Thank you. And so that was Paul Hiscock. Get a sheet of paper. Apart from then, it would be an exaggeration to say it's been a formality, but it's been pretty clear who was going to win this game. Not they have yet. We've seen stranger things happen, to lose 6 wickets for 50 runs, but I'd be absolutely astonished if it happened today. 202 for 4. And Harmer moves in, bowls. Played square on the, or just backward of square on the offside, no addition to the score. And so, yeah, 1500, so yeah, that's interesting. That's paddled away down to Erronege Yard, fielding not too far away from us at deep mid-wicket. Comfortable and agreed single.
Might be a few more than that, a few walk-ups, so to speak.
Yeah, I'm not very good judging.
It's hard to tell, isn't it?
You know, when I did football, I was always asked how many people are there, and I mean, I just had to wait for the official attendance because I'm very bad at judging such things. It was easier. That's just play down to third man, and they talk. They almost have a committee meeting in midstream and say, "Shall we go for one or not?" And eventually they decide they will. Yes, it was always easier to assess the crowd when I used to cover club rugby in Essex, which is really my main winter sport. It was easier because you could usually count them. You could be precise. Well, there's half a dozen there, there's half a dozen there, there's 24 more in the bar, so that's 36. And yeah, but those days are long since gone, sadly.
46 needed from the remaining 13 for Leicestershire, with 6 wickets in hand. Hanscom, who has, as I say, been calmness personified on strikers. Beard goes in, bowls to him, full, leans forward, plays very firmly back down into the ground. Beard puts out a big left hand, stops it in his follow through. And there is no run. I think if the streamers, our streaming team, had anything to do with it, that far end would be actually named the Dick Davis end, because they've been loving your praise of the streaming.
Oh dear.
The quality of the stream, which
Oh yes.
the camera work throughout,
Well,
they're not used to it. In goes Beard and bowls onto the legs of Hanscom, just turns his wrists on it out towards deep backward square long leg, runs round, gets to the ball sufficiently quickly to prevent a second run. Hanscom moves on to 59, 206 for 4.
Well, I think that, you know, I think they're the unsung heroes, really. I mean, we at least can self-indulge ourselves on air, but the people who bring you the pictures and the sound don't get enough praise, really, because without them, then we needn't turn up.
Beard is in, bowls, Mulder covers up, pushes the delivery almost on the walk out into the onside. Well, we were doing it before the streams arrived through various means, and continue to do so. And sometimes have to remind yourself we're still commentating for the sort of radio as well, through the BBC Sport website, and indeed other outlets. The BBC run. Beard is in, bowls, steered nicely off the back foot by Mulder, down to third man. Thane Noah is the fielder. One is taken. And, people listening might have it on their computers at work, but might have the picture either in the corner or not at all, and just listen to the words. Mulder 27, Hanscom 59 on strike as Beard goes in, bowls to the Australian, who lifts it back over his head for 4. Bounces just short of the ropes at long on. Over pitch from Beard, just trying to get through, and with mid on and mid off at the end, on the edge of the circle, his men are square and at third man and long leg. Those are the 4 men out. Not deep, straight, and it was a reasonably free hit for Hanscom. Beard is in to him again, bowls slightly short onto his legs as Hanscom goes back and turns it down towards deep backward square, takes one, keeps the strike, moves on to 64, 212 for 4. 12 overs remain to be bowled. At this stage, Essex, after 38 overs, were 143 for 5, so that gives you an idea of how far in those terms, in comparative terms at any rate, Leicestershire are ahead. They need another 39 runs,
Yep,
and
that's
they
all.
have 12 overs in which to get them.
3 and a bit, 3.25, I think. Thanks, Jeff, for pointing out. We can talk about Garum Park now that Essex no longer play there. But he said there used to be a joke going around the crowd at Garum Park that they let you in for nothing. It was free entry, but on the other hand, they charged you to get
pay
out.
to get out. Yes. That, yeah, goodness me. I remember the game we went, which might have been the Masters game. I'm pretty sure it was. Goff was certainly.
He took 8 for 10, apparently.
Yeah, but I remember it being very parched, almost brown, the outfield, and there being nothing there.
Another problem with the ground was the access. There was only one way in and one way out, and the one way in and out led to or from already a very busy roundabout, which was always clogged up anyway. So it could take not quite so bad getting there because people arrive at grounds at different times, spread over an hour or more. But leaving, more or less everybody leaves about the same time, and it was purgatory at times. So Aaron Neejar back into the attack from the Fleckley Road end.
Fleck knee.
Fleck knee, sorry. Fleck knee.
He's done well, Nigel.
And it's just played back to the bowler.
He's conceded just 16 runs from 6.1 overs.
Yeah.
2.67 and that wicket as well.
As that's played defensively, pushed back to the bowler. Yes, the bowling analyses are interesting at best. That's lofted out towards us and will cross the boundary now, having bounced all half a dozen times. Retrieved by a little lad in a blue t-shirt, sweatshirt rather, whose throw, well, almost reaches the middle. It certainly gets more than halfway. So good for him.
The throw was better than the fielding. He just took out his foot. It bounced over it.
As Nijar moves in and bowls, goes on the back foot and played out into the covers. Very flowing drive off the back foot. Nudges the score up to 2-1. I read it slowly because I'm not sure. Yeah, 2-1-7. The last ones are clicked up now.
34 needed.
Little lad, not sure whether to cross or not, so stands right in the middle. The worst decision he could have made. He could have either gone or he could have stopped, but not stop in the middle. Never mind, it doesn't really matter that much as long as it doesn't become a habit. Nijar moves in and bowls. And that's played with authority, but straight back to the bowler. End of the over. And Leicestershire, in pursuit of 271, have moved on to 214 for 4 with 11 overs of the match or their innings remaining, but it seems unlikely they'll need them all. They'll need most of them probably, but they won't need them all. They'll get home quite comfortably.
The 4 in that over brought up the 50 partnership between these two. 164 for 4 when Sol Budinger holed out off the bowling of Jamal Richards. Aaron Nijar taking the catch.
Which, although it's highly likely, it's not inevitable. We've seen over the years plenty of teams capsize from this position, having lost half their wickets. It seems highly unlikely, I know, but it astonished me the calmness of the reaction. Oh yes, we've got another wicket.
Well, Patel, Hill, Ackerman all went in single figures. Have all gone in single figures in this innings, and another 1 or 2 now, and almost still got best part of 4 overs up his sleeve. Well, 3 overs up his sleeve. So no, you never quite know. Louis Kimber, wonderful player to watch. It's a big ball. But Harmer will be a different sort of proposition potentially.
And the one victory that Essex have had in this competition against Middlesex were coasting it. And
Harmer is in. Kimber is forward, and he leans forward a long way, and having taken the ball down the leg side, Buttleman sort of slightly loses his footing as he reaches to try and effect a stumping, but he'll be very alert now as Harmer goes in and bowls. Back goes Kimber to a delivery. Might have gone forward to it, stayed a touch low, but he blocked it out down the pitch. No run. Sun is back out now. We're going to have a pleasant evening here in South Leicestershire as Harmer is in, gives it some air, pops it up into the air, off the pad, I suspect. Although Buttleman went chasing out just in case he was going to get a glove underneath the lob into the leg side. Did come off the pad. So 3 dot balls. He's on for a wicket maiden potentially here, Simon Harmer. Is it all too little too late? You never know. Round the wicket he goes. Kimber is down the wicket, driving. He's going to have to hurry back into his ground. did get back into his ground. Just Harmer picked up, hurled the ball to Buttleman, who took off the bails and a stump with it.
Yes.
And absolutely, but he did have to almost dive back into his ground there, Louis Kimber. He's had some strange dismissals, including handled the ball in his brief career so far, Louis Kimber. Once in extraordinary fashion in their championship game at Bristol against Gloucestershire, he sort of knocked one up into the air slightly and sort of caught it and offered to throw it back to the bowler. The bowler said, "Hang on, how's that?" In goes Harmer and bowls. Kimber goes back, works it to mid-wicket, and there is no run. And of course he was out and was out.
Yes.
You know, and it wasn't just sort of letter of the law stuff. It was, he should have just let it fall. But no, he was out and had to walk. Wicket maiden.
Yeah, I mentioned, you know, from the Essex point of view, you know, the positive aspects. I don't believe in using positive as a noun. The positive aspects rather than positives to come out of this competition have been that you know, a couple of the batsmen have really progressed their game. One or two of the bowlers. I've overlooked, not deliberately, but unforgivably, Buttleman, who I think has been keeping superbly in this competition, and his game has come on in leaps and bounds this season. As Nijar moves in and bowls, and of course such is the way of the world and commentary that Buttleman will now miss a stumping off Nijar this over probably, but let's hope not.
33 off 10 for Leicestershire, or 9.5 now.
As Nijar, pleasant late afternoon sun shining over the ground. Nijar moves in and bowls, and that's just met with was met with a defensive bat, but nevertheless the ball bounced into a gap, and so they went through for a comfortable single. A single there to Kimber. Nijar moves in, bowls the next delivery. Oh, and that's lofted off drive, completely under control. It bounces, oh, 2 or 3 times before trickling over the boundary. A sort of, what would that be, about a 6 iron, something like that. Controlled 6 iron. And for 4 runs. Nijar moves in again and bowls. This time it's outside the off stump and carved away for 4, just backward of square on the opposite side of the ground. So
once Mulder gets in, he really does look a class act.
So Mulder moves on to 36, yep. And suddenly, well, not suddenly, but almost inevitably, that target of 251 is almost within reach. And
oh, little paddle sweep edge and taken by the keeper
well,
down the leg side.
So, well, I had been singing the praises of Buttleman, and indeed he picks up another wicket there. So, well, it's interestingly poised, 3 quick wickets. And
Mulder can't quite believe that.
as with so many games at the top level, not so much at the bottom level or lower level, but at the top level, so much of cricket is played in the head almost as much as it is on the 22 yards.
Tom Scriven, young all-rounder, has come out to join Louis Kimber. Well, Scriven batted very nicely at the Aegeus Bowl against Hampshire a couple of days ago. Has a job to do here.
He does.
Again.
So, Nijar to Scriven, who goes forward and plays it diligently, head over the ball correctly, trickles back to the bowler. And there's just a little, albeit a little, more purpose in Essex as they move around the field and between the overs. And yeah, I don't know. never been a betting man, so I don't know what the odds are. You'd still think it would be 20 to 1 on the home side. But, I don't know. My colleague Paul Newton would know exactly.
Harmer, well, if he can pick up another wicket or two in his remaining 2 overs, this game could get very interesting indeed. In he goes, bowls to Kimber, who is down the wicket, driving straight back to Harmer, who again threatens to hurl the ball back towards the stumps and Buttleman, but Kimber nips smartly back into his ground. In goes Harmer, bowls. Forward goes Kimber. There's an appeal for leg before, but he's really got to straighten it, bowling from around the wicket, and Harmer doesn't really appeal. Buttleman goes up, but as the ball bounces off Kimber's pad down towards the sort of gully area. No finger is raised by the umpire. Harmer is in. Back goes Kimber to a quicker ball, and he's not sure how to play this. He misses it, goes through outside off stump taken by Buttleman. And there's no run. A few nerves here among the Leicestershire faithful as Harmer is in. Kimber is clipping firmly, but only as far as mid-wicket. And again, there is no run. Goes straight to the fielder. Harmer is in, gives it some air. Kimber walks to play the ball, plays it again out to mid-wicket. Again, there is no run. So Harmer looking like he's going to bowl a second successive maiden. The first was a wicket maiden. In he goes and bowls. Kimber goes back. It bounces high, and although it hits him on the back pad, it's above the pads. And Harmer sort of appeals, but Buttleman doesn't. End of the over. A maiden. I know runs per over. There's not that many needed, but just an indication of the suddenly a little bit of pressure. Leicestershire are under. 24 needed now, but just from 8 overs.
Yes. 24 of 8, 3 and over. Well,
just 4 wickets in hand, though.
And Aaron Neejar to continue from the Fleckley Road end.
Nearly. Fleck knee, N-E-Y. Fleck
knee.
Fleck, C-K-N-E-Y.
Fleck knee.
That's the one.
Fleck knee. That was no trouble eventually. That's just worked way backward of square. Fleck knee.
So Harmer has 1 to come. 1 for 28 from 9. He has Neejar, this and 1 more, 2 for 31.
Discussion between bowler and captain produces nothing obvious as regard field setting. Neejar moves in again and bowls. Met with more or less a defensive bat. Goes backward of square on the offside. Neejar in again, played out into the covers for a comfortable, almost walked single by Kimber.
22 needed by Leicestershire, 4 wickets for Essex.
Brings Scriven down to the business end as Neejar moves in and right arm and bowls left arm round to him. Just pushes forward. So Leicestershire are aware that they've still got some work to do to get over that winning line. It's not going to come easily, and Essex certainly aren't going to give it to them. Well, they wouldn't expect them to. That's pushed out on the offside, no addition to the score. Few people moving around. I don't think they're going home. They can't really be going home because well, a few Essex supporters were leaving, but it's pushed out on the onside. But they're far from out of this game at the moment.
Just the two from that over.
Yeah. So 7 overs gone, and
7 to go.
7 to go rather, yes, and 22 required. So well, just a little bit of over 3 point. You know, 3 and a seventh. It's about pi, isn't it? Whoops! Somebody trips over our PEX microphone.
Perfectly deliberately.
It's pretty big.
Harmer is in. Down the wicket is Kimber, clipping towards mid-wicket. He's going to have to get back into his ground quickly. Good work at mid-wicket by Bo Webster. Got the ball back to Buttleman as well, having dived to his right to make the stop. Dot ball. Harmer stays around the wicket to Kimber, who tries a little paddle, and it comes off the pad, I think. It's running down towards long on. It's going to be 2 leg byes? Waiting for the signal. Leg byes given. Harmer went down for the appeal, and he's down on one knee now, imploring umpire Bailey.
He's still there.
And well, he's sort of got a half smile on his face, Simon Harmer, but I think behind his sunglasses his eyes aren't smiling. Muttering to himself. In he goes, and bowls down the wicket goes. Kimber clips it back, finally got it past Harmer, having hit it straight back to him on a couple of occasions out to long on, and takes 1. So Louis Kimber moves on to 2. Scriven has a couple. 232 for 6. 19 needed by Leicestershire. Scriven hasn't faced Harmer yet. He's only got a couple of deliveries left to bowl in the game. Simon Harmer, who is in, gives it some air. Scriven a big stride forward, pushes it out into the offside, sees it's gone into the gap, and jogs a single. Moves on to 3. 2-3-3 for 6. Harmer in to Kimber, who is forward, just turning his wrists on it, pushing the ball defensively out towards Webster at mid-wicket. Harmer's final delivery is in and bowls quicker, flatter delivery. Kimber goes back and forces it off the back foot out towards deep backward point. Beard comes into field, and that is the end of the over, and indeed of Simon Harmer's bowling in this game. 234 for 6. Leicestershire need 17, I beg your pardon, 17 to win the game off 6 overs.
Yeah, so it's just under 3 and over now.
And Harmer finishes with figures of 1, I think, for 30 from his 10 overs.
And it's Nijar to continue. His last, yes, he's bowled 9, so
yeah, 1 more.
Yeah, 1 more.
2 for 33 he has at the moment.
Quite a long discussion with skipper Tom Wesley at Wesley's at mid-on. And Nijar moves in now, bowls, and has played pleasantly off the back foot for a single down to deep point by Kimber. Scriven
16.
Bases. Field adjustment brings the long off up to mid off. Nijar moves in round the wicket. Scriven goes onto the back foot, just plays it quietly on the leg side. Just a few yards, trickles a few yards away from him.
Does Wesley bowl himself now, or does he go back to Beard? Webster? Webster's only bowled 5 overs, none for 17. He can bowl his off spin.
It's driven hard back to the bowler. I think he might give himself a go again. How many overs as
Oh,
well?
yeah, near bell 3 for 19.
That's worked well on the onside. Straight to that man Webster. Well, we'll know for pretty sure for soon. The jar again. Appeal for LBW and he's out. Oh wow. And
Scriven looks a bit disappointed, but well,
what batsman doesn't when he's given out LBW?
now things are very interesting because Leicestershire are down to the tail down now. Nijar has struck in his final over. He's picked up his 3rd wicket. Scriven goes for just a couple.
Yep, just the 2.
And suddenly Leicestershire really are wobbling. 235 for 7. They need another 16, and they're making very heavy weather.
They are actually. They are.
Roman Walker can bat, and he strides confidently to the middle. Nijar still
Yes, he does. Yes.
has 2 balls. Has he got 1 ball to come or 2? 1. Nijar has 1. He's got 3 for 34 from 9.5 overs. But he has been, when we say he's been the pick, it's not just based on, I would suggest, the figures. I think he has been the pick of the...
Yes, I think so.
I think he has bowled really well.
Yes, he has indeed.
At various times in this game, it looks as though it has looked as though Leicester have been sort of strolling to victory,
No,
but
they were.
they
Well,
jolly
they
well
were.
aren't now.
Yes.
They are limping towards
Yes.
the needed. Wesley round the wicket to Louis Kimber, who just leans forward and, as he did against Harmer, works the delivery out to mid-wicket, where Webster is the fielder. Sooner or later, Kimber will try and go big, I'm pretty sure. Wesley is in. Kimber does try and go big. Big slogging sweep towards mid-wicket. Doesn't get anything on it, bounces off the pad, but no appeal because pitched outside leg stump. Wesley tosses the ball from hand to hand, jogs in, bowls. Kimber goes back, forces out into the offside, out through the vacant mid-off area, down towards Harmer at long off, takes 1. Every single being nervously applauded by some in the Leicestershire crowd. 15 now needed by Leicestershire, 3 wickets by Essex. Wesley is in, back goes Walker, and he too works the delivery to mid-wicket, but Webster standing tall, imposing figure, is right there, makes the stop. Wesley is in, Walker is down the wicket, hitting high and wide and straight over mid-wicket for a bouncing 4. Well, that relieves the tension, but you can hear, I think, from the noise of the shouts of approval and applause that there was but a lot of nervous tension, and still is.
Yes. I'm just looking at the table. Leicestershire have won 4 out of 5 before this, so...
Wesley is in. Again, Walker's down the pitch, but this time blocking the delivery out to mid-off. 240 for 7. 11 to win for Leicestershire from the final 4 overs.
Yes, Leicestershire have won 4 out of 5. Hampshire 3 out of 4. Kent 3 out of 5. So Leicestershire in a very good position to finish in the top 4.
I think Essex have done, a very young Essex side has done pretty well in this game. I mean, to take it this deep in these circumstances from 90 odd for 5, and the game is not over.
No.
They could yet win it. I think it's a pretty praiseworthy effort, frankly.
Yes, and it is going to be Webster, but in his slow bowling mode. Despite that they're right-handers, I mean, he usually bowls slow to left-handers. In fact, I'm not sure if I've seen him bowl slow to right-handers, but that's he moves in bowls, and that's just worked away back with a square for certainly. Well, no, they only jogged through. They'd only ever had one in their mind anyway, never any more than that. And the score moves on to 241 for 7. It's becoming increasingly difficult to see the scoreboard. But we can see it though. It's all right. It's all right.
Whoa, oh, he's going to be caught.
And
He's out, told out. Walker has holed out to deep mid-wicket, where Beard took out, lifted, attempted to be lifted over mid-wicket, and it was in the air for a long time. Beard made no mistake. Well, 10 to win or 2 wickets. Are Leicestershire going to make a huge pig's ear out of this? Are Essex going to pluck the fat out of the fire?
No, I'm not. I don't like to go through ifs because cricket sport, the world is full of ifs.
With a pretty decent shout.
Yes.
It's remarkable. Nobody, I don't think, around this ground, unless probably in Essex colours as well, can quite believe it.
Well, no. I think what I've seen, Webster demonstration, because every run's vital now.
9 to win.
And that's just played back to the bowler. It makes a bit of a meal fielding it. So 9 to win, 2 wickets in hand. Webster moves in, bowls, batsman uses his feet pleasantly, comes down the wicket, plays it along the floor to Aaron Beard, fielding
Keeps
on
the
the boundary.
strike, that may be key.
So Leicestershire edging their way towards victory.
8 to win. 3 overs. Louis Kimber. Round the wicket, goes in. Kimber goes back, looks to try and work it on the leg side, doesn't get anything on it, thumps into the pad, may well have gone on to hit the stumps, but obviously pitched outside leg stump, so no appeal from Essex's skipper. 8 to win. Who would have believed it? 2 wickets. Wesley in, bowls, gives it some air, forward goes Kimber, clipping firmly, but good scrambling stop away to his left by Webster. No run. Do we start counting down deliveries soon? 12 plus 4, 16. Back goes Kimber, make that 15 as he works it only as far as mid-wicket where Webster makes the stop. 8 runs off 15 deliveries. Wesley is in. Kimber is driving it past him along the ground all the way out towards long on. Jog a single. 7 to win. 14 deliveries, 2 wickets.
Yep, the maths are simple. It's getting them that's still going to be a challenge.
Right will face Wesley. Jogs in past umpire Bailey, back over the wicket to Chris Wright, who looks to turn it on the leg side, comes off the pad, should be a leg by. There is a leg by. Will there be a signal from umpire Bailey? No, actually he got a little inside edge onto his pad. So 6 to win. Off 13 deliveries. 2 wickets will do it for Essex. Will Kimber try and do it in one mighty blow. Wesley is back around, the wicket. Kimber is down the track and clipping out towards deep square. Takes one. End of the over. Kimber keeps the strike. Canny batting from Louis Kimber. 48 overs have been bowled now. 246 for 8 is the score. 5 to win for Leicestershire. 2 wickets to win for Essex. 12 balls remain. Goodness me.
So we've had good entertainment, and more importantly to that, the crowd have had splendid entertainment.
Could not have gone better for Kibworth Cricket Club, could it?
It couldn't have done.
It
no.
really couldn't.
No, the game's going the distance, which is important because it helps the outlet sell more things, and yeah, it's really been a nigh on perfect day, irrespective of the result. Everybody, well, I'm tempted to say everybody will leave happily. The dyed-in-the-wool supporters of the losing teams might not, but that's played out down to long off for a single.
Yeah, just the one though, 4 to win. And right on strike. 10 balls. One blow. Will Wright try and do it in one? Well, he's been there, seen it all, done it all. Chris Wright, over his long career, 20 years.
Is it really?
Yeah, well, he's 38 now, is Chris, so yeah, started as at Essex probably as an 18.
I think he started at Middlesex.
Middlesex, wasn't it? So
yeah.
May even have started at 17.
So Webster to Chris Wright. Moves in now. Right.
That could be it.
And that's 4. And that is the victory. Well done, Chris Wright. Well done, Leicestershire. And probably most of all, well done, Kibworth Cricket Club. They've laid on a splendid day, and I'm pleased for them. I'm pleased for the crowd. And yeah, you could hardly have written a better day from the cricket club's point of view. They've got a good crowd, a good game of cricket, which the home side won narrowly, which also makes it a good game. And the team of it's been an enthralling game, and the crowd have enjoyed every second of it. And it's how cricket. Well, to my mind, it's how sport should go, in as much as, you didn't know until the very end who was going to win the game, and there was no inevitability about it. There was likelihood, which then seemed to crumble as soon as you were going down that path. So, yeah, I think it's been a splendid day, and in the end, Leicestershire win the
2 wickets.
5th out of 6.
Yep.
And they win by 2 wickets in a game in which we saw 500 runs. So, yeah, you can't ask for a lot more than that.
And as I say, we heard little snippets of criticism, particularly about the Essex batting, but I think they did a pretty decent job, really, in the circumstances. And they'll go into their dressing rooms thinking, oh, another 20 runs.
Oh, yes.
And we would have really been able to put Leicestershire under a lot of pressure there. But I think that young Essex side can be pretty proud of their efforts, and Leicestershire fell over the line almost, rather than steamrolled over it. And well, they go to 5 wins out of 6 and are in prime position now to qualify for the knockout stages. But there will be a few nerves that will have been jangling on the balcony there and in the Leicestershire dressing room. But they got there in the end. But encouragement, I think, in different ways for both sides in the game.
And I'm just looking now as the players come off. I know the handshakes, they're almost obliged, maybe even contractually, to shake hands at the end of the game. But there seems to be a genuine rapport between the two sides. And as they were going down the respective lines, a lot of players stopped and spoke to their opposite numbers with genuine, if not affection, a bit strong words, sort of respect. And that's what the game is about. And I've heaped praise on, the ground, the club, the camera work, everything, and I, in my own defence,
enjoyed yourself, haven't you, Dick?
I've enjoyed myself, and I don't regret it at all, because I don't regret heaping praise on it. I think it's been a splendid day, and even the relationship between the two players of a